Hello and welcome to NXTGEN Racing, the home of clean and fair sim racing for all. Hello, welcome and good evening ladies and gentlemen to another round of intense racing action in the one and only NXTGEN Racing Touring Car Championship Season 8 as brought to you on the premier sim racing platform available only on PC known as iRacing and powered by Doble Motorcycles. Today we bring the curtain down on the 8th season of the NXTCC, for it is time for round 10 of 10 and we are here at the one and only what is Mount Wallow, or known as the Mountain, or alternatively Mount Panorama, depending on your nomenclature, but you all know and love it and typically refer to it as Bathurst, the Australian circuit, the ultimate road racing circuit down under to decide our titles. 3 Drivers' Championships up for grabs and a runner-up spot as well, and the Teams' Championship also needs to be decided, and it will all be decided here. And it may not necessarily be that whoever is the king of the mountain as they prove themselves over our races today may actually walk away with a championship crown. There's plenty to pray for, there's pride on the line as well, and it is all going to be decided here today as we welcome you all to this live broadcast from the circuit side. Now, whether you're tuning in via our YouTube channel, NXTGEN Racing on YouTube.com, and we say hello to you guys and girls on YouTube, including none other than Whiskey Runners Races number 31, and I can imagine that might be Daniel Fritz, who's tuning in from down under in Australia, although I'm not quite sure how close he is to this circuit in the central tablelands of the country. Well, welcome to you guys at Whiskey Runners Racing. Alternatively, you could be tuning in via the official NXTGEN Racing Facebook group, and that's at facebook.com/groups/NXTGEN Racing, and welcome to you guys tuning in via what is Facebook. Alternatively, you could be tuning in via Twitch at twitch.tv/TX141, and welcome to you guys and girls tuning in via Twitch. Well, regardless of which platform you're tuning in via, you're in for an absolutely thrilling night of racing, there's no doubt about it. And all your racing action will be brought to you by myself in the commentary booth. My name is Paul Walsh, also known as TX141 or Britain a Spit, depending on what media you follow me on, and well, what a schedule we have for tonight. Because as we can see on the screen, times in Greenwich Mean Time, that's GMT, or Universal Coordinate Time at UTC, in just under what will be 18 minutes time, we'll be going into our qualifying session. The first of 2 qualifying sessions today. There's been a revision to the format for the feature race special rounds, and we'll talk you through that very gradually here. We start to our 15-minute qualifying session at 10 to 8 this evening, where all the drivers will be out of the circuit and an open qualifying session for what will be 15 minutes in order to determine the grid order for the first of our 2 races today. We'll be open up with our first race straight after. That will be the 20-minute sprint race at 8:05, where all the drivers will be out of the circuit. No strategy involved whatsoever. It's going to be all about starting on that grid and trying to roar away to victory as quickly as you possibly can, after which we'll be taking a brief breather before returning at what will be at 10 to 9 if things run to schedule, and that will be for our pre-qualifying session for what will be our feature race, our 1-hour feature that follows after it. Now, this has been newly introduced as a result of feedback following round number 5 of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, whereby it didn't quite work out the full overall reverse championship grid order. So we decided to shake things up based on the feedback of our drivers and also a number of spectators, you guys and girls, the fans. And we've introduced the pre-qualifying session, which will be 2 laps of closed qualifying, and more on that in due course, what exactly that means. And that will set up the scene and set up the grid for our final race of the season, our 60-minute feature race, the 1-hour race, due to get underway at approximately 9 o'clock this evening, with all our drivers out there. And there's going to be a big strategic element involved as they want to see that final checker flag and potentially see the final victory of the season fall into their lap. But as we get set and ready to go, well, let's give you a recap of the championship calendar so far and the fact we've got nothing left lying in wait, because as we can see, we have made our way all the way to the very bottom. It is the 11th of February 2025 today, and we are here at the Mount Panorama Circuit in Australia. To get here, we started all the way back on the 12th of November of 2024 with our media day at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. From Belgium, we made our way to Italy for the Mazzano World Circuit Marco Simoncelli on the 26th of November for an absolutely cracking season opener. The theme of cracking racing continued at the Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, which was absolutely plagued by wet weather, but many of our drivers rising to the challenge in Canada on the 3rd of December. And then in round number 3, we made our way to Portugal for the first ever visit to the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve, and on the 10th of December there, we got to see our drivers had to deal with those direction changes as quickly as possible before they then went to round number 4 in Italy for the Autodromo Nacional Monza on the 17th of December. Then we had our mid-season break, 2 weeks to honour the Christmas period, but when we were back, we returned with a new year and with a bang in round number 5 on the 7th of January. in 2025, and that was in at the Nürburgring Gesamtstrecke and the German circuit, playing host to our first of our 2 feature race special rounds of the season, where a 20-minute race followed up by a 60-minute feature race. And well, what a round of race it was, particularly with the heavens opening up, the rain being absolutely terrifying, and many of our drivers there fall into the rain, but not so for Jaroslaw Cebula, who really was the dominant force in the rain. Then we made our way into the mathematical second half of the season, starting in Scotland on the 14th of January with the Knockhill Racing Circuit, and then from the United Kingdom we made our way back to Canada for the circuit Charles Villeneuve on the 21st of January, and then on the 28th of January we made our way back to the United Kingdom for our first ever visit to the fastest circuit in the United Kingdom, Thruxton Circuit. Our first ever visit there to the absolutely wonderful and fast-paced circuit, synonymous with touring car and TCR, and where it was an absolute dream to see the racing there, even when the rain did get in the way, where only heightened the racing experience. And then last time out we began our double header down under on the 4th of February at the Sandown International Motor Raceway, and there on the hot sticky tarmac we got to see some absolutely ferocious fighting, and that has set us up today for Mount Panorama. But coming into today then, the big question is, how do the championship stand? Well, after 9 rounds of racing and all the points allotted and all the stewards investigations done, as we can see in the overall Drivers' Championship, a 4th title beckons for Mikey Doble. He leads the way now by an advantage of 78 points over Jaroslaw Cebula. Cebula still hunting his first ever title, the driver from Semper Racing, who's racing as part of NXTGEN Pink for this season and trying to chase down the Doble Sim Racing leader. However, on paper it would seem, the theory says that Mikey Doble should be locked in for that 4th title, but mathematically it's not all confirmed, and if Doble has a difficult day, Jaroslaw Cebula could potentially steal it away. Then we've got the battle for P3, and right now you have got the best part of what is there, 5 contenders fighting it out. Andrew Pike, the leader in P3 currently, he's found his advantage has been cut over the last couple of rounds, holding on to P3 by only 5 points over Benjamin McCluskey, and then NXTGEN Pink's Jamie Dory, teammate to McCluskey, sits a further 20 behind. But you've also got Adam Delman in the mixer in P6, and William Guthrie as well as an outsider in terms of his chances in P7. He's ahead of Isaac Doble by the best part there of what is 60 points, and with the delta between the two of them, Isaac Doble right now is battling it with Dan Mould and Ben Altrier to see who's going to finish P8 through to P10. But it's not just about them, as Gavin Gardner will be eager to try and break his way back into the top 10 for a final time this season, as he sits best to SP11, ahead of Lee Horn, with Alex Meredith, Nick Clemens and Ben Gregory completing the top 15, and Ben Gregory being your leading prime driver overall. But as you'll see shortly when we come to the prime standings, it's a very different story there. But one thing that stays the same is he's closely locked into a battle for the bragging rights of being the leading Pro-Am, whether it be overall or in the prime class itself, with Stuart Winess, who only sits a further point behind him in P16. Joe Doble, Sam Van Olst, Tom Davidson and Kieran Smart complete your top 20, and from the 407 points of Smart, it's then all the way to 373 for Wayne Douglas, who has a penalty going in today, and will know that his first race of the day will be marred by starting from the pit lane. He'll have a qualifying ban in effect. In fact, I do believe he even has a race ban in effect, for instance, last time out, and therefore he won't be able to score big points until the feature. Michael Lee sits in P22, meanwhile, no penalties for him, but he's got the penalty of Matthew Sheraton breathing down his neck, 5 points distant, and a further 2 points to Alan McCain ahead of Daniel Downing. Then we do have wrapping up the top 30, Reece Watt ahead of Russell Fowler, with Russell Fowler really coming alive in the second half of the season and trying to close down where it's a finish inside the top 25. But he's only a point ahead of Lewis Delmont, who, the son of the Delmont family, also showing a lot of pace and a lot of spirit in the last couple of rounds. He's ahead of his teammate Sam Bradley for SO and NXTGEN Gold, and then Sam Swift, the iRacing esports driver, completes your top 30. Duncan Morais sits in P31 ahead of Toby Prosser. Then you have Andy Fox, the man who's had the most misfortune of everybody this season and really can't survive an entire round without a major incident hitting him at round and race after race. Well, there he sits in P33 ahead of Jake Pitt, with Gabriel Yuez P35 and the leading AM driver overall. He's closely followed by his Aztec Racing teammate Lewis Mason, 2 points between the two of them, and it's only result countback that separates Mason and Marcel Fridge, and you'll see these three drivers in a very different order when we come to the AM standings. Jonathan Collins is also a further 5 points afield there, and it is a four-way fight in the AM class to be the leading overall AM driver in these standings, with James Mazzucato and Mark Sykes completing your top 40. Meanwhile, outside the top 40, let's not forget about the rest of the drivers here. Eduardo Gonzaga sits P41 ahead of Matt Emmons, and then we do have Jack Osborne ahead of Sean Doby and Sammy Ariba. And keep your eyes out for both Sean Doby and Sammy Ariba, who've both had some great results in the last couple of rounds, and they'll be looking to end their day on a high, with Josh Brown there, P46 ahead of Luca Monroe, who won't be on the grid unfortunately tonight due to personal circumstances. He was thinking about being able to make it, but he's not quite able to, but you might be tuning in, and if you are, Luca, well, we hope to see you in the chat there and hope you're doing well all the same. We also say hello there in what is the running order to Dylan Hunter, the American driver there, family tuning in most likely once again, and the American absolutely roaring and really trying to embody the tidal wave of Wisconsin racing power, and he'll be looking to try and go a little bit further up the running order today, ahead of Craig Tillerson and Daniel Fritz. Then we wrap up the stands with Kevin Smith, Callum Murray, Anthony Hilton, Andy Schell, Mike Kurtler, also known as William Kurtler, Jonathan Berry, Gabriel Papacon, to Gilberto Struck, Josh Boot and Shane Abbott. But then we come on to the Pro-Am Championship standings, and here's where the complexion changes. As we can see, Stuart Wyniss and Ben Gregory are tied in. However, it's the opposite order, and the points delta between the two of them, well, it's not a huge one. It's only the best part there of what is 25 points. Because last time out, Stuart Wyniss had an absolute nightmare day at Sandown. Everything that could go wrong did go wrong. Meanwhile, Ben Gregory was able to bring home the lion's share of the points, and therefore the gap has been reduced. However, say it's not so. It may still go the way of the Track Scotland driver, who ever since he took the lead of what was the championship class after Not Kill, he's never let it go. But will the 14th Motorsport driver Ben Gregory be able to force and pry Stuart Wyniss's hands open for that title? We'll have to see. Meanwhile, in the battle for P3, it's between Sam Van Olst and Kieran Smart. Only 6 points between the two drivers, and Smart will be trying to make sure he's inside the top 3 for Track Scotland to make it a double championship podium for the team. And then Russell Fowler sits in P5, only a point ahead of Michael Lees in the fight for the final top 5 spot. Alan McCain also factors into that, as does Matthew Sheraton, with Reese Watt and Sam Smith on 767 points apiece, are both fighting for the P9, and who's got the bragging rights there, given the fact that Lewis Stelman is only a further 2 points afield. And as we spoke to him in previous rounds quite recently, he's been saying to us in post-round interviews he's chasing down that top 10 finish at the end of the season, and the belief is there. Duncan Rise sits in P12 ahead of Sam Bradley, with Jake Pitt and James Spencer-Scal completing the top 15. And then to wrap up the Prime Championship standings, it's Toby Prosser ahead of Matt Emmons, with Gilberto Struck, Jack Osborne and Anthony Hilton completing your 20 drivers. And then we come on to the AM class, last but by no means least in the Drivers' Championships, and here we can see, much like with the overall Drivers' Championship, on paper, Marcel Fritsch should have this wrapped up. Mathematically, he doesn't, but all signs are pointing to the fact if he just makes it to checker flag and gets some points tonight, he should wrap things up. Because remember, this round, the season finale round, is undroppable. Round number 10 cannot be dropped, but our drivers do have one drop score, which they will have taken at this point, and these scores you're seeing account for that single drop score. So every point scored today is invaluable, and Marcel Fritsch doesn't need to score many in order to take this title home. Instead, the main theme will be who's going to finish runner-up. Will it be Lewis Mason or Gabriel Yilmaz? With the two Aztec Racing drivers, they're both firmly in the hunt. But keep your eyes out for Jonathan Collins in P4, who's come back up through the ranks of Whiskey Runners Racing with Next Gen Orange, and he'll be looking to try and upset the Aztec Racing apple cart. Mark Sykes sits in P5, 9, a good set of points today, will keep him inside the top 5 ahead of Sammy Ariba, but you can't count out the Quartermass Motorsport driver. And it's Eduardo Gonzaga ahead of Craig Tillotson by the best part there of what is 18 points, with Dylan Hunter fast charging after a top 5 finish if he can, and he's got Sean Doby right behind him there by 7 points. Josh Brown sits best to SP11 ahead of Andy Chell, Kevin Smith, Callum Murray and Jonathan Berry completing the top 15. And then to wrap up the AM standings, we do have none other than Gabriel Papaconstanto ahead of William Kurtler, and it's Daniel Fritz, Luca Monroe and Mark Kent who complete those standings. And then coming on to the Teams Championship, well, as we can see there, last time out, it was all wrapped up, and a 5th title in a row for Next Gen Pink, a dynasty that continues to run rampant at the top of the Teams Championship. And congratulations to Next Gen Pink, they mathematically cannot be caught today, but meanwhile, the focus will turn to the battle for P2. Will it be Doble Sim Racing, who on paper seem quite comfortable, but they know the fact that SON Extra Gold and Full Tilt Motorsport will both be nipping at their heels and eager to try and take that runner-up spot, and both achieve their respective teams' best performances. Well, already Full Tilt Motorsport are going to finish the highest they've ever done if they finish P4, and they're guaranteed that P4 given the delta to the Sim Racing Collective, but SON Extra Gold will want to go one more and finish runner-up this season, having finished 3rd in the last couple of seasons. The Sim Racing Collective, meanwhile, they find themselves locking horns with Next Gen Orange Whiskey Runners in the battle for the final spot in the top 5. Only what is there the best part of 18 points separating the two teams, with almost a further 100 there to Goldwing Motorsport. There's iRacing Esports, Track Scotland and Aztec Racing to complete the team's top 10. And as we can see there, Goldwing Motorsport through to Track Scotland in the battle for P7. Well, there's only 150 points between the three teams, and we could see a little bit of exchanges between them before all is said and done. Outside the top 10 on 595 points is JWM Motorsports, head of Rhino Esports, with Rhino Academy, National Racing Team and SJC Racing with 991 Racing completing your top 15. Then we do have Atomic Esports in P16 ahead of Quartermass Motorsport, with ATEC Tech Racing, Mellow Motorsports and 287 Motorsport with Autofocus Motorsport Media completing your team's championship standings. But let's come on to our circuit for today then, and it is of course the Mount Panorama Circuit. There's only one layout around here, and this is a circuit that harks back to the older days of road racing, where drivers are racing on a circuit that's been fully laid out, but they're racing on tarmac that by day, when it's not a race day, is used for commuting. And indeed, a number of residences sit right along the trackside, particularly in the run from turn 1 up towards turn number 2 of the mountain straight. But as our drivers make the way around this colossal 3.86 mile course, they'll definitely find the elevation change from the bottom at most point of the circuit, which is all the way down at turn number 23 to the highest point of the circuit at Skyline at turn number 11, where there's an absolutely huge and irregular elevation change as well, and one they'll need to compete over. For as they roar their way down the start finish straight, it's a short run towards Hell Corner at turn number 1, but get it right and they'll blast their way uphill towards Griffin's Bend at turn 2 via the mountain straight, and there we could see some overtaking opportunities. Out to the heavily off-cambered right-hander, they'll head up towards the cutting, turns 3 and 4, as they'll cut their way under the brakes and look to go one wide coming out of turn 4, and it's going to be one wide all the way over the mountain as they roar their way for the double right at Quarry Corner at first, and then gradually for the quadruple left-hand sequence at turns 7, 8, 9 and 10, with number 10 known as McPhillamy Park, and as they exit out, they'll reach Skyline at turn 11, where they'll look over a ridgeline into the skyline, but we're starting to make their way down the mountain. And it'll be a quick, crushing rundown for the brakes as they come down through turns 12, 13, 14, through the dipper, and then 15, 16, 17, and into Forest Elbow at turn number 18. And they're coming out the hairpin corner where it's a downhill braking zone, and we could expect some drivers to go to the wall there or make a little bit of contact. Well, they get it right. They'll blast their way out the kink of 19 and on the Conrod Straight, all the way down to the Chase Chicane at turns 23 to 22. And there's another overtaking opportunity there, and as they come towards Murray's Corner, the final corner on the circuit, could we see some deep dives right at the end? We'll have to wait and see, but that's what a lap of Bathurst is all about to be, and well, we look forward to seeing the story as it unfolds. But let's give you a quick reminder of the rules before we go racing from the Bathurst New South Wales circuit in Australia. And as we can see, it's a fixed setup series with setups right ahead of each and every round of racing to our drives, indeed to every race, and driver classes were finalised all the way back in the conclusion of round number 3. Now, given that we are in a feature race special round, it means our sprint race and our feature race will have some slightly different rules. In terms of the grids, they will be set based on preceding qualifying sessions. The qualifying session that's about to get underway will set the grid for the sprint race. Meanwhile, we will see when we do go into the feature race, well, as well as the fast repairs being doubled from 1 to 2, we have a 2-lap closed qualifying session. So a much shorter qualifying session. Drivers get an out lap, and they have 2 laps to set their best possible time, and they have an instance of the circuit entirely to themselves to do so. So they don't have to worry about traffic or negotiate with other drivers, and they don't have the ability to use the slipstream in order to help them out. So that closed qualifying session will really come down to who has mastered Bathurst and is able to get the tyres switched on as soon as possible. Also in the feature race, we do have a mandatory pit stop in which drivers must take on fuel, and they have a minimum stationary time of 55 seconds. Tyre changes are entirely optional. They can do so in that stationary time of 55 seconds, and that pit stop must be served within the pit window between the ends of laps 7 and 15. Much like the rules at the Nürburgring, except the pit windows are slightly different given we're on a shorter circuit, but the key point being there will be a pit stop, and that could serve to mix things up. Now, outside of the rules here, with regards to our races, we of course have got race stewarding in effect, and our independent race director is stewarding the races for Chatham infringements and deploying the safety car. And well, by now you should know the penalties there, which are warnings all the way through to where's a drive-through penalty on the 5th warning that must be served within 3 laps. And as we come on to the FEMA success ballast, we'll get the fact we've got 2 races today, and we don't have any reverse grids to talk about. Alternatively, at the dictating of the grid based on finishing positions in previous races, we're doing something different with the success ballast today, and it will be applied for all sessions based on the championship stands prior to the round. So if you're Mikey Doble, the overall championship leader, you are carrying the full 56.1 kilograms of success ballast into every session, whether it be a qualifying session or the races. He has got that with him all the way, and that means being the championship leader in any class today coming into this round is going to be the hardest it's ever been, and that's why this title decider is on a knife edge in all 3 championship classes. And as we show you the success ballast values on screen there, feel free to pause the broadcast if you're going to grab a screenshot of those and tally up who's carrying all the weight in your respective class and who's your favourite driver and what weight they're carrying. Well, you're welcome to do so. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we head back to circuit side, and we're not long away now from going into our qualifying session, as we do look there to a rather fast charging down the Conrod Straight, Adam Delmont, as he roars his way in towards what will be at turns 20, 21 and then 22, and as he makes his way on down. Well, I can definitely tell you one thing about Adam Delmont. He is a man who's absolutely committed. It doesn't matter what round and what race he's in. He gives it everything each and every day, and well, you can imagine he's going to do exactly that today. Now, we're not going to try and grab a word with any of our drivers before they do go into qualifying, for the simple reason here and the fact that they deserve to have their full attention on the circuit, and therefore we're going to respect that. Again, this is not an easy circuit to race at, even for the pros out there, and it is all going to come down to the ultimate concentration, because even the smallest of mistakes up the mountain could see a driver very quickly find themselves in the wall. And indeed, if anybody tuned into the recent Bathurst endurance race in real life, many will remember the GT3 Mercedes car that almost went over the side of the mountain with that huge shunt through Skyline, and will definitely a terrifying instant there, and it's very easy to repeat an incident like that on the simulator here, even these touring car racing class machines. But the man who looks towards destiny is Mikey Doble, looking to make it 4 titles, not in a row. He's a 3-time champion, so the 2 titles of both Jamie Dory and Wojciech Swierdajczyk, but he's looking to step his record 1 step further and make it a 4th title in what will be 8 seasons, a 50% strike rate in terms of titles, and that's an absolutely incredible statistic if he is able to pull it off today. But he's the only one who can decide if he can pull it off or not, and it will all start with the importance of qualifying. Of course, meanwhile, in the Pro-Am class, well, here is your championship challenger, Ben Gregory for Full Tilt Me Motorsport. He is chasing down Stuart Winnes as rapidly as he possibly can, and he will know in the 113 car for Full Tilt Me Motorsport, it's going to be a tough task ahead of him, but anything is possible if he believes, and that belief has come through in the last couple of rounds, with Winnes dropping some major points. It's opened up the door here, and Gregory, and I do believe his teammate Mark Kent, who we say hello to in the YouTube chat, will be cheering on Ben and saying to him every step of the way, just believe it, you've got to go for it here, because you never know what can happen. And well, as he makes his way on down there, we haven't got too many AMs out there, but we have got Sean Doby, not eligible to take the AM Championship crown, but the Scotsman rolling on a good amount of momentum, having picked up his first podiums in the AM class recently. They'll be hoping for plenty more, but speaking of hoping for plenty more, ladies and gentlemen, we're hoping to see some absolutely thrilling laps in qualifying, because without further ado, it's time to head back out on circuit as our drivers come into the pit lane, and it is going to be time to get our first qualifying session of the day underway. And as qualifying gets underway then, ladies and gentlemen, 15 minutes, you know the drill. Everyone's making the way out there immediately now. And as they do, Wojciech Swierdajczyk heading in towards the pit lane exit. And the Semper Racing driver, who's a guest driver for this season, wasn't able to make it onto the grid for the full season. But with the fact that he is a guest driver, he doesn't score any points, but he is permitted to race. But of course, that does come with a major caveat in the fact that if he is involved in any instance, he won't be judged any differently from any other driver, but also it will be frowned upon. And of course, there was that big shunt at Thruxton between himself and Dan Mulder. The stewards looked at with a microscopic lens as to what exactly happened there, and that's the thing. Guest drivers are welcome, but they do have to be mindful that there's a championship going on, and they are not in that championship battle, so therefore they do have to mind their manners just that tiny bit more. But as he makes his way in towards the cutting in turns 3 and 4, one of the best drivers on the grid, no doubt about it. And Swierdajczyk, when he took that 2nd title in Season 7, was in a world of his own in Season 7 after just outrunning Mikey Doble to the title in Season 6 and just missing out on it in Season 5 in what was a dramatic end to the season at the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit, or how things have evolved over the course of what has been the last 4 seasons. And Swierdajczyk, we do hope to see back on the grid in what is season number 9 to see if he can go for a 3rd title, and we'll have more information with regards to season 9 of the NXTCC at the end of today's broadcast, so stay around for that. It's going to be a long day today, but I can assure you, if you stay around all the way to the end of the broadcast, you are not going to be disappointed, because there's some big news coming when we do wrap up the racing today. But still, that's the end of today. Let's stay in the here and now, and we'll make his way through all the drivers out there on their outlaps at the moment, trying to get the tyres warmed up as much as possible, as we also do say hello there to Craig Tillerson, who's cheering on the Rhino Esports boys and also the Rhino Academy drivers today, and wishing everyone a good final round and wishing he could be on the track. And Craig, where have you been? We absolutely missed seeing you out there in the Rhino Academy machine, mixed it up in the AM class, and you were running quite strongly in what was the first half of the season. Of course, if you don't want to say anything, you're more than welcome to. We're not asking or putting you out there on live stream, but at the same time as well, we do miss you, and that's the key point. We'd love to see you back on the grid. It's never quite the same when an established driver like yourself, it doesn't matter whether you're a pro, a prime or an AM, but when we do have our established drivers, when they're not here, it's almost as if we're missing a small piece of the beating heart of the NXTCC. But we also do say hello there in the YouTube chat to Jack Pitters, who is cheering on Sammy Ariba, and also Andy Gell, and we also say hello there to Stanley, who's wishing everybody at Courtmass all the best of luck. And speaking of Courtmass Motorsport, here's the number 99, Sammy Ariba, a fan favourite who's really come alive over the last couple of rounds as he makes his way on down. And we also say hello there to Mike Barber 2011, who says, can we give a shout out to Sammy Ariba with Courtmass Motorsport as it's his last race with the team? Wish him all the best. I'm sure we can. And well, that's news to me as well, but his last race with Courtmass Motorsport in the very colourful livery machine. And as he makes his way into turn number 1, he will be hoping for a colourful day today in terms of landing his way with gold, or perhaps silver, or perhaps bronze, depending on where he finishes finishes on the AM podium, but he'll want to add a colour to that finishing position, and we wish him all the best of luck and hope he can end his running with Quartmaster Motorsport on an all-time high as he makes his way onto his first flying lap. Of course, he does have in the company one is none other than, I do believe, Andy Chell, who's currently in the pit lane there, so not coming out of the pits at the moment. I don't think he's serving a qualifying ban. In terms of qualifying bans, we do have an effect. One for Matthew Sheraton that's been carried over from round number 9 as he wasn't on the grid in round 9. Also one for Lewis Delmont and one for Michael Lees. And we do have the race 1 ban for Wayne Douglas, so you won't be seeing the pro driver out there until he makes his way onto what will be the grid for the feature. And we also do have a qualifying ban in effect and a pit lane start for what will be, I do believe, Alex Meredith, who's moved from the Hyundai Elantra to the Hyundai Veloster. And what's been a change of car at last minute. I think he's setting his sights on the next season now, knowing that really this is a round where you can practice getting used to the car, and the Veloster has been a car that's really worked out for some drivers, and Meredith will be hoping that moving away from the Elantra may enable him to unlock a little bit more pace. We also do say hello there to what is Alex Meredith. He says last to something challenge coming with regards to where can he finish if he starts at the very back of the field. And we also do say hello to Welsh Boy 2012 who's saying good luck to all the races today. I think we covered everybody there, and also Whiskey Runners Racing saying about the fact that a BMW almost went over the quarry wall in the last year 12-hour event, so that would have been in 2024. So mirroring what happened in the 2025 GT3 endurance event. Well, goodness me, Bathurst, a very tricky circuit, no doubt about it, and it is no slouch when it comes to putting drivers absolutely on the ragged edge of adhesion. But as our drivers come towards the end of their first flying laps, we're looking at the iRacing esports drivers here, making their way on down, including there, we're focusing on in particular none other than Sam Smith, albeit having a little bit of an exchange with the number 13 of his teammate Nick Clemens, the 013, compared to the straight 13 of Jamie Dory for NXTGEN Pink. If you're wondering why both drivers are running number 13, well, they do have some slight numerical differences. Oh, goodness me, that is a car running its way onto the apex there, turn 20, staying on the inside on the grass there, and I believe that's why the Doble Sim Racing driver, I think that might be, in fact, what was none other than Joe Doble, although I can't confirm that. What I can say to you, in fact, that was Mikey Doble as he makes his way upwards towards turn number 23, so therefore that being an invalidated lap, and he'll have to go again, but he's still getting some fuel out the car in that Audi RS3 as he roars his way on through. Those first lap times already coming in, and we've got a 2-minute 20.0 as the initial benchmark from Wojciech Swierdowicz, so a strong lap there to kick things off. 2.5 tenths faster than Jaroslaw Cebula, and then Russell Fowler, well, he is already the leading prime driver provisionally, but of course it's only one lap, so we do have to keep in mind we've got a lot of laps to come. But that's still potentially going to be thematic. And how many times have we seen in the past, particularly on his debut all the way back in, what was, if my memory serves me correctly, in Season 4 of the Championship, I can remember when he had his debut at Fuji International Speedway, where Russell Fowler in the prime class absolutely dominated on his debut, in the fact that whilst he wasn't on pole in qualifying for the Pro-Ams, he definitely took the lead very quickly and just ran away at proceedings and took victory in 2 out of 3 races. If my historical archive in my brain works well, I'm sure somebody will correct that if I'm wrong, but I do remember Russell Fowler having an absolutely stellar start to his NXTCC campaign, and in the seasons that followed, he's had middling experiences. Sometimes he's not been able to make the entire season. Those, of course, were back in the days when he was racing for Performance Thing Esports, whereas this season he's racing for the Rhino Esports team and exchanging the colour of blue for the colour of yellow, but I must say it does suit him. Also the lime green wheels there, well, you can't mistake that car, it definitely stands out, it's almost fluorescent as he comes down through Forest Elbow. Fowler, one of those drivers who I do think that one day, if he is able to complete a full season, and if he just finds the final little kinks and irons them out, he could one day become a Pro-Am champion as he makes his way down the back strokes. He's definitely shown a lot of promise over the course of his NXTCC career. He's just not been able to join the dots together. That could be said of so many drivers here, but that's how hard they all push each other from start to finish. But as he roars his way on down in towards the chase chicane, we'll shortly coming out to Conrod then. We're going to get on board with some drivers. Meanwhile, Wojciech Swierdowicz taking a very inventive line. They're going straight on, I believe, coming through the chase chicane from Conrod, carrying a lot of speed. That has released Jaroslaw Cebula, who decides to come into the pit lane, so I think he's deciding to put a new set of tyres on, having got some fuel out of that Honda Civic Type R, and well, fuel is going to be a big factor here in terms of qualifying, in the fact that with 15 minutes, you do have the ability, with an average lap time, let's call it 2.5 minutes to simplify the mathematics here, well, 15 divided by 2.5, you do the quick maths, that is 6, so therefore you've got an out lap plus effectively 5 laps in order to get your qualifying times in it. When you shrink some of that time off, because in fact we're running 2-minute 20s for the fastest drivers, you might be able to add a push and try and go for that 7th lap, but it's never going to quite happen. So therefore you might as well invest in 4 solid laps and potentially split them down the middle with what is a pit stop in order to put on a new set of tyres, knowing that you've got a lot of fuel out the car. And if you're a driver who's running a lot of success bars, you want to burn all that fuel out as much as possible and give yourself the lightest machine, particularly to run up the mountain, as Isaac Doble does so there, following after What is Mikey just in front? And, well, the two Doble brothers here at opposite ends of what is this running order, with Isaac Doble currently in P10. Meanwhile, Mikey Doble in P15, provisioning qualifying, but it is Isaac right now in the tow. And I can imagine there for our number 88 driver, or in front of Mikey, he's just thinking about one thing, which is get a good qualifying time, as we do see their driver going quite slowly coming into Griffiths Bend. And I believe that was the full tilt motorsport car of what was, I believe, Ben Gregory, taking a bit of a base of action. A bit of an awkward place to be caught out there, but just about staying out of trouble. But from one full tilt motorsport driver who's staying out of trouble to one who has found himself a little bit troubled by not getting a lap time in successfully so far. He's on his third flying lap. This is Ben Altrier in the 504, and as he makes his way in towards the cutting at turns 3 and 4, well, he'll be hoping that Elantry can put a valid time in, because you don't want to start from the back of the field if you want a great result here, because overtaking really does come at a premium, and well, overtaking opportunities are not going to be straightforward. You have to be quite forceful in order to make some magic happen. As meanwhile, I can tell you, looking at what is the data on all our drivers' cars, the sun is absolutely shining right now. There is no sign of any rain clouds in the distance. We're not expecting any rain for what is our qualifying session into sprint race, so our first race of the day. There is the risk of some rain when we do go into the feature race, I should point out, with regards to the weather forecast, so drivers will be preparing for that, as we do see there a couple of cars deciding to steer clear, including Ben Gregory parks it up on the runoff area there, coming out of Skyline and into the dipper, and I think all just trying to stay out the way there, having made mistakes, and Ben Altrier committed to the bit right now as he comes down in towards Forest Elbow, but into the left-hander he goes, and as he does so, they're getting as close as possible to that wall. You want to go for a late apex, you almost want to kiss the inside wall, but if you actually touch it, it'll push the car out and give it understeer naturally. In the way, that's what happens when a physical object makes impact with a wall. Laws of physics applying there, the reaction forces, but they keep on Ben as Ben Altrier, in fact, backs off. He decides to come out of that lap and tuck in behind teammate Ben Gregory, so I think Altrier here going all in for one big lap. Well, that is very risky to do so, given the fact that lap looked to be absolutely smooth. It may not have been the fastest, but it would have been a very good lap to start off his qualifying campaign. With He's only got 5 minutes left, plus overtime, but we'll have to wait and see. And as he comes down into the braking zone here for where's the chase chicane, definitely a rough one there. And well, can he put some magic together? Well, speaking of magical laps, very shortly we'll be getting on board with Andy Fox as he heads out to the final corner, and we jump on board with number 21 for a flying lap over the Mount Panorama Circuit. As he heads down towards turn number 1 then, in towards the braking zone of Hell Corner. He'll be braking about 70 metres from the corner apex down to second gear, but immediately buries the throttle back in and goes full throttle as soon as he starts to clear that apex now and builds up all the speed in the Hyundai Veloster. He's got a bit of breathing room, but you'll notice he'll very gradually bring the car over from the right-hand side of the circuit to the left-hand side. It's a long straight here up the mountain straight, and he doesn't want to create any unnecessary friction where he can help it. As he comes over the crest in 5th gear, he won't be quite getting to 6th gear, but he'll be looking to his left-hand side and braking at about 80 metres from corner apex, trail braking it into Griffiths Bend at turn number 2 in order to carry the speed in 3rd gear now, running out to the exit curve in and bringing the car over to the right to open up the cutting. And as he does so here, it'll be full commitment into turn 3, a slight lift of the throttle there as he clears the apex, then hard onto the brakes and 4th gear down to 2nd, turning all the way through, and now roaring his way through Quarry Bend, staying nice and tight first through turn number 5, mounting that apex curve, and then open up turn number 6, and it's flat out all the way through here using the front end grip available on those tyres through 7, and now into the triple left to turns 8, 9 and 10, through turn number 8 flat out, lets the car get close to the wall, lift of the throttle, chuck it into turn 9, a bit of apex curve there as well if you can, and now over to McPhillory Park, over the crest, nice and tight to the inside wall, through 10, oh my goodness, and the hitting, what is the exit curve there, and he's going to commit over Skyline, and was he does so, trail braking his way all the way down to 2nd gear here, and now back on the brakes again into dipper, getting the nose in there at 57 miles an hour as he drops his way into the dipper, and now coming all the way through in towards Forest Elbow, and here it's unsighted. You're braking on top of a small hill or a ridgeline, you can't see the corner, you've got to have commitment and faith that you've got it right, muscle memory being key, and Andy Fox doing exactly that in 2nd gear, exiting the corner, and now blasting his way down Conrad here, and this is a wonderful feeling. You've cleared the mountain, now you've only got 3 quarters to go, and you're full throttle all the way as he's in 6th gear, now he's in top gear, heading over the crest at 138 miles an hour, and he'll continue to build up the speed as it's downhill all the way. And in towards turn number 20, the entrance into the chase he goes, trying to open it up as much as possible for staying over to the right and braking there. It will be about 120 meters from corner apex down to 2nd gear, mounts the curve at turn 21, then flat out over the curve at turn 22, and now down towards the final corner. And Fox here absolutely fully committed, even with that big scare at McPhillory Park, and into the final corner, braking there at 75 meters from corner apex through Murray's Bend. And as he clears it, well, I think it might have been an invalidated lap, given his off track over the mountain, but still, what an absolutely committed lap there from Andy Fox. So you can see they're almost getting stuck on the toes of Dylan Hunter, and well, Hunter there being caught out, but decides to go straight on in the end and does so just in time And Hunter will need to get quickly around now if he wants to get a lap together. In fact, he toes to the pits, and Hunter decides his qualifying session is done and dusted, given Fox cannot so quickly. And with Fox not improving, well, he's going to try and look to improve from P16 as he makes his way up the rise. I think there might be words between himself and Dylan towards the end of what is today with regards to what happened in qualifying. But meanwhile, speaking of drivers who are on a move, Wojciech Swiatek up to provisional pole again, a 2-minute 19.861. Gavin Gardner reinstates his position in P2 on a 2:19.928 versus what is Jaroslaw Cebula's 2:19.982. So in the end, it is half a tenth that separates the two drivers. And well, what a run of qualifying, and then it's only a further 67 thousandths to Swiatek on pole, and Gavin Gardner here wanting to deliver a pole position as much as he possibly can, given the fact he wants to finish inside the top 10 at the end of this season. And it will be the first season where he's finished outside the top 10 if he doesn't put it together today in the overall championship, as he makes his way out of turn number 2 and in towards 3. But he's always been a staple of the top 10. He won't want to lose that status as he heads in towards turn number 4. Of course, the season 1 run-up in the overall championship, missing out just shyly at the Brandtach Grand Prix circuit to what was Jamie Dory in that thrilling title finale, where it all went wrong for Gardner and everything went so very right for Jamie Dory, and just the bad luck seemed to play one driver and all the good fortune went to the other. And Gardner was the misfortunate one that day, and he'll be hoping his fortunes are much better today, the best part of 3.5 years on from that date. But he comes on around through at Philomene and up towards Skyline. Will full commitment here. There's only 30 seconds left on the clock, if that. So if our drivers are not on their final laps, they will be very shortly. And well, we can say hello there to Mikey 3D or Michael Lisa in the YouTube chat, who's quoted us saying we don't want to start from the back, and we'll start in from the pit lane. That's going to be a very frustrating first race. But then again, if there is any drama, not saying there should be, well then those who start from the pit lane may be able to avoid the drama and make up the most places. But this qualifying session now on its final laps, and Mark Sykes the fastest driver in the AM class, but Jonathan Collins is trying to disrupt that. Will he squeeze in another lap here? He's going to be very close to doing so. It's going to be 5 seconds left on the clock as he comes out the final corner. He validates the lap there on the exit, but Collins does squeeze in one more lap. He crosses the line with 1.5 seconds to spare, so therefore Collins will get a final lap in. He's got to go for it at this point. As meanwhile, we do look a little bit further back to Gabriel Yilmaz, who's got Lee Horn for company right behind him, but Yilmaz has the right to the racing line, given the fact he's on a valid qualifying lap, so Yilmaz therefore can dictate the pace. He doesn't need to feel pressure from Horn, and I think Horn at this point will be biting his lip and thinking, I needed to time this better, because he's going to lose out. And Lee Horn, well, at the moment, on course to start P6, he would have been hoping for perhaps a little bit more. As meanwhile, Wojciech Swiatek heads to the line. It's personal best all the way over the mountain, and it shows it's a 2:19.408, slightly half a second faster, but Adam Delmont moves up to P2 now. 4 tenths off of the pole sits, but Adam Delmont delivering there right at the end. Gavin Gardner stays P3, doesn't improve on his final qualifying lap. Jaroslaw Cebula stays where he is. Has anybody else improving out there? Well, in the prime class, it's Russell Fowler, who's right now the fastest, and he's the fastest over what is Sam Van Oels by the best part of 3 attempts. So an absolutely sensational lap from the Renault eSports driver, and Fowler right now on course to start in what will be inside the top 10. The only prime driver who will line up inside the top 10 if things finish as they currently stand. Are we expecting any surprises? Anybody on a personal best out there? Well, the short answer is no, not really. Dan Mould is making his way on through. Of course, he's got plenty of time on this lap left to try and find some more time, but Mould right now not on a personal best, and in fact has lost out in the first 2 sectors compared to his previous best, so therefore not looking good. His previous lap was his fastest of the session, a 2:20.21 to the nearest 100, so therefore Mould holding on to the bottom end of the top 10, literally by a sliver, in the fact that he's only a tenth faster than Isaac Doble. And well, Mikey Doble meanwhile down in P18, but he is on a lap, and you can see him just up the road there going down Conrad at the moment. And I think hoping that he can perhaps find just a little bit more time before all is said and done. All these drivers right now being headed by Mikey Doble as they come on down, as William Guthrie has crossed the line but has not improved. He stays in P12, and well, as he does so in fact make his way into the pit lane there, well right now it's to Mikey Doble next, and where he hasn't improved in what is the majority of the lap. He's had a small improvement in subsector 2, so that's the run through Griffiths Bend in towards what was Quarry Corner. Can he improve right at the end of the lap and move up from P18? The answer is no, he can't. What about Dan Mould? Mould stays P10. Joe Doble jumps up to P18, and in the end there's a bit of an altercation as they cross the line, but everyone parking up there. What about Andrew Pike looking to try and hold on to P3 in the championship? And well, he's crossed the line, he hasn't improved. He's P20 as Pike, so it's not a good qualifying session for the Sim Racing Collective driver. Stays exactly where he is, and that is a nightmare for what is Andrew Pike, and this P3 in the championship might suddenly be escaping him. But then again, we've got 2 races today, and remember, it's our second race of the day that that's worth double points because it's the equivalent of 2 races bridged together, whereas race number 1 is worth just the standard points all, because we do have the same number of points up for offer today as you would in what is our free sprint race format that you've seen for 8 rounds of the championship season. But as Dylan Hunter comes into the pit lane, well, that is qualifying complete, ladies and gentlemen, and well, it is a silent circuit, and we can see as the circuit now falls quiet, we bring those times up on the left-hand side of your screen. And Wojciech Swierdowicz there confirmed as your pole sitter, a 2:19.408. What was there? The best part of 4 tenths faster than anybody else in the Pro-Am class. Russell Fowler takes pole position in the Pro-Am class by what is a sizable delta of 3 tenths over Sam Van Ols from P8 through to P14. And then in the Am class, well, Jonathan Collins did get the job done there, moved up to P25 right at the close and took pole position off of Mark Sykes. P25, P26 the 2 next-gen orange with Whiskey Runners Racing drivers are separated only by what was 11 thousandths. Well, what a qualifying session for them. And now it is time to head to the grid for what is our first of our 2 races for today. So the drivers begin to make their way onto the grid. This is how they line up for the sprint race at Bathurst in round 10 of 10 of Season 8 of the NXTCC, powered by Doble Motorcycles and brought to you on iRacing. It is Wojciech Swierdowicz who has taken pole position for Semper Race, and he is joined on the front row of the grid. 4 tenths apart in terms of qualifying time, but it doesn't matter when they line up side by side on the grid. He is joined in the company of Adam Delman for SO and NXTGEN Gold. Then on row number 2, it's Gavin Gardner for NXTGEN Pink ahead of teammate Jaroslaw Cebula, as Cebula doing everything right now in order to try and claw back his maiden title. Behind them on row number 3, it's also another NXTGEN Pink car in the form of Benjamin McCluskey. And if you want to go for 4 for 4 on your bingo card, you've successfully done it, because Jamie Dorey lines up P6. So rows 2 and 3 dominated by NXTGEN Pink, and they're looking to end their season on a high, even though they've already claimed their 5th team's championship title. And then we will have P7 Lee Horn for NXTGEN Orange Whiskey Runners Racing ahead of Russell Fowler for Rhino Esports, your Pro-Am pole sitter. We then have Tom Davidson for the Sim Racing Collective on your 5th row, starting P9 ahead of Dan Mould for SO and NXTGEN Gold, who just held onto the top 10 right at the end of qualifying. Best of SP11 is Isaac Doble for Doble Sim Racing ahead of William Guthrie for Full Tilt Motorsport. And Guthrie there starting on the 6th row of the grid, but don't count him out, because we do know that Guthrie has pulled off some brilliant charges in race 1 of the day, having started outside the top 10. His teammate Ben Altrier lines up just behind him at P13 for Full Tilt Motorsport, ahead of Sam Van Ols for Goldwing Motorsport there, the second of our Pro-Am drivers, the Belgian driver putting in a solid qualifying performance, just inching ahead of his rival Sam Smith for iRacing Esports by the best part of 6 thousandths. In P16, it's Andy Fox for Goldwing Motorsport, who once again finds himself qualifying towards the bottom end of the top 20, and he'll be hoping that he's able to make progress, and he has an instant free race, with Nick Clemens starting P17 for iRacing Esports ahead of Doble Sim Racing's Joe Doble. Mikey Doble starts P19, and the championship leader there 9. It's not about where you start, it's where you finish, and that's what is the adage he'll be looking to try and take into this race. But he's in the company of 3rd place driving the championship, the Sim Racing Collective's Andrew Pike, and both of these drivers are ones to watch out for, because they'll be looking to carve their way through it as quickly as they can. On row at number 11 is Stuart Wyness for Track Scotland ahead of his teammate Kieran Smart. 2 of them very close together, but look at that. But then we have in P23 at Duncan Rice for Goldwing Motorsport, and then Ben Gregory, P24 for Full Tilt Motorsport. And well, the key point being here, ladies and gentlemen, the fact that we do have the 2 championship contenders in the Pro-Am class literally on what is 2 rows back to back to each other, both having difficult qualifying sessions, and therefore this Pro-Am class is going to be blown wide open in terms of that championship battle. On row number 13, we've got Jonathan Collins for NXTGEN Orange Whiskey Runners Racing, the Am pole sitter. He's joined by 2nd place Am driver and teammate Mark Sykes, with Sam Bradley starting P27 for SO and NXTGEN Gold, but ahead of Alan McCain for iRacing Esports. We then have Dylan Hunter starting the day, P29 for DH Racing, ahead of Rhino Academy's Marcel Fritsch, the Am Championship leader, which if he was to finish where he starts in this race, he would be crowned as your Am champion with a race. With what would be a race to spare. He would take the title, the Austrian, knowing that it would be enough points in the Am class. Gabriel Yilmaz is P31 for Aztec Racing, ahead of Sean Doby for ATEC Tech Racing. And well, these two will be looking to do battle, but Gabriel Yilmaz in particular will be looking to make some early progress and roar his way after Marcel Fritsch, with then P33 Andy Chell for Courtmass Motorsport, ahead of teammate Sammy Arriba in his final race as part of the Courtmass team. We're going to have Callum Murray on what is row 18, P35 for SO NXTGEN Gold, ahead of Matthew Cheverton for Aztec Racing, who starts P36. And then we do have on row number 19, what will be Lewis Delmont for SO NXTGEN Gold, ahead of Alex Meredith for NXTGEN Orange Whiskey Runners Racing. These two drivers starting from the pit lane after qualifying bans. The same there as well for Michael Lees for JWM Motorsport. Lewis Mason there as well, I believe, starting on the grid. Well, in fact, let me just double check my notes, ladies and gentlemen. And, well, we don't have any note to say that Lewis Mason had a qualifying ban, so therefore I think Lewis Mason just not setting a valid lap, and he'll be starting from the actual back of the grid, and he will be starting from 40th place, last but not least. So we've got 40 cars here today. What a packed grid. 20 rows of machinery getting ready to go for racing. We do have a bit of a delay to the race start, ladies and gentlemen. There has been a bit of a technical issue down towards what is the race director's booth, and that's currently being rectified. But when we do go racing, we've got 9 laps of racing to set off today, 20 minutes of racing, and when we do get underway, it is going to be a race to be remembered without a doubt. That as all of our drivers get themselves ready to go racing, with Wojciech Swiderich and Adam Delmont there side by side on the front row of the grid. And well, it is not going to be a long run to turn number 1, but it does seem it's going to be quite a long wait before we go racing, and those tyres are going to be getting cool. But meanwhile, the one thing that is going to be warming up will be none other than what will be that track surface, as I believe a number of drivers have had connectivity issues as well, as we do get confirmation there from Lewis Mason that his internet dropped out just before quali, and therefore he's hopefully going to make the start, but he'll be starting from the back of the grid if he is able to do so. We also say hello in the Facebook chat there to the Rhino Esports account, who's cheering on the Rhino Esports and Academy drivers, and also to Katie Eames, who's cheering on Marcel Fritsch in the AM class to take the title, and in the Pro-Am class cheering on Russell Fowler, who you can see there just in the rear of the picture in what is the lovely yellow machine, the Pro-Am pole sitter. And well, as we do sit down we'll sit on top of the car here. I mean, when you look at it from this perspective, it doesn't seem as though it is that short of a run towards Hell's Corner at turn number 1, but it is definitely a short run. But we are just waiting for a few drivers to take their slots on the grid, and well, we have had what is a few issues for where drivers have disconnected. But as soon as we get an update, ladies and gentlemen, we will inform you as to what is going on with regards to the race start. But it's not been aborted, it's just that currently we are waiting for a couple more cars to take their slots on the grid, and also an issue in the background is also being resolved with regards to a slight technical hitch with regards to race direction. But as everyone gets themselves set, we look further down the order, and of course with so many cars on this grid, we do have a starting order that runs its way all the way around towards what is the braking zone into the final corner at Murray's Corner. And well, we can see there Gabriel Yilmaz started P5 in the AM class, P31 overall, as we sit on board here with the Aztec Racing Audi Sport Customer Racing Machine, number 38, driver 9. That first he's got to battle his way past Marcel Fritsch, and then Dylan Hunter, and then carve his way a little bit further up the order before he does go battling with the pole sitter and the front row of the AM class to Jonathan Collins and Mark Sykes. But meanwhile, as we do look to Mark Sykes, we need to listen in for a brief moment, ladies and gentlemen. We may be getting an update. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're just having the update here with regards to the race. We will be getting started shortly, and well, I do believe we have 30 seconds now until we do go on to what is the lights out procedure here. So therefore, it's not too long to go before we go racing. We've got everybody in position on the grid now, we're very pleased to say. So it is going to be a quick 30 seconds before we do see the race start, and we appreciate your patience. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we do have 40 drivers here today. Some starting from the pit lane, but the majority starting on the grid. Will it be Wojciech Swiderich or Adam Delmont who leads the way out of turn 1 come the end of lap number 1? Well, we'll have to wait and see here. It's a short run to turn 1, but for Wojciech Swiderich, is it another day in the office? Well, let's find out. It's going to be 1 red light, 2 red lights, 3 red lights, 4 red lights, 5 red lights. And it's lights out and away we go for the first of our season finale races. The sprint gets underway at Bathurst, and as it does so, Wojciech Swiderich nailing at the start. Adam Delmont, meanwhile, immediately tucking into the racing line and playing the game of cover-off versus Gavin Garner, as Gavin Garner gets a good run out the corner, and as they roar their way out of turn 1, up the hill towards turn number 2, a little bit of a bish and bash there, a bit further back. I believe Sam Van Olst battling side by side with William Guthrie as the two drag race their way up the hill, and as they do, we look to the blimp camera there, and you can see Van Olst side by side as they make their way towards the braking zone, and well, as they say do. They've got quite a way to go before they do get to Griffin's Bend. Over the crest then they go, and then down towards what will be that braking zone. Or should I say continue up towards, albeit with some undulation, but it's going to be a Benolzi tucks in behind Guthrie. Guthrie gets ahead. Mark Sykes, meanwhile, with a bit of a nightmare start, has actually fallen backwards down the order. Jonathan Collins has held on to his starting position, but Mark Sykes is now under a lot of pressure from Dylan Hunter in the battle for P2 in the AM class. They head in towards the cutting, and as they come into that braking zone for Kieran Smart, they're battling side by side with none other than Ben Gregory, and Smart going all in here, wanting to try and make sure that Gregory doesn't score as many points as he would like to. And you can understand there, if Smart can't take the Prime Championship crown, well, he'll do everything he can, legally I should point out, in order to frustrate what is Stuart Winus' main rival. Of course, Smart's teammate is Winus, but he'll try and frustrate Ben Gregory as much as possible, put the pressure on, and hopefully we're not going to be seeing any I'm going for first moments, as was done by the infamous John Cleland all those years ago in the British Touring Car Championship. As they come out of the left-hander, turn number 10 and over towards 11, we can see that everyone now really started to get the itch on as tyre temperature starts to feed its way in, because these tyres will be a little bit colder compared to how they would have been if the grid start procedure got underway immediately. And well, as a result, it does mean that drivers will just have to tiptoe a little bit more in this open lap, as we see a move there, and that's a very, very bold move from Ben Gregory up the inside of Stuart Winus, and Winus there being caught completely blind by that, but you can understand why Ben Gregory went for it. He wants to get ahead and he wants to break away, but he's also in a lighter car today, and he'll have the lighter car of the two of them for both of the races here in Australia. But as they roar the way through, we've got his elbows out there, and Ben Gregory not afraid of it and not afraid of the occasion, but also mindful of the fact if he pushed it too hard, the steward's wrath may be backing in. But Stuart Winus now out of sorts there. Duncan Rice goes around the outside into the chase chicane from Conrad, and now it's going to be more places lost for Winus, and Winus now having to battle uphill here as they come towards the end of lap 1 and 9 and roaring their way down towards Murray's Bend. But after one lap, it is Wojciech Swodajc who leads ahead of Adam Delmont P2. Gavin Gardner is P3, chased after Delmont still. Jaroslaw Cebula is P4, ahead of Jamie Dory, followed by Benjamin McCluskey, then Lee Horn, then your prime leader, P8, where he started, Russell Fowler. Dan Mould, meanwhile, battling side by side with Isaac Doble in the fight for P9, and we look so there the Audi might now start to get the overspeed as they roar the way up the hill for what is the second time of the asking, and as they head onwards here, we see the positions gained a loss, and Isaac Doble, one of the bigger gainers in this pack of cars, all fighting over what is 9th place, and right now Isaac Doble and Dan Mould absolutely inseparable as they make the way up the rise and into the braking zone. Mould's on the outside there, and Ben Altrier is going to try and force the door open, but Mould covers him off just about. Meanwhile, that is Sam Velols going very wide at turn number 2, and therefore having to lift on the top. Davidson now makes his way through, and as they come in towards the cutting this time around, Davidson there squeezes himself ahead of Sam Velols just about, but that is going to get very, very tetchy between Sam Smith and Davidson. Davidson up the inside, and will the Honda Civic driver makes another place here, or does he? As now Smith tries to absolutely commit here as they make the way through turn number 6. It's absolutely brilliant side-by-side racing, but Smith in the end is able to close the door on Velols for a brief moment, but Davidson does get ahead, and Tom Davidson absolutely committed to the charge there in the Swim Racing Collective Honda Civic, and Smith meanwhile he gave it as much as he could, but the handling of that Civic just too much for Smith's Elantra to bear as they come over Skyline, and down they go. But now you'll see the Constantino affected application here, and also for Davidson, whilst he's got the better brakes, the one problem he does have as well is the fact he's got a long line of cars in front. They're all snaking the best part of what he's attempted to off the back of each other, and Davidson can't make any further progress. And now as we come into Forest Elbow, if Smith can get the run here, he's going to have the toe, plus he's also going to have one of the fastest cars on the straight line in order to try and slip through his way past Davidson, because remember that Honda Civic Type R struggles to get up to 6th gear as quickly as the other cars. That's its downside for all its potency in the corners, and as they make the way up towards the ridgeline here on Conrad, where you can see already everyone bobbing and weaving, and flash of lights there from Smith. Now is this to distract? Is it Morse code? Is it a way of saying I'm not going to attack you? Well, all those questions can only be answered between these two drivers, and Smith in the end decides to tuck in behind and not make a ham sandwich out of this. Indeed, he just simply stays there and plays it safe and decides, you know what, it's better for us to work together rather than fight each other at this point in the race. But as they come on down in towards Murray's Bend, Smith once again pulls over to the side there, immediately dictating he wants to race in line and trying to say to Davidson, look, I'm not attacking you. Meanwhile, speaking of attacks underway, where's a bit of side-by-side between Moraes and Winus. Winus trying to get back ahead of the South African driver here, but the Scotsman finds that the Goldwing Motorsport Honda is not just here to be passed. And as they come out of the final corner on to lap number 3, Winus' race right now has been demoted down to what is P7 in the prime class. You can see Alan McCain and Sam Bradley all getting on the back of this queue, and Winus finding himself in a very frustrated position. But conversely, Ben Gregory, after passing what was Winus in that absolutely daring move into the Forest Elbow on lap number 1, we look back from the rear of the 113, and there you can see right behind is a faceful of a Track Scotland car that is trying to make amends for the difficulties of its teammates' car, and that is Kieran Smart, who right now trying to put Gregory under absolutely the most pressure possible, because the thing that Smart can do here, he's pretty much sacrificing his race at this point. The idea is that if needed, he can fight with Ben and he can decide, you know what, we're both going to get pulled back to the pack that's battling over P6 in the Prime class, and that's not a bad tactic to do. But of course, what it means is, if you're Kieran Smart, you've then got to be mindful that you could be vulnerable to moves from Duncan Rise, and you've got to try and force Ben Gregory to be exposed in that situation. It's a tough call, but if needed, I think Smart's pretty much dictated today. Look, it's all about seeing whether we can get a Track Scotland driver to take the crown, and Stuart Winnes is that prime contender to do so. But as they come in towards McPhillamy Park, well, right now, no potential moves coming as they head towards Skyline, and it does look as though things will calm down between them for a brief moment. Meanwhile, in what is the AM class, well, a bit of rally cross there for Jonathan Collins. He runs wide up McPhillamy as he comes on down now in P27, having been passed by both Sam Bradley and also Alan McCain. Well, we can tell you one thing, the 1-2-3 driver is making it look like 1-2-3 at the moment, given the fact that it's him and then teammate Mark Sykes behind. But the third place man is Dylan Hunter, and well, Dylan Hunter, who started P3 in the AM class, well, we've said one thing about Dylan Hunter. I'm not quite sure what he had in the course of what was the run of the mid-season break, but ever since we came back and after Nürburgring, this man has been absolutely committed to charging after his rivals and throwing everything at it in order to hunt down class wins and class podiums. And right now, if things go well for the DH Racing driver, he could be on course for another podium here, and to pick one up at Bathurst in the AM class, given the way he's been performing over the second half of this season, it really will show how far he's come, and indeed how those improvements have made such differences round after round and race after race. Further back, we've got Sean Doby battling with Sammy Ariba here, the Quartermaster Motorsport driver, trying to keep the Elantra behind from ATEC Racing, and the Scottish driver not close enough to think about a move here, but instead just trying to wait, watch and listen, as meanwhile, we do have Alex Meredith in the new Hyundai Veloster in the number 19 there, just getting ahead of Matthew Sheraton. These two, of course, old rivals in the Prime class, and they're still rivals out on the circuit, even if they are in two different classes now. And Meredith there being tucked around. There's a tap between the two of them, and well, old rivalries and old flames don't necessarily go out just like that. And as they come down, well, I think Sheraton's given as good as Meredith can get there as they come down towards turn number 23. And as they do, well, Matthew Sheraton gets back ahead, and these two really embodying touring cars right now, no doubt about it. And I'm sorry to say, ladies and gentlemen, technical issues to Lewis Mason's car. I mean, we didn't see it head to the grid, and therefore we've had 39 starts in this race, not our expected 40. We'll hope to see Lewis on the grid in what will be race number 2 later on. We're coming back towards the front of the field, and as we do, this is now the battle for what is P13 between Ben Altrier, who's on the inside, versus Sam Smith on the outside there as they make their way through the cutting. And well, this is getting very tasty. There's a big tap there from Smith to the inside. Altrier, Sam Van Knowles tries to make it 3 wide around the outside. Surely not. Surely they're not going to do 3 wide over the mountain. They almost do for a brief moment, and Sam Van Knowles there almost makes it a 2-1 special as Andy Fox loses it into the wall there. Was he pushed? Was he tapped? Well, the field makes its way through. Everybody parts the seas around him, and Andy Fox, the curse of being involved in an incident, once again strikes me as he finally gets the car to a standstill, and we'll have to get a replay of what exactly happened there very shortly. But Andy Fox's race has been towed back to the pit lane, and it's heartbreak for Andy Fox here after it was going so well at the start, having started down towards the bottom end of the top 20, he was making progress, and all that progress was for naught. As meanwhile, Joe Doble now in P17 trying to hold on here with Andrew Pike, Ben Gregory, Nick Clemens all the way through to Dylan Hunter down in P28 all at the back of him. So you've got a 12-car train here as they head on down towards Conrod. But as they do, let's look a bit further up the order, and this is Benjamin McCluskey being pushed along by Jamie Dory, with the two next gen teammates 9. They haven't got a team's championship to contest, but they're still trying to work together to make some progress here and pick up some more points in their respective drivers' championship campaigns. And as they come out of what it is the Chase Chicane, we have an opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to look back to Winnes versus what is Duncan Rise, with Kieran Smart now behind. So it does look as though Smart actually lost out a bit. We'll have to see if we can find out what exactly happened, but he's dropped behind his teammate and therefore might be running a little bit of rear guard action here rather than forward thinking, because Ben Gregory has just pulled away. But with that, we've got a replay to explain to you, and that is a replay as to what happened firstly to Andy Chell on lap number 4, and that is a huge shunt, and that's into the barrier there at what is Griffiths Bend. So he's gone straight on into the barrier. I think there's a bit more to the story than that, but in terms of what exactly happened to the Quartermaster Motorsport driver, well, let's see if we can find out. And it was just straight on by the looks of things. So Andy Chell going on there. We don't have any more of a replay than that. That's the only footage we've got, unfortunately, and that's an absolutely upsetting moment for the Briton. But then what happened to Andy Fox? Well, this was coming on down. It looks like the car cut loose, but was there contact there from one of the drivers behind him. It looked like he may have been escorted off the circuit slightly, and let's see if we can get a replay of what exactly happened to Andy Fox. And I think we can, ladies and gentlemen. And here we look back from the rear of Andy Fox's car on the inside, and I believe, unless I'm mistaken, that was the car of Mikey Doble there, getting into an altercation, and Fox, in a passenger in his own car, was able to manage to keep it under enough control that everyone could part the seats around. But an instant there between Fox and Mikey Doble, and that could be a big deciding factor after the racing stakes. Remember, we'll be announcing the championship results provisionally, but if there are any insurance inquiries, they will be sorted after the racing, and that could switch things up. As meanwhile, Jamie Dory's had a moment. Suspensions collapsed down the front right of the Audi RS3 for Jamie Dory. What exactly has happened there? Russell Fowler's also been involved in some sort of incident. I can tell you that because I've got data that show me that Russell Fowler's been involved in something of a rather bad nature. As we get clarification there from Andy Chell in the YouTube chat, it says throttle stuck, and that explains what's happened. I'm sorry to hear that, Andy. Hopefully you can get it unstuck for the second race today, because that's not the way you wanted it to go. But meanwhile, what's happened to Russell Fowler firstly? Well, there's Jamie Dory. Oh my goodness! And with Jamie Dory there being caught up, and everyone coming onto the brakes there to try and avoid the incident. And I think a lot of cars making contact with each other, but what exactly set that off is the big question. And well, we can take a look back a bit further, and well, as the drivers made their way up the hill, we do look to the closer camera, 3 wide there, and Gavin Gardner being caught up with Jaroslaw Cebula, who survives that, and also the car there of Adam Delman. So 3 wide does not go into the cutting, and then the rest of the field coming to the scene, and the yellow flags were only starting to wave when everybody was already there. And a huge moment, no doubt about it. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, the road surface is cleared, so we're not seeing what is a safety car, as we say hello to Catalyst in the YouTube chat. And as the racing carries on, well, Jamie Dory's race now definitely in arrears, and we're on to lap number 6 of 9, and we've still got some way to go here in this race as our drivers make the way on through. And Wojciech Swierdajczyk in the number 80 looking absolutely in control at this time as he heads up the hill in towards what is turn number 2. But behind him, 4 seconds back, he's doing everything right at the moment, and given the fact that after that major incident he's been able to survive with minimal damage to the car, and a lot of fortune shining on the Honda driver for NXTGEN Pink, Jaroslaw Cebula in P2, and knowing that right now this is exactly what he needs if he wants to try and snag the title bag from Mikey Doble. But of course, the points available in this race will be far less than the points available in race number 2 of the day, but Cebula may just be starting to create himself some chances coming in towards the end of today. But from them, we've got to look back here to a growing battle inside the mid-pack of the Pro-Am, which is Stuart Wine is trying to keep teammate Kieran Spark behind, which I don't think he'll have any issue in doing that. But what he will have an issue is the fact that Nick Clibbins is just in front of him, and Alan McCain is just a little bit behind. You can see McCain there getting a little bit picky as we ride on board with the 212 driver for Northern Ireland, looking to try and make a move there on Smart, coming out 6 into 7, and as they roar the way in towards turn number 9, well, McCain has to back off there. 9 is not too wide possible. In towards turn number 10 they go, and as he comes through the left hand of the Iris Esports driver, backs off for now, but he's got the growing pressure of the AM leader, Jonathan Collins, only 2.5 tenths behind him, so therefore it really is one of the situations whereby if you're in those moments, you can't back off too much, because otherwise you'll find yourself under pressure as McCain now almost hits the inside wall coming out the dipper. And well, I think that was just a little lapse of concentration, not remembering how wide the circuit is. But of course, when we're riding on board looking down over the bonnet of the car from the roof, it's very easy to say, well, the wall's just there, why did you hit it? From a driver's perspective, you've got to keep in mind he's got his narrow field of vision, and it's made even more narrow by what is the car in front of him, essentially obscuring the natural racing line. So you've got to do it all through rhythm and memory, and also you've got to deal with some pesky dirty air, which upsets the balance of the car. But as they power their way on down Conrad, well, right now McCain finds himself 4 tenths clear of Collins, and in return 4 tenths behind Smarts. Therefore he's got some breathing room and doesn't have to worry as much this time. But as he comes on through the left into right, we say hello to John Meredith, and I do believe John Meredith will be cheering on none other than son, what is, I do believe, Alex Meredith, who's out there still as he roars his way on around down in P32 and still trying to make some progress here in the late stage of the race, with Gavin Gardner for company right behind. And also we must give a special shout out because I do believe his wife Catherine, John's wife Catherine, might be tuning in to cheer on their son Alex, and I do believe that Catherine quite recently celebrated her birthday. So happy birthday to you, Catherine, and I hope you had a fantastic day with your family. But coming back to the family member on circuit right now, we've only got a couple more laps to go after this one, and Alex Meredith just continues to push on here. 9. There's not going to be too many points up for grabs in this race, but he's going to have plenty more points available in race number 2 of the day, and he won't have a qualifying ban to serve, and that will help him out. But as he does, we look back towards the top 10, and inside the top 10, Dan Mould finds himself in a bit of a prickly situation here as Isaac Doble's trying to make a move on the outside into the cutting. It's the battle of the Veloster from SO NXTGEN Gold and Mould versus that Audi RS3 from Doble Sim Racer to Doble. And meanwhile, trying to get himself into the mix, says William Guthrie. And Guthrie says, can I play too? And in the end, he's forced to back out. But as they make the way up the rise, we look back from the rear of what is number 62 of Mould, and Mould right now really putting the cork in the proverbial bottle here to try and hold on to P6. This is enabling Russell Fowler to start to open up a bit of a gap in P5. The gap now up to what is 1.2 seconds away from these drivers, and as they come in towards what will be McPhillamy Park and out of it, will Dan Mould under absolutely intense pressure, but doing everything right to try and hold on here, and a car that's quite heavy of weight as well, so therefore it only makes it more difficult. And the thing with that weight is, particularly on these downhill braking zones, it will mean that trying to get that weight stopped becomes harder. You have to brake earlier, as otherwise you're going to go straight on. As we also say hello in the YouTube chat there to Catherine, and no problem at all, Catherine, and we say hello to Andy Rooney, who asked the question, why is it when a driver makes it free wide, it's always the one who makes it free wide who survives unscathed in terms of damage capacity? And well, it's always a big fundamental question, no doubt about it. And I can tell you one thing, Jaroslaw Cebula, they're gambling on being able to survive that instant, and in the end gambling very well indeed. But I'm sure the stewards will take a look at it afterwards and see who exactly it might be to blame, or who needs to be given a warning or a slap on the wrist. But that'll be after all the racing today. And well, in the here and now in terms of the racing, well, Mould breaking away from Isaac Doble, who's got Guthrie and Davidson right behind as they come through turns 23 to 21, and out of 22 they go. And as they now roar their way down towards the penultimate lap of this race, well, I can tell you one thing, Isaac Doble, he's definitely come alive in this race. 4 places gained, albeit some of that aided by the major shunt that we did see through what was turns 2 and 3, and was they head onwards towards the next lap. Well, here comes Russell Fowler looking for an opportunity on Lee Horn, and Horn here having to go defensive, and Fowler feeling as though he could potentially take a P4 at this point in the race. And well, if so, given the fact that Benjamin McCluskey is 7 seconds up the road, that'll be the furthest he goes. But right now Russell Fowler feeling eager to just impress a little bit more and pick up some overall points and teams championship points for Verano Esports, and they would be very happy at that. And Russell Fowler absolutely digging in here as he tucks into the draft of Horn Civic all the way out towards turn number 2. That Audi's got so much straight line potential, no doubt about it, but then the Honda's got the better balance on the brakes, and that's where the 2 cars exchange places, albeit Horn goes wide and taps the barrier there coming out of turn number 2, and Russell Fowler's going to look around the outside. He's going to be made to go all the way around into the cutting. Horn's not going to back out, knowing he can force the issue all the way into turn 4, but I think Fowler's there. I think Fowler's got a nose ahead as they get the power down into the right hand, and now Quarry bend, and there is going to be Dan Mould as well. And as they make the way up the crest, well, Mould still on the inside. They're 2 wide through 6, 2 wide through 7, but surely someone's got to back out. Surely it's 2 by 2 as they come through. They're not going to go 2 wide through turns 8 and 9. They're not, surely. They are, in fact, and my goodness, these guys are reinventing the way you race at Bathurst. They're able to give each other space. There's a bit of a tap there between Isaac Doble and William Guthrie, but they just about get away with it as they head into Skyline. This is absolutely thrilling racing between them, and the exchange right now for P5, it could be not tighter as Lee Horn is being muscled down this order, and everybody right now is absolutely running right on the edge of what's possible here at Bathurst, and they're showing it can be done as they head in towards the Forest Hill. But at this point, everyone now will be in single line formation, looking for the opportunity to outdrag their rival down towards the chase chicane via Conrad. But at this point, of course, Ben Tree will be the one who gains the most, because he will be picking up all the speed here off of what will be the septuple draft of all the cars in front. But as they head on down, where it's not going to be worth too much here, it is a very, very long run, but everyone's picking up that overspeed. And well, can Lee Horn find a way back ahead of Dan Mould? I think the bigger question we should ask ourselves is, can he hold off William Guthrie, who's getting close there as they head down towards the braking zone? Horn goes defensive in the middle of the road, forces Guthrie to commit to the race in line, and they all make the way through on towards turn number 23. Further back, we've got Alan McCain. Well, he's got the pressure behind him of what is Stuart Wyniss, and Kieran Smart's just in front, and Wyniss right now been pushed back down to P8 in the prime class. We haven't quite seen how that happened on camera, but Jonathan Collins there also trying to put some pressure on Wyniss, and Wyniss struggling with the weight in the car, and he'll know he's got to do it again after this race going into qualifying and what is race number 2 of the day. And Collins there, the AM leader, with Sam Bradley, his only barrier between himself and other AM drivers. They head on to lap 9 of 9 and complete this 20-minute race. But as they come down then in towards turn number 1, well, there goes what will be Wyniss. Bradley there as well. Jonathan Collins does pick up that place, and Sam Bradley falls back into the running order, but he's going to try and look for the movements, Bradley, on Wyniss, and Wyniss could be dropping down to P9 in prime class, and if so, that is going to be absolutely painful here for Wyniss. He'll know he'll lose out on a number of points, and meanwhile Ben Gregory in P3 in the prime class will essentially put the 2 drivers on parity going into our final race of the season, and well, it won't quite be parity given the fact that Wyniss will be carrying that weight. We'll have to wait and see, as here comes Dylan Hunter as well, and Hunter fancies his chances here on the inside, but in the end, not quite close enough to get on the inside of Wyness under braking. But everyone coming alive here in the AM class drivers. But meanwhile, as they make the way in towards the cut-in, we've got to look back inside the top 10, because only moments ago they showed us you can go 2 wide through what is this quartet of left-hand corners. But right now they're going 1 wide, because I think every driver in this pack is favouring their chances down Conrod, particularly if your name's Tom Davidson, as we ride on board and look over the nose of what is the P8 car, chasing after Isaac Doble for P7, and William Guthrie is only 4 tenths further up the road from the two of them as they come down in towards what will be the dipper this time, but through the right and then into left. You can see up there Guthrie struggling for a little bit of grip, the car sliding loose. Davidson meanwhile absolutely pins there on a perfect line, but the problem is he's got a face full of Audi right in front of him. He has to lift off there prematurely. He was going to think about it. Oh my goodness. And well, Tom Davidson and take a bow. That is a very good brake control there, in the fact that I think he could point the car around as he wanted under trail braking compared to Isaac Doble. Really had to be very heavy on the brakes to get the car stopped, and Davidson absolutely enjoying the feel of that Honda and also that run of the Bathurst circuit. But he heads on down towards the chase chicane. Well, meanwhile, we must look to this race leader, because Wojciech Swierdijk heads towards the final corner, and after taking pole position by 4 times, it has been an ace up his sleeve to be the fastest man, not just in quali, but also the race, because Wojciech Swierdijk takes your first win of the day for Semper Racing, and behind him to take the maximum possible points he can, Jaroslaw Cebula takes P2 for Next Gen Pink and brings that maiden title a little bit closer with Benjamin McCluskey, P3 there for Next Gen Pink. It's a double podium for the team. It will then be P4 and the prime win for Russell Fowler, as behind, is it Dan Mould? Is it William Guthrie? It's Dan Mould who takes P5 ahead of Guthrie, with Isaac Doble P7, Tom Davidson P8, Ben Alchier comes across line P9 ahead of Mikey Doble P10. What about Jonathan Collins meanwhile? Well, he takes the AM win, P21 for Next Gen Orange and Whiskey Runners Racing, with Sam Bradley just behind him. Runner up in the AM class there for Mark Sykes, and Dylan Hunter makes it another AM podium, P3 in the class, P24 overall just by Mark Sykes. And we'll give you an update on who else finished on the podium in the Prime class. We did have Sam Van Alves, who was the runner-up spot in the Primes, P12 overall, and Ben Gregory. Well, now that is a result. It's a very important one for the Full Tilt Motorsport driver. He had to be very brash in order to get ahead of the Track Scotland cars in Forest Elbow in lap number 1, but the 113 driver Full Tilt Motorsport making it happen, and well, those points could be the difference come the end of race number 2, depending on how the 60-minute feature race goes. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we've still got some cars to make their way to the finish line, including Alex Meredith as he comes into the final corner. Next Gen Orange Whiskey Runners driver 9. He's going to slightly outdrag their Gavin Gardner to the line to take P32 just ahead of his pro rival. And, well, after them, it will then be Jamie Dory who comes out the corner after that upset we saw earlier with a crumpled suspension coming in towards what was the cutting. And the number 13 driver finishing P34. And then we've got a further, what is 13 seconds to Andy Fox. And, well, give this man a round of applause as well, ladies and gentlemen. The fact he's got back out there. And I can imagine right now he must be at boiling point with regards to the number of instances he's been involved in the misfortune. But he always finishes the race. And that's the one thing you can count on with Andy Fox, the true sportsman at heart, but a very frustrated one as well for Goldwyn Motorsport. And Sammy Arriba will come out here, P7 in the AM class, P36 overall, in a difficult race for Quartermass Motorsport, but still getting to the end and still getting some points in his final races of his Quartermass Motorsport career, with Gabriel Yilmaz then P37, and then it will be Andy Chell, who has finished 2 laps down, already classified, I believe, a finisher, but there he is in P38. Well, what a race, ladies and gentlemen, from start to finish. And, well, in the end, Wojciech Swierdijk was unstoppable after that brilliant start, was just able to gradually edge himself away from the rest of the field. But of course, he won't be picking up any points, and the winner's points will go to this man, Jaroslaw Cebula, for Next Gen Pink. And, well, the number 6 driver will be absolutely ecstatic in the fact that that result, it doesn't quite put him on parity versus Mikey Doble, far from it, but what it does do is it moves him much closer, and it means now the final race of the season, well, it could go either way. And well, we're not going to predict exactly how it'll go, ladies and gentlemen, but I can tell you one thing, that for Jaroslaw Cebula, those are the points he was looking for as he comes in towards his pit spot ahead of Benjamin McCluskey and then your pro and winner Russell Fowler. Andrew Pike did a fantastic job as well to move from P20 to P14 over the race distance for the Sim Racer Collective, the 57ers. They all come into the pit lane there. I think everyone misanticipated exactly where to put the brakes on. And, well, the classic traffic jam into the pits at Bathurst. We also see Callum Murray here making his way on his cooldown lap for SO Next Gen Gold in the 899. And we'll finish in P31, P6 in the AM class. He'll be happy with that. Not quite a top 5, but still some good points. And the most important thing is he survived the race at Bathurst. But, of course, there's still one more race to come. And that is really the teaser or the warm-up before race number 2, ladies and gentlemen. But with most of our drivers now in the pit lane, let's take a look to the scenic view and bring you those race results subject to any stewards' inquiries. And as we can see, Wojciech Swierdijk taking a victory in the 20-minute sprint of round 10 of Season 8 of the NXTCC, powered by Doble Motorcycles, taking that victory by 5.7 seconds over NXTGEN Pinks, 2-3 of Jaroslaw Cebula, and then Benjamin McCluskey. Verano Esports' Russell Fowler misses out on the overall podium, but most importantly for him, takes a P4 overall, and also takes what is a Pro-Am victory in the number 73. The Brits will be absolutely pleased with that. The team will be celebrating down in the pit garage already. Dan Mould at P5 there for SO NXTGEN Gold, having to do it the hard way, but fighting hard for a P5 finish, which he will have a big smile about, I can tell you that. And then William Guthrie just missing out there by what was 11 thousandths at the finish line for Full Tilt Motorsport, but managing to outrun Isaac Doble, who finished behind him, P7 for Doble Sim Racing. P8 took what was to Tom Davidson, the Sim Racing Collective driver, who made his way through. And in fact, in terms of places gained, I believe only gaining one place and started P9, but important place gained because he finished ahead of Ben Altrier for Full Tilt Motorsport, and Mikey Doble for Doble Sim Racing finishing P10, picking up some points, but I think feeling as though it could have gone better in this race and therefore not have left it as much up to chance now in the final race of the season. Best of P11 was Lee Horn for NXTGEN Orange Whiskey Runners, after running in what was P4 for so long, in the end fall into P11 with that brilliant battling between all the drivers right at the end. And then it was P12 to Sam Van Olst to run up in the Pro-Am class for Goldwyn Motorsport. It was a bit of a quiet drive for the number 92 driver, ahead of Joe Doble, who took P13 for Doble Sim Racing. Andrew Pipe for the Sim Racing Collective and Ben Gregory for Full Tilt Motorsport round off your overall top 15. And a special mention there to Ben Gregory for third place of the Pro-Am class and levelling the playing field in the Pro-Am Championship before the final race. P16 was Sam Smith, just messing out on the Pro-Am podium, but the iRacing Esports driver bringing over P4 in class ahead of his teammate Nick Clibbins, and then completing the top 20, it was Duncan Rise who wrapped up the Pro-Am top 5 for Goldwyn Motorsport and got ahead of Kieran Smart right at the close, and Alan McCain for iRacing Esports completing the top 20. Your AM winner was P21, and that was Jonathan Collins for NXTGEN Orange Whiskey Runners, having started on AM pole and ending at where he started in terms of victory in the class. Well done to him. And there was Sam Bradley splitting Collins from his teammate Mark Sykes, who finished P23, run up in the AM class. Dylan Hunter took the final spot on the AM podium for DH Racing, and what a job from him. P24 ahead of Stuart Winers, the Track Scotland driver, now knowing that it's all to play for in the final race of the season if he wants that Pro-Am title. He was ahead of Lewis Delmont, only by a fraction right at the end, and then to complete the top 30, it was Marcel Fritsch, who with that fourth place in the AM class, I do believe we can provisionally announce, ladies and gentlemen, that the Verano Academy driver Marcel Fritsch is your AM champion for Season 8 of the NXTCC. That's not confirmed, but we do believe, mathematics-wise, it's now nigh impossible for him to be outscored unless he was to pick up a major points loss after the racing day through post-round penalties. So congratulations to him. And the top 30 being completed by Sean Doby ahead of Michael Lees and Matthew Cheverton. It was P31 to Callum Murray ahead of Alex Meredith, with Gavin Gardner just missed out on P32 right at the end of the drag race with Meredith. Then we saw Jamie Dory, Andy Fox, Sammy Reba and Gabriel Yilmaz completing those drivers who finished on the lead lap, those 37 drivers. And it was 2 laps down to Andy Chell, and it was 4 laps down to Adam Delmont with that unfortunate retirement, albeit still classified as a finisher as he completed over half the race distance. And then not able to make it to the grid due to technical issues, Lewis Mason classified as a did not start. So 40 entrants, ladies and gentlemen, 39 starters. And excuse me, I'm going to have to sneeze for a brief moment, or in fact, I'm not going to have to sneeze now, the classic way. If I feel a sneeze coming off, I say I'm going to sneeze, I won't sneeze. But more importantly, 39 starters, and in the end, 37 finishers on the lead lap. And that teases up quite nicely, of course, because we've got one more race to come here to wrap up Season 8 of the Championship. And well, we will be back in approximately what will be at 5 to 10 minutes' time for the build-up to the pre-qualifying session, our 2-lap close qualifying session, after which we'll then be heading to the grid for our 60-minute feature race finale to wrap up the championship campaign. But with that, whilst we are taking a bit of a breather, we're going to leave you with a word from our title sponsor of Doble Motorcycles, and also do let us know in your respective chats what has been your favourite moment of racing so far today. We will see you again very shortly. If you are looking to buy your next two-wheeled machine or ATV, why not consider Doble Motorcycles? Home to an expansive full range of Honda motorcycles, scooters, off-road bikes and ATVs, Doble Motorcycles is the UK's leading Honda motorcycle dealer. However, do not just take our word for it. Having won numerous awards over the years, including 3 Motorcycle News Dealer of the Year awards, and being nominated for many more, including Honda Dealer of the Year 4 times, the Doble family-run business prides itself on customer service, and it shows. Add to this the family's rich racing history through 3 generations, as currently embodied by Mikey Doble Racing, with Mikey chasing glory in the BTCC, and you can be certain that you'll receive excellent customer service from lights out to checkered flag. So if you'd like to know more, check out their website today at doble.co.uk. Speaking of Mikey Doble Racing, if you'd like to support Mikey as he pushes it to the limit out on track, you can do so by following the Mikey Doble Racing Facebook page as seen on screen. Additionally, if you want to represent the 88 Army at a BTCC weekend, Mikey Doble Racing has some fantastic merchandise available just for you, as may be found either via the Mikey Doble Racing Facebook page or alternatively in the Doble Motorcycles store at dobledirect.co.uk. Don't miss out on being a part of the 88 Army today. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for the second of our races today and our final race for the championship campaign for Season 8 of the Next Gen Racing Touring Car Championship, powered by Doble Motorcycles and brought to you on iRacing. And well, I may have a cold in the commentary booth and it may be pouring down at the circuit, but I'll tell you one thing, the rain is lessening. Some rain has fallen in what has been the warm-up session that's currently ongoing, and well, with that in mind, well, it's a circuit that's going to gradually dry by the looks of things weather-wise all the way through it to our final checkered flag. But that's only going to add a little bit more spice, and with spice comes variety, and with it the fire that could make this race even more challenging and even more precarious. And well, what a situation we find ourselves in, the fact that Wojciech Swiatek, we see here, absolutely led the way in race number 1 in the dry in the 20-minute sprint. But of course, the problem that he's now going to find himself in is the fact that over the distance, well, he may now have to deal with some very changeable conditions, and those conditions could make things even harder. Mikey Doble, meanwhile, lost out quite big in what was the first race of the day, find himself caught up in quite a bit of battling, and well, that battling definitely hurting him compared to what it could have been, and that will be on his mind, no question about it. And well, with that battling as well, it's meant that Jaroslaw Cebula has been able to make some great progress, and with that progress, it does also mean that now the two of them will be a little bit closer together, albeit Doble still leads the overall championship, I do believe, by a bit of an advantage, but it will be starting to get a bit closer between them. And well, meanwhile, in the Pram class, it is practically a level playing field between the championship leader who came into this round of Stuart Winus of Track Scotland and well, his rival Ben Gregory, who after that P3 versus Winus is at P8 in the Pram class, the practically level, if not Ben Gregory is slightly ahead, and well, this next race result will be all the difference between the two of them. And well, Winus will need to finish ahead of Gregory, and he'll need to do so by, if my mental maths is correct, by at least 2 places in order to turn things around. In the AM class, however, we do believe that P4 in the AM class for Marcel Fritsch means that he has wrapped things up with what is a race to spare. Congratulations to him. But in the P2 AM Championship battle between Gabriel Yilmaz and Lewis Mason, well, it's going the way of Gabriel Yilmaz, as Mason wasn't able to make it to the grid. The car wasn't able to get out there and go racing in race number 1. So therefore it does mean that Gabriel Yilmaz now, all he needs to do, in theory, is just bring the car home. And well, with it, he may become the runner-up. But then again, anything can happen here. And the number 30 driver will know that with these wet conditions and a wet track racing surface, it's all going to be about keeping it out of the wall and making sure that you use those fast repairs if you need them, but otherwise do not retire the car. But of course, there's nothing like a little bit of rain at the mountain here, and well, our drivers will be sliding around everywhere, but you can see the rain has stopped falling, and it does mean that we are expecting now a circuit that is going to gradually dry over the distance, but that also provides us with what is going to be a big tactical conundrum. When's it going to be the right time to go on to slicks? Well, for that, of course, we do first have a pre-qualifying session of what is 2 laps under closed qualifying for our drivers to set their best possible times. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to head to qualifying. And as the closed qualifying session begins to get underway, we can see 10 minutes at the top of your screen, but those 10 minutes may expire quicker than expected, depending on how quickly our drivers do get their laps put in. And well, we do see Ben Altrier making his way gradually out the pit lane there. And what does a closed qualifying session mean with regards to, excuse me, how qualifying works? Well, you've seen open qualifying sessions all season long. That's where all the drivers are out of the circuit together, and it means they've all got to set their laps whilst being cognizant of the fact they've got other drivers around them. But of course, they can benefit from the slipstream of other drivers there, and they can do some teamwork with rivals or indeed teammates. But when you do go into a closed qualifying session, every driver is in an isolated instance of the circuit entirely for themselves. You see Ben Altrier here as a prime example. Normally, by right now, we'd see multiple drivers all out there together, but we only see Altrier by himself. Meanwhile, we do see Jonathan Collins now making his way up into turn number 2, but he is on a separate circuit. So therefore, it all comes down to what can the drivers deliver qualifying time-wise, rather than being able to use tactics in order to be able to get themselves a little bit speedy. It all comes down to the driver's ability. But they've only got 2 laps after their out lap in which to get their qualifying time in. And once we hit 10 minutes, once that clock strikes 10 minutes, There's no time over that. Overtime doesn't exist. We immediately bring a close to the qualifying session, but our drivers will need to get their 2 laps in before then. Whichever's the fastest, that's how we'll set up the grid. As we do say hello there to Dino Dublewitz in the YouTube chat, and I can see Andy Rooney's put about a sweepstake there on how many cars that survive the rain. He's going for 20. Dublewitz is going for 17 there. I get the feeling we are going to see the majority of the field make its way through the ranks. Everyone seems to be gradually getting themselves adjusted now to these wet conditions. Oh, I say that big slide there for Jonathan Collins. He's trying to get some heat into what is that treaded wet compound tyre. Absolutely committed there and trying to get as much heat as possible. If he needed some heat, he's definitely displaced some water. But a lot of drivers here definitely now having to tread lightly and just see how well they can get that tyre compound. And interestingly, whilst we did briefly see Lewis Mason decide to go out on the slick tyre, very quickly made his way back into the pit lane, and there he is, parked up in the Aztec racing machine. And I think a good number of drivers here experimenting with when exactly it might be the right time to go to the slick. Well, definitely not now. I think the bigger question will be, do you start the race on the slick if enough water has come off of the circuit, or does everyone start on the wet? And we'll keep track of that on the timing tab, because you will see what is the W with the blue roundel to indicate the wet tyre, and the dry tyre will be a D with a black roundel. But as the drivers get ready to make their way onto their first flying laps, for those who've been able to survive, here we do see Matthew Sheraton making his way on down into the braking zone here, and well, the Aztec racing driver roaring his way on around. And as he does so in the 390, well, he's going to be one of the very first tries to go on to what will be a flying lap here in the wet conditions. It's going to be tough conditions, absolutely articulated there by Taylor Lane, who we say hello to in the YouTube chat. And with these tough conditions, well, I can tell you one thing, whoever puts it on pole, it's going to be the hardest earned pole position of the season, as we jump aboard here with Matthew Sheraton for a flying lap in the wet. So he heads down towards turn number 1 and fighting at the steering wheel there, trying to find the grip and avoid the puddles of water. Onto the brakes at about 80 metres from corner apex at turn 1, down to second gear, and now tentatively on the throttle. Notice there, not letting the car run out to the exit curb, because there'll be standing puddles of water on there. There'll be no grip available. In fact, Sheraton decided to use this as a bit more of a warm-up lap by doing a little bit of bobbing and weaving there on the run up the mountain straight. So therefore, he's going to put all his investment, or all his chips, into what will be that second flying lap. Well, that's a big gamble, of course, in the fact if he butchers that second flying lap and it becomes invalid, well, that means he starts at the back of the field, and well, as he heads in towards what will be Griffiths Bend, just tiptoeing on through there, knowing, of course, there's a lot of water that accumulates on the inside of the corner, so ideally you want to go quite high into the corner initially, particularly in the heavier wet conditions, as he comes out to turns 3 and 4, just gradually trying to muscle the car through under braking there, putting the right and side tyres on the white strip. There's less grip on the white painted strip down the road racing surface as he comes through Quarry Corner. Well, this is looking to be now a lap that's building up some momentum as Sheraton makes his way through 6 into 7, and now all the way around through the triple left turns 8, 9 and 10 in towards what will be McPhillamy shortly. You see a bit of understeer creeping in, but just about manages it as he now goes over the crest and down into McPhillamy Park. It's a nice early turn in here, wants to offset any standing water, and also what is the understeer that comes with it, and fights his way all the way through over the skyline now. And you can see they're nowhere near the speeds that we'd see in the drives. He takes a bit of apex curb, daring to touch it, and now down to first gear as he goes right into left here into the dipper, up into second down the transition for the left-hander with the weight change up to third gear, short shifted there to prevent front wheel spin, and now backing off the throttle nice and early, lets the car come out wide and just gradually nurses it down into Forest Elbow. Tight line there. It's going to be very difficult to attack that on the standard line, so I think Sheraton doing a fantastic job in getting the car through the left-hander, through the kick of turn number 19, and now he can breathe a big sigh of relief for a brief moment, and he can absolutely open up the throttle here as he heads on down towards what will be the chase via Conrad. Puts the car in the middle of the road, knowing that with the road camber, this road naturally is higher in the centre, and it gradually slopes away, as you'll find on most public roads in most countries, in order to displace water rather than have it build up. And as he comes down through 20 in towards the chase chicane, onto the brake set in the middle of the road there, will gradually tiptoe the car into the right to open up the entry to avoid the standing water on the right side of the circuit. And now through 22 and in towards the final corner it goes, and Sheraton here with a smooth lap despite the inclement conditions, and coming on down again, just gradually bring the car over, not using all the road surface here because wary of those white lines and how little grip they offer. But he makes out the final corner in second gear, and what's it going to be from Sheraton? It's going to be one of our first qualifying laps on the board, and it's 2:41.060, which when you consider the fastest lap so far from McCluskey at 39.638, that's a solid lap there from Sheraton for Aztec Racing. And well, could that be Pro-Am pole, or at least provisional pole, subject to one more lap? We'll have to wait and see. But as he heads on up the rise, well, Benjamin McCluskey, the fastest man out there, and looking to do a bit more. They will get all the available laps to them in if they did complete what is the outlap within the opening 4 minutes of this session. So therefore, a number of drivers right now looking comfortable. They'll get some times on the board in the AM class. The only drivers who've got times in so far, NXTGEN Gold's Callum Murray and Gabriel Uez. A lot of the AM struggling with regards to this qualifying session, it would seem. And well, our AM drivers on paper, you'd imagine they might have a bit more difficulty given they're the less experienced drivers, or at least the drivers are a bit less on pace compared to the Prime and Pro peers. But then again, this should be the opportunity for some wet weather experts, or what is pining wet weather experts in the AM class to shine. As we can see there, a bit of a graze to wall for Callum Murray, but he gets it stopped in time. And speaking of a potential wet weather expert in the AM class, Dylan Hunter there goes on what is provisional AM pole on his first qualifying lap with 2:42.72. So he raises the bar there, and more Hunter right now, I think finding that pace is coming to him in the Veloster. We've still got more lap times to come from all of our drivers. And will Wojciech Swierdajczyk cross the line to go into his first flying lap? He'll only get this one lap in. Again, there's no overtime effect as far as we are aware. So therefore, in fact, he will get 2 laps in. I should correct myself. That's 2:39.121. And well, that's half a second faster than McCluskey. So Swierdajczyk absolutely feeling as though the time's right now to strike. And he's going all for it as they head up the rise in towards turn number 2. But as he does so, build up the speed here as much as he possibly can. Well, can Swierdajczyk extend his advantage further and take that pole position and ride into the distance like he did in race number 1? Well, that will be his target at least, but it's easier said than done as he comes in towards Griffiths Bend. Other drivers are out there yet to get a lap on the board. Sean Doble here coming out of what is the chase chicane in towards Murray's corner short. He's gone the fastest of everybody in Sector 2, intriguingly enough, and that being, or subsector 2 I should say, that being the run through Griffiths Bend all the way to halfway through Quarry Bend. So Sean Doble could be on to an absolutely magical lap here. He crosses the timeline, the Hyundai Elantra. What's it going to be? He goes P10. Now that is a lap there for the ATEC Tech driver from Scotland. That is a very strong lap at 2:41.793. And you'd have to imagine the AM class here, he may suddenly surprise everyone. He just seems to be in a happier place right now. He's got one more lap available too. I don't think he's actually going to get that lap in. So that might be the best he's going to get here. But could that be a 1 lap super lap pole for Sean Doble? We'll have to wait and find out as Benjamin McCluskey crossed the line. A 2:39.027. Jamie Dory goes a bit faster in the Audi RS3 at 2:38.970. The first of the 2:38s we're going to see in this qualifying session or pre-qualifying session in the wet conditions or the drying circuit, but it's still wet out there. It's definitely wet compound territory. More times coming in. Mark Seitz goes P27. Stuart Winus catapults himself to P4. Now that is important in the Prime Championship. Winus needs to strike back versus Ben Gregory. Gregory, meanwhile, well, he's going to be starting P15 at best because his qualifying session is over. Kieran Smart is the P2 Prime driver in P10. So Track Scotland may have just found themselves getting the balance back in their favour over the course of this qualifying session. Sam Bradley's cross the line. He's got P14. And well, meanwhile, Sean Doble's still out there, but he's not going to get this lap in. What about Wojciech Swierdajczyk? Well, he's back out there now as he comes on down. Oh, goodness me, the car cutting there to the inside as he went onto the brakes, coming down in towards the chase chicane. And as he makes way through, drifting wide, that's going to be a validated lap. And Swierdajczyk pushes it too hard. And his qualifying session will be done and dusted. And I get the feeling that Jamie Dory here might have just done enough. Unless anybody else can pull off a bit of 1 lap magic right at the end. But I don't think so. And well, a couple of drivers have yet to set times, including Ben Altrier and Joe Doble. Also Andy Chell. And here is Lewis Mason, who has a bit of a moment with the wall. But thankfully he's been able to get the car away from the wall quickly enough. And also it's a good thing that he's been able to get the car out there, because we want to see him race and have all 40 drivers here, and the 991 driver will be competing, but Site tells me he'll be starting from the back of the grid. But that is going to be qualifying complete, ladies and gentlemen, because nobody else is on a lap that can be completed now by the 10-minute mark. And well, it does mean that this man Jamie Dory, I don't think he can quite believe he's taken pole position for the final race of the day in these tricky conditions, and the only driver to set a 2-minute 38. Well, how about that for the 2-time NXTCC champion? But let's head to the grid, ladies and gentlemen, and walk you through how they line up for our final race of the season. So as our drivers head to the grid, this is how they line up for what is our feature race finale for round 10 of the championship. Jamie Dory has taken pole position for NXTGEN Pink. He is joined on the front row, half a tenth separating the two of them by his teammate Benjamin McCluskey. Then on row number 2, it's Wojciech Swierdajczyk for Semper Race, who couldn't quite match Dory's pace with that last lap being discounted, but he is joined on the second row of the grid by Track Scotland's prime pole sitter and, well, one of the 2 prime championship candidates, Stuart Winus, who knows now he needs to take this pole position and convert it into victory and not let Ben Gregory get close. Behind them, starting on the third row of the grid, is Isaac Doble for Doble Sim Racing and Andrew Pike for the Sim Racing Collective. You then have Dan Mould starting at P7 for SL NXTGEN Gold in the company of Tom Davidson for the Sim Racing Collective starting P8. And look at that between Pike and Davidson. These wet conditions of the Sim Racing Collective drivers, they really are two drivers who love the wet and can move those Hondas like nobody else can in terms of sunny promoting themselves all the way up the order. Nick Lemon starts P9 for iRacing Esports, head of Garrow Gardner for Next Gen Pick, who starts P10. Outside the top 10, P11, best of the rest, and the second place prime driver is Kieran Smart and row number 6 for Track Scotland, and he's got Sam Smith for company alongside P12 for iRacing Esports. We're going to see on what is row number 7, Alex Meredith for Next Gen Orange Whiskey Runners Racing and Mikey Doble for Doble Sim Racing. We then have Sam Bradley, who starts today P15 for SO and Next Gen Gold, and he's got the company of Matthew Cheverton, who starts P16, P4 in prime class for Aztec Racing. We then have Jaroslaw Cebula starting P17, and knowing that in this race, it's all now about trying to beat Mikey Doble, who starts 3 places up the road from him, and trying to beat him as much as possible in order to prevent him from taking that 4th title. But the next gen peak driver had to do with Ben Gregory, who will have his own aspirations to chase down Stuart Winess, but he's got a long way to go, starting P18 for Full Tilt V Motorsport. William Guthrie starts P19 for Full Tilt V Motorsport, ahead of Verano Esports' Russell Fowler, your prime winner in race number 1, but starts P20 in this final race of the day, and he's got the hard work cut out for him to make his way to make it back-to-back victories. Michael Lee starts P21 for JWM Motorsport, and he's joined on the 11th row of the grid, taking his first ever qualifying pole position in the AM class. It's none other than Sean Doby, who he might not be as strong in the dry, but look at that for the ATEC Racing driver in the wet, absolutely dominating AM qualifying. Well, credit to him. On row number 12, it's Andy Fox for Goldwyn Motorsport and Next Gen Orange Whiskey Runners Racing's Lee Horn, and then starting P25, it's Alan McCain for iRacing Esports, head of Dylan Hunter for DH Racing, a P2 in qualifying for the AM driver, and he'll be feeling confident he can potentially turn it into another podium, if not go chasing after that win. Adam Delman lines up on the 14th row of the grid for SO Next Gen Gold, ahead of Goldwyn Motorsport Sam Van Olst, and your top 30 is rounded out by the combination pair of Duncan Rice for Goldwyn Motorsport and Lewis Delman for SO Next Gen Gold. On what is the 16th row of the grid, starting P31, is Jonathan Collins for Next Gen Orange Whiskey Runners Racing in the company of Mark Sykes. These two work together in race number 1. They'll look to do plenty more working together in race number 2. And then it's Callum Murray just behind P33 for SR Next Gen Gold, head of Aztec Racing's Gabriel Yilmaz. Sammy Ariba in his final race under the Quartmass Motorsport banner starts P35 for the team, head of Run Academy Marcel Fritsch. And then we do have on what will be row number 19, the pair in there of Ben Altria, who starts P37, and Joe Doble, who starts P38, the Full Tilt Motorsport driver, joined in the company of Doble Sim Racing driver. And on the final row of the grid, it will be Lewis Mason for Aztec Racing and Quartermass Motorsports Andy Shell. Well, that is the grid set, ladies and gentlemen, and all of our drivers in position and absolutely itching to go racing. But as they get themselves set, well, I've just had it whispered in my ear, ladies and gentlemen, it's just been announced to the drivers as well. We will be seeing, due to the wet weather, we will be seeing a safety car start with regards to this race. They will do 1 lap behind the safety car to build up some tyre temperature, and then they will be allowed to go racing after what will be the first lap under the safety car. So therefore, we're not going to quite go, well, be lights out, away we go. It will be a little bit different, but we will be seeing where's a safety car start, and we'll, after that 1 lap, all of our drivers will be released and go racing. But as we get ready, ladies and gentlemen, well, the drivers have just been informed of the starting procedure, and this is being done for safety concerns because, of course, the fact we've got a wet circuit and very cold tyres. So when you do see the lights go on, don't feel as though all drivers are going to be absolutely bolted to go racing. It'll be quite the opposite. Instead, it'll be our safety car driver leaving the pit lane, and we will gradually get those proceedings underway. But as everyone gets themselves set and ready to go, well, we will see those lights come on, but this is the signal for the safety car to leave the pit lane, and Jamie Dory and indeed Benjamin McCluskey, everyone behind, will not be going anywhere at the start of this race. They'll all be sat in position, and well, as all the drivers are being told to hold their positions currently, and well, as they do, well, I do believe there's been a little bit of a mix-up for a couple of drivers there, but they are all now holding position, and well, everyone just wait. I think some drivers want to roll down the hill as much as possible, but our safety car now, well, I do believe leaving the pit lane there. You can see the safety car in the rear of the picture, and well, this will eat into a little bit of race time, but the safety car now making its way on through. And what can we discern in the meantime? Well, we do have a couple of dry runners here gambling on it. Adam Delmont, the biggest gambler, who will be starting at P27 for SO and NXTGEN Gold, and well, he's going to be hoping that the circuit will dry up quite nicely. And we've also got dry starters for Joe Doble P30 and what is P38, and also Andy Chell P40. So therefore, they're going to be gambling on what is those conditions. But the field now pulls away, and remember, we are gradually eating into the 1 hour race time, so we will spend about 4 minutes behind the safety car here on what is this open lap. But our drivers will be released after that, and we will go green flag racing for what will be approximately 55 to 56 minutes of racing, with that all-important pit stop as well thrown into the mix. But this is just to bring the tyres up to temperature, because whilst they do have tyre warmers for what is these wet tyres, it is being considered by a race director that for the safety of the race, because we don't want to see many cars retired from the race on the open lap, that we'd rather give everyone the opportunity to get some tyre temperature in, and then we can go racing. It does mean, of course, that therefore we might see a little bit more of a processional run. It will be a 1-by-1 start. I've just had informed to my ear as well, just as I was about to say it, so perfect timing there. But it will mean that the drivers make the way on around. Oh, goodness me, as Dan Mould there getting very touchy-feely with Andrew Pye. I think the two drivers there were noticing each other a little bit too late, but they finally settled their differences. But what it means is we will be seeing a line of stern formation start, so all the drivers will gradually make their way on around, and when they do, it will be green flag racing. As meanwhile, our safety car here making its way on through, and the 000 car being piloted, I do believe, by our own Burt Mylander, and that is Gaz Williams behind the wheel of the Aston Martin Vantage GT4 machine. Well, there it's got the aero and the downforce wheel in order to be able to cope with these conditions, plus also its own wet weather tyres. And we are really appreciative to Gaz for all the hard work he does, being our standby safety car driver week in, week out, as he makes his way on through, and also train up a number of other safety car drivers who you will see in future racing series at the NXTGEN community, as we're always looking for more people to join our staff and admin team, whether it's on race day or behind the scenes outside of the racing. But as our drivers make their way over the mountain then, well, the safety car continues to bring them along a little bit further back. Of course, everyone now starting to get some tyre temperature, and well, the drivers meanwhile who've invested in the dry tyre. Now, you could be wondering the question, if your name is on like Andy Chell, is this going to hurt you? Excuse me, is this going to hurt you massively with regards to the fact that you are running in what is a dry compound on a wet surface? You're not quite fully up to speed. On paper, yes, but the one upside of doing this, of course, is in the fact that you will be helping displace some water, and you should, in theory, be able to get a little bit more tyre temperature as the session goes on. But then again, for the likes of Chell, also for what is Adam Delmont, this is going to be one of those ones that when we do go racing, they'll want to try and pump as much heat into the tyre as humanly possible, and if they can't, well, it might see them fall away. But as we do see Jamie Dory here coming on through, well, our drivers have just been told we will be going racing when they come out of the final corner. The safety car is going to make its way into the pit lane, and as Jamie Dory makes his way on through, well, the field will now bunch up, and we will bring the dashboard up there in the bottom right corner of your screen, because it will be a race start dictated by Jamie Dory, and he will decide when we do go racing. As the safety car is peeled off, Dory there bunches the field up behind him. It's a single file start for all of our drivers. But when he does come out of where's the final corner, he will dictate when we go. And it's go, 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 ladies and gentlemen, as Dory decides to plant it immediately when leaving the final corner. And we are racing now for 56 minutes here at the Bathurst Circuit, Mount Panorama, and in the state of New South Wales in Australia. Everything will be decided today as Jamie Dory roars his way away. All the field coming on through here. Everyone's got a bit of heat in the tyres, so therefore we can go battling nice and early. Of course, the one downside of this is the fact it's single file start, but already that's showing no signs of abating anybody's appetite to look for a potential move. So you can see the spray coming off the cars here, but also some drivers there some poor starts and runs out the opening corner. And here comes Ben Gregory immediately looking for a move on Jaroslaw Cebula. Cebula with what is there, the best part of 49 kilograms of success balance versus Gregory's what will be 25 kilograms. Well, there's a difference, and Gregory picking up one place over already, but it won't make a difference in the prime class title fight, but it'll give him some confidence. He can chase down some prime drives in front. Next up is Matthew Sheraton, who is a prime rival for P5, as we have had Kieran Smart get himself ahead again of Sam Smith. Smith almost got the run on him into what was the cutting, but not quite so. And Kieran Smart all over the back of Gavin Gardner as they come on through the cutting for the first time under race conditions. But through they go. And onwards they roll, and remember the pit window for this race is from lap 7, the end of lap 7, all the way through to the end of lap 15. That will not change because we had a safety car start, but what it will do is change the dynamics slightly of how much fuel our drivers are going to use over the course of the race distance, and the fact they'll have used a little bit less fuel by comparison. As Kieran Smart there has a big sideways moment, going through turn 9, collects it back together just about, but right now 9, he's got to act as rear gunner for teammate Stuart Winus and make sure the likes of Sam Smith and also Sam Bradley and Matthew Sheraton do not get past wherever possible. And Will Smart right now has got the ultimate pressure job here, and well, you can't blame him if he does feel the pressure, as Lewis Delmont there makes a pass on the inside of Duncan Rice. I think Rice having a bit of a mistake, come through turn number 9, almost grazing the wall, if not grazing it, and as they come through Skyline, Lewis Delmont gained in a place there, now to P11 in the prime class as they wind their way down through what is into the dipper, but onto the brakes they go and making that progress nice and smooth. Sean Doby just a bit further up the road, well, he's got a 1 second gap over Dylan Hunt, who you can see there further behind. That's the AM lead battle, and Will Doby on the back there of Alan McCain, and West it's the inside wall on the exit of Forest Elbow, so a lot of drivers getting caught out here on multiple corners, but from them we look back towards your race leaders, and this is the lead battle now as they come towards the end of their first lap at full racing speed. And Jamie Dory, well, he's been defended by Benjamin McCluskey because Wojciech Swidoch is right there. Remember, NXTGEN Pink have sealed the team's championship, so right now all they're fighting for is their respective drivers' championships. But as well as that, the two teammates won't want to take each other off the road. It's the last thing you want to do is to take your teammate out, but I suspect they also want to try and break away from the rest of the field, get some tyre temperature and see where that takes them as they head out of turn number 23 and onwards towards another lap. But Dory's ahead of McCluskey, followed by Swidoch. That's your top 3. Stuart Winus, your prime leaders, P4. Isaac Doble P5, Dan Mole P6, Andrew Pike P7, Tom Davidson P8, Nick Clemens P9, and your top 10 is completed by Gavin Gardner with Kieran Smart, the second place prime driver, still at P11 at this time as they make their way through. A car running wide there. That is Andrew Pike, who's decided to do a bit of lawn mowing as they come out of the corner. Very easy to do, making that mistake. And Pike there after his little bumps and scrapes with Dan Mould. Will Mould in the end taking back the position he started in, and will Andrew Pike now tailing on. But I think Pike also trying to be pushed along here by teammate Davidson, as Davidson keeping him company and saying, no, it's okay, keep going, don't worry about the mistake you made, we can always correct it later. I think Pike is just trying to step down into these inclement conditions. Further back we do look to Andy Fox, who haven't started P23, looking for the move on the outside there of Michael Lees. Can't quite find it as he heads into the braking zone for Griffiths Bend. Lee Horn there taking a much tighter approach by comparison. But speaking of movement, we do see what is Mark Sykes looking for the move around the outside of Callum Murray. Will he be able to get it done? The next Orange Whisker Runners driver goes for it. Callum Murray there on the inside goes defensive. Will he go deep? No, he gets it stopped in time, and Sykes having to back off there as they make the way on around. And well, in terms of where our drive runners are, well, Adam Delmont is the leading drive runner in P35. Joe Doble is P39, and Andy Chell has come into the pit lane, I think, to change tyres and go onto the wets. The gamble of starting on the dries has not worked out so far, but then again, we might see something change a bit later on. We'll have to wait and see. Indeed, it's a gamble that could pay off. It depends on how quickly this circuit drives up, because I had quite a bit of rain in what was the practice warm-up session, but since what was the final 3 minutes of that session, we've not had any rain, so therefore this circuit will just dry now as time and tyre wear continue to go on. But as we do see Sykes there continuing his chase of Callum Murray, and Murray breaking away over the mountain, well, from them we need to look back up to Ben Gregory and how his progress is going as we ride on board here with the number 113 driver as they all get very close in front, and that was both Mikey Doble and Sam Bradley almost following each other into the outside barrier of what was Forest Elbow, but not making contact with it. Ben Gregory currently in P6 of the Prime class, and where things were to finish as they currently stand, I believe Stuart Winus would be your Prime champion, albeit it would need to be confirmed afterwards because my mental maths isn't perfect, but I believe at the moment Ben Gregory would take that title, but he needs to finish in, I think it is P4 in the Prime class or P3 in order to be able to take what is that Prime title off of Stuart Winus, but it's so close between the two of them that it could come down to bonus points and also a number of laps led to the class. But meanwhile, speaking of changing it, that's Sam Smith looking for a move on the inside here versus Kieran Smart, and well, Smart right now being the defensive buffer for what is Stuart Winus, and well, the first line of defence does fall there and Smith makes some ground, but of course for Smart, the main person he won't want to let get through is Ben Gregory at all costs. Everybody else he can afford to technically, but not Ben Gregory, so therefore he'll be feeling as though right now it's a loss, but it's not a big one, but the bigger one could be to come a bit later on, as that's a quick move there from Sam Smith to make up a place. He was looking quite aggressive earlier on at the start of this race, and now you can see that Smith is starting to get himself up to temperature here as Alex Meredith under a bit of pressure from Smith as they make the way up the mountain straight. As they charged away in towards that braking zone, well, it's going to be Smith looking around the outside of Meredith, and Sam Smith has done something magical in getting his tyres switched on, because you can see the confidence he carries as he goes down the outside. We see it Sam Bradley there, and then look at this, Matthew Sheridan, Ben Gregory. Gregory's going to invest it all, looking around the outside there, and in these wet conditions there's as much grip on the outside of Griffiths Bend as there is on the inside, but Matthew Sheridan simply just gets his elbows out and makes sure the door is firmly shut in the face of Ben Gregory. Good respectful race between the two of them, but Sheridan trying to hold on here for his own championship aspirations as they come out of the cutting. We look back from the rear of what is the number 390 car in this battle for P5 in the Pro-Am class, and right now Matthew Sheridan looking to be in control of it as they head upwards towards what will be, turn number 9, and in towards the left-hander they go. But as they do, roaring the way on through and in towards what will be McPhillamy Park shortly, will Sheridan right now starts to open up a little bit of a gap. Oh my goodness, and is that Andy Chell pointing in the wrong direction there? And in fact it is. He's had a major moment with the barrier, but thankfully the car's over to the side and everyone's seen it and the yellow flag's being waved. But Andy Chell has had a nightmare moment after putting on Where's the Wet Tyre. He's holding his station and everyone's been able to avoid the stricken Quartermaster Motorsport Audi, but how exactly has that happened is the question. And what I think we can give you an answer, ladies and gentlemen, and here it is, was he was making his way through turn number 8 into 9 on wet tyres that were not warmed up, runs wide, hits the barrier, ricochets off of it, and in the end the whole right hand side of the car has collapsed. And well, thankfully, in the way it spun round, well, he's been able to get the car over to the side and in the end try to grind it in order to point it as far off the road as possible. So credit to Andy in the end for getting the car in the best possible place, but the car has been towed to the pit lane now. And well, for Andy Chell, it's a race that's gone from good to bad to worse, but that could have been disastrous, but thankfully not so. And well, great awareness from everybody involved, and also credit to Andy, and I hope he's doing okay in that car. That did look to be a bit of a nasty knock. But as we come back to your live racing pictures, and we are what is 12 minutes clear of the start of this race, we've still got plenty of time left, another 48 minutes plus the final lap on the clock, with Dory is still leading as they head on to a 5th turn of the circuit. We've still got more fighting further back, and this is Alex Meredith versus Sam Smith. As they come out of the final corner, Sam Smith with partial connectivity issues here, but it looks like his connection has stabilised. And as they head on down, well, Smith gets ahead, but you can see Sam Bradley there looking for an opportunity on Mikey Doble. And will Doble, meanwhile, after what was losing out in race number 1 versus Jaroslaw Cebula, now things are looking the other way around, because Cebula's down in P19 and Doble in P14. And remember, as far as success balance goes here, the way success balance works in these feature races is the fact that those with success balance start the race on it. When they come into the pit stop to put fuel in the car, they only need to put the fuel in to get to the end of the race, but they have the same stationary pit time of 55 seconds as everybody else. But the idea is the fastest drivers will have a car that's as light as their rows in the second half of the race distance. So if you are a success balance runner, you arguably in that pit window want to get your pit stop done sooner rather than later and get those fresh tyres on and go attack it all the way to the end. As we see there, too wide through the cutting, and that's Smith still battling on the inside of Alex Meredith. And Meredith here absolutely digging in as much as he can to hold on, and Smith in the end with a lot of wheel spin there coming over the rise, losing out as Kieran Smart gets back ahead. So Kieran Smart seizes the opportunity, moves back into P2 in the Pro class, P12 overall, and Kieran Smart there just being absolutely pinpoint precise on when to pounce and when to wait, and nailing that as he makes his way through turn number 9 up towards McPhillamy at 10. And right now, Kieran Smart really trying to push the cork in the proverbial bottle, and this will work out massively for Winus, because of course the gap between the rest of the prime field and Winus will only continue to extend. That gap already is standing at the best part of 8 seconds, and if Smart can carry this on, if he can get the field to continue to bunch up behind him, it only puts more pressure on this man, the full tilt motorsport driver Ben Gregory, who knows he's then got to be worried about any primes who are behind him and closing up, but also he's got to worry about passing the primes in front of him. But as they come down in towards Forest Elbow, well, there'll come a point surely where Gregory will start to think about, okay, how do I get myself out of this? Well, the first thing he can potentially do is look to undercut by pitting as soon as he possibly can at the end of lap number 7. But the flip side of the coin is he looks to go side by side with Sheraton here. Is his rivals may also think about that, and it's going to be a drag race here of Gregory versus Sheraton. But remember, Gregory has weight in the car, Sheraton does not, and therefore this drag race, with Sheraton also picking up the distant toe there of what is Mikey Doble, it might be that Sheraton just gets ahead, albeit we'll have to wait and see as they go too wide there, and Gregory backs off 9 that he can't afford to be involved in an instant, albeit Gregory's going to still attack on the braking here, but Matthew Sheraton knows exactly where to stop the car and does everything right in the 113 in order to hold on to P17. But as he comes out to the corner and down towards turn number 23, right his way down, well, Matthew Sheraton right now absolutely digging in here for P5 in the prime class, and Gregory's going to have to find another way through, because right now this is not working out, as meanwhile Working out the differences, Dylan Hunter fighting with Ben Trier here. Two drivers of two different classes, but Hunter enjoying the fight for P29, but Trier's going to get the place. And, well, Sean Doble, meanwhile, your AM pole sitter for this race, has run off to P25 and is already the best part from Hunter to Doble. That is the best part of 7 seconds up the road, and Sean Doble is flying in these wet conditions compared to the rest of his AM peers, as you can see him here in the 159 as he comes out of turn number 1 and absolutely hooking things up. But as our drivers head up towards what will be another lap and whip it up into turn 2. Here is Matthew Sherritt on the right of your picture, Ben Gregory on the left, obscured there by the car of none other than I do believe that's Lewis Delmont, who's a lap down, and Delmont here, well, he's got Ben Gregory right behind him, trying to push him along essentially, as this battle's going to get very crowded very quickly. And in fact, that's Sam Bradley, my apologies, Sam Bradley right now, who's on the lead lap, I should correct myself, and as they come in towards turn number 4, well, Ben Gregory's got the move done, but he definitely had to try and find, fit and squeeze his way through. So Ben Gregory up into P5 in the prime class now, so Sheraton falls, but next up is Sam Bradley, and Sam Bradley in that Honda, it's a very different car, he'll be stronger on the brakes as he heads in towards what will be McPhillary Park. Well, right now, Ben Gregory, no, he's ticked one off. He's still got more drives to tick off there. This is a big slide. I think there might have been a small tap to the rear from Morton Sheraton. If there was a tap, well, the small tap like that will send it around. But if not, it's very easy to lose the rear of the car there as well. We saw that qualifying for multiple drivers. And as he comes over the crest of the skyline, now down in towards what will be the dipper. Well, Sheraton absolutely riding as close as possible here and looking to come back as quickly as he can. And you can see, look at the distance between these drivers. They make the way through the dipper, and Sheraton, he doesn't feel defeated here. If anything, I think he feels encouraged to do more battling, and all for it as he heads in towards left-hander of what is Forest Elbow. Looks to get a better run. Look at that smooth line there from Sheraton. Gets the better exit out as well, but Gregory gets the pick up there with the wheel spin that Sheraton experiences, and that's the difference between the two of them. But Sheraton's approached the apex there. If that was a dry line, I can tell you one thing, Sheraton would have been absolutely flying on the run at down Conrod, but right now he finds himself tucked into the long line of tow, and as he heads onwards towards the chase chicane, will be no change at the moment. As we do say hello in the YouTube chat there to Costa C Photography. I hope you're doing well, Costa, and Andy there. Sorry to hear about the ongoing issues with your throttle pedal, and we'll completely understand the retirement. And well, it's not the way we wanted to see you end your season. We do hope to see you back for season 9, Andy, because you definitely have been one of our stars of the AM class, and we look forward to plenty more in future seasons for yourself. But Sheraton there just riding on the back of Gregory in towards what has been turn number 23. We're tapping the back multiple times. And as they come out of the corner, will the 390 driver here from Aztec Racing thinking about it multiple times, but right now not going for the move. But meanwhile, speaking of a man who wants to go for a move, I think Russell Fowler's patience has decided to run out. He's going to go up the inside, and as he does so there, well, William Guthrie turns in, knowing just how much he can do, and Fowler backs out there. Now that is a very committed William Guthrie who doesn't want Russell Fowler to get through, and I think Fowler there decided to back out right at the last minute, and will both drivers here have got very different intentions. You can understand from William Guthrie's perspective, I think his order has been from the team principal at Full Tilt Motorsport, you do not let any programs get past you, because if you do, then Ben, as in Ben Gregory, is going to be under major pressure. So right now, teammates having to do rear guard action for both Track Scotland and also Full Tilt Motorsport, and William Guthrie here defending as much as he can. But meanwhile, as they make their way past the static camera, that's Kieran Smart being passed there by what is Alex Meredith, and Smart letting the place go so long as he doesn't lose out to Sam Swift. Kieran Smart doing an absolute lion's share of a job here as Swift continues to run close behind, but Alex Meredith making a critical pass there into P11. This is one of the drivers of the season for Kieran Smart, no doubt about it, as we say hello to Mark Wyness, brother of Stuart Wyness there in the YouTube chat. Will be cheering on his brother and cheering on the Track Scotland team as a whole. But Kieran Smart right now absolutely pulling in a double stint here to make sure no Pram driver can make it any higher in the running order beyond him. As they come out of McPhillamy and over the crest they go to Skyline this time. Smart again going defensive there further up the road. Well, in fact, further down the road, we should say. Jaroslaw Cebula down in P20. And well, things are not coming his way right now in the number 4. And well, you would imagine for the next gen pink driver here, given the fact he needs to finish ahead of Mikey Doble in order to take what would be his maiden title. And Doble in what is P14 at the moment. Well, therefore, with the gap between the two drivers being 3 seconds, it's not a big gap. But Cebula not quite having the run that we did see in race number 1, but then again he may prefer Bathurst in the dry, and we are expecting those dry conditions to gradually come about. As you can see there, the spray right now coming off the cars really does indicate it's still a wet racing surface. And in terms of what is our dry runners, you've still got Adam Dillon and Joe Doble out there, both on the dry compound. Adam Delwin in P37, Joe Doble behind in P38, but they are still quite some way off the pace compared to the wet runners. They are 4 seconds off the pace by comparison, so we're still waiting to see that transition, and as soon as we do see it, ladies and gentlemen, we will let you know about it, because it will be a big story, as here is William Guthrie making his way past. In fact, he's just made his way past Matthew Cheverton. And Russell Fowler now looking to go around the outside of his Pro-Am peer as they come down in towards turn 23. So Fowler on the outside, Cheverton on the inside, and well, Fowler goes to the cutback, but Cheverton knows how to park that car on the apex and decides just to hold his position there firmly still as we complete with 20 minutes of racing, 40 to go. And will Cheverton go defensive there as Fowler now looking around the outside again, but Cheverton decides to go to the middle of the road. Fowler opts to just simply stay behind, knowing that he can't afford to fight too much. He doesn't want to let his Pro-Am rivals to run away, but as they head up the hill and roar the way onwards, we've got a long pack of cars behind this. Lee Horn and Andy Fox and Jaroslaw Cebula on the back of this from P22 through to P20. We've had a bit of a change just further up the road into turn 2, and that is a change of position there overall only. That's Tom Davidson, who's made his way ahead of Stuart Wyniss, who drops to P8, but the prime leader right now won't really be too worried about losing places to pros. All he will care about is holding on to that Pro-Am lead, and knowing that's where all the points will be as they come out of the cutting. But from there, we must look back to Horn versus Fox, as these two are going too wide here into the cutting. Fox to the inside, Horn in the air, just about makes his way around the outside. Then brave moves from the 36 driver for Whiskey Runners with NXTGEN Orange. And Horn showing that sometimes you've got to be absolutely committed, even on a very slippery outside line going into the cut in order to make moves work. And to be fair, the two drivers, both Horn and Fox, are very respectful racers. They know exactly how much they can push each other. And we're going over the red crest and in towards turn number 9. Well, Horn's right back there now as we ride on board with Lee Horn. And as they head on in, remember, ladies and gentlemen, by the way, the pit window is open. So therefore, it does mean, in fact, as we show that up there, the pit window opened at the end of the previous lap. So our drivers are eligible to pit currently if they so desire, but we'll have to wait and see who decides to take that pit stop, because so far nobody has opted to jump into the pit lane. I expect all the drivers here are waiting to see whether the circuit will turn to a preferable dry tyre circuit before they make that pit stop. So we may see the entire field all come in at once, but who will be the first to dare to break the trend and move on to the slick tyre if the conditions allow it? Will anybody decide, you know what, it's going to be a wet tyre race all the way to the end? That's the big question as well. That'll be on the mind of many a driver, as Lee Horn losing out there on the exit of Forest Elbow versus Cebula, but also keeping in mind that Andy Fox is only 3 tenths behind as we look back behind, and will the Honda Spirit right now not really able to outdrag the Hyundai Veloster. And these two cars quite similar on acceleration in the lower gears, but the Veloster gains once it gets into 4th gear upwards as the Honda Reader struggle to build up that speed. They all have the same rated top speed given the fixed setups, but the difference is how they get there. The Elantra and the Audi get there the fastest, the Veloster a little bit slower, and the Honda by comparison will seem lethargic even when it's in the tow. As they head up towards turn 23 to complete this lap, no signs of change at the moment between Horn and Fox after that wonderful move that was made by Lee Horn. But I'll tell you what, let's take a look back at exactly how that move was made, and here's the replay. And it was Lee Horn in the end, with Andy Fox having a moment, in fact going wide there at what was turn number 2, and that enabled Horn to look round the outside, and in the end absolutely going all for it, and Lee Horn making that move happen. But we return to your live racing pictures, and as we do, heading up the hill, we'll still more to come on here as the pit window continues to sit open. Matthew Cheverton battling with Russell Fowler. Ben Gregory, meanwhile, has actually found his way past what is Sam Bradley to move up into P4 Pro-Am, so now it's looking as though that drink could be more of a reality. But here they go, 2 by 2. Cheverton on the inside, Fowler on the outside here. This is a positioning Pro-Am of P6 in class, but Cheverton simply just keeps the door absolutely open. Joe Doble, I believe, has not come into the pit lane, even though my time screens are telling me he has. No, he's in the pit lane at the moment for what is their mandated stop. And as they come out to the left-hander, it looks though Cheverton fended off Russell Fowler for the time being, but Sam Bradley falling into Ben Gregory, and as they head on out, you can see Gregory's already a bit further up the road. But how did Gregory make that move happen? That is going to be the big question that we'll get an answer to shortly. And here's a quick replay to explain, ladies and gentlemen, how exactly Ben Gregory made the move. Let's take a look back. This was into turn 2 at the start of lap number 8. Gregory all the way around the outside of Sam Bradley. The two of them were fighting hard, and as they came out of the right-hander in towards the left of the cut-in, it was going to be Gregory on the inside there. And well, Gregory making the move happen. Bradley decided to back out there just before the apex of turn 3 and not having the confidence to carry the weight all the way around the outside. Would that be move being made of Ben Gregory? That could be a key move for later on in the race. We return to your live racing pictures. Still more battles to come here, but all is said and done. And Bradley now having Cheverton and Russell Fowler queue up behind. but as the drivers head on out, we are starting to see the spray go down on the cars. Some of you may have already noticed it already, and I think we might be starting to see a potential window where some dry tyres might emerge. Now, in terms of lap times, we can tell you that the dry runners of Adam Delman and Joe Doble are still, on average, about 2 seconds off the pace of the race leaders, but they are now starting to build up some pace. So that could be quite important information. But as Sam Bradley there tries to defend, Matthew Sheraton says, I'm going all for it here, outside to inside, but in the end has to back off there. 90, he's got to defend against Russell Fowler. William Guthrie and Lee Horn are side by side here as well, and that's going to be Guthrie trying to go all the way around the outside of 22 as they come down towards Murray's Corner at turn 23. Would he go for the move? Sam Smith has built off into the pit lane intriguingly, and there's Guthrie up the inside there, gets it stopped just in time, and Lee Horn in the end has to relinquish the position. He can't fight it forever through the left-hander, but Smith is into the pit lane, so he's decided enough's enough in P3 of the Prime class. He's going to come on in, and surely that's got to be for the dry tyre as well. You can see him there in the rear of your picture going down pit lane as Guthrie looks up the inside of Sam Bradley, and I think Bradley there psyched out slightly by seeing Guthrie looking up the inside, so that's caused Bradley to go a little bit deep through the corner, and that's going to open up an opportunity for William Guthrie to make some more progress as Bradley will try to out-drag him, but that Honda's not going to have as much on the legs. Well, you can see at Russell Fowler trying to give the toe to Bradley in order to help him out and keep Guthrie from behind, or keep Guthrie behind I should say, and not making any further progress. But in towards turn number 2 they go, in towards that right hand, a bit of a tap there. Guthrie finds himself being pinned. Lee Horn has to make it 3 wide for a very brief moment, and as he gets escorted out wide, Jaroslaw Cebula now looks for an opportunity to get involved in the fight, but he's going to be 2 wide versus Horn, and Cebula does need to make some progress. The only thing I can imagine here is perhaps he's deciding just to simply back it off and out and survive until when we go to the second stint and then go all in for the attack. But I have to see as he comes out of what is their turn. Oh, goodness me, as a bit of a contact there for William Guthrie against the outside wall of Corey Corner. But right now, Cebula not attacking too hard here. And I think cognizant of the fact there's a championship on the line, he needs to be smart. But Lee Horn, meanwhile, going to win as he gets on the inside of Sam Bradley between turns 8 and 9. So he follows Guthrie through eventually, but having to work hard in order to do so. And whilst all this is playing out, well, where is, I hear you ask, where is Sam Smith? He's in the pit lane. And well, in fact, he's just leaving the pit lane right now. And has Smith changed tyres? Well, he has stayed on the wet tyre, has Sam Smith. He's not gone to the dry. So Smith has decided this is a wet race all the way to the end. Now, will this come back to haunt him for iRacing Esports? If it does, that will open up the door. And that's going to be information now that a lot of teams will be looking at Smith's lap times to see where exactly do his times fall in relation to the dry runners of Doble and Delmont, and also the wider runners out there who are still yet to pit, because we are getting closer and closer towards what is the midway point of this pit window. Remember, it opened at the end of lap 7, it closes at the end of lap 15, so drivers must take a pit stop by the end of lap 15, and you can see that Swear Deitch pulls into the pit lane. He's had enough of being in the running order for P3. He thinks though he can see some magic, and as he comes into the left-hander over where's the pit lane, will Swear Deitch immediately in. Dory will hold on to the lead for now, with Benjamin McCluskey chasing him. And as they come in towards turn number 1, well, it's going to be Dory here who will be looking in his rearview mirror thinking, okay, Swear Deitch is in, what do I do? But does he come in now, or does he come in later? I think he's waiting for some more data here to exactly see when's the right time to go onto the slick compound. Swear Deitch can choose to gamble because he's not scoring points. He's a guest driver for these races, so therefore Swear Deitch will be more of what is a litmus test compared to what is a main championship rival concern. But it's all information that all the teams will be keeping one eye on here, because this could definitely change the tide of the race as they head towards the halfway point of the hour. But as Dorian McCluskey continue to roar on, meanwhile Andrew Pike and Tom Dayton, the 2 teammates of the Sim Racing Collector, they stay P5, P6 out of the circuit. No, there's no real change between them, and it does seem as though Andrew Pike has finally settled down after what is a very rumptuous and difficult first few laps, where the car just didn't seem to be biting in whatsoever. Swear Deitch, we can confirm, by the way, has gone onto the slick tyre. You can see the car from the jacks there on the time table. You'll see the dryer indicator now next to it. Jaroslaw Cebula into the pits as well. Cars up on the jacks of the dry tyre. Sam Bradley, they're all starting to switch to the slick tyre, so I get the feeling that Sam Smith may have made a mistake by staying on the wet compound, unless he knows something we don't with regards to the weather forecast. But as far as I've heard in my ear, we've not got any more rain. In fact, the sun's coming out. And you can see, whilst we do have moisture still on the circuit, it is one of those scenarios whereby it is getting drier and drier, and that dry line is appearing more and more lap after lap. And well, this could definitely be what is a changing moment in the race, and for those who've gone to the dry tyre early, they may struggle initially, but they may find themselves very quickly gaining lap time compared to the rest of their peers. And talking about the dry starters, well, Joe Doble last lap a 2:35.4, meanwhile your leaders 2:36s. So Joe Doble has just pretty much confirmed on a worn dry tyre that the slick is the optimum tyre here in this race, and I believe Adam Delmont now is also picking up the pace. He's on 2:36 the last couple of laps, so this is now a dry race effectively if you can get the heat into the tyre, and therefore it's now going to be people will be diving into the pits at the end of this lap. If not this lap, they're going to need to do it soon, because they're going to be losing out time here by running on that compound for even longer. But as we see Pike and Davison coming on down into what is the chicane, the chase chicane here. Well, Pike right now holding on, but surely the Sim Racing Collector will bring both their drivers in at the end of this lap, knowing that this race is creeping away from them if they stay on out. In fact, they are going to stay out, and it's Isaac Doble comes in. So is Isaac being used as a gauge here for the rest of the Doble Sim Racing team, for Mikey in particular, who is down in P12. Well, here he comes in the 88, and well, this strategic decision, well, he's come on in, so I think they might have had the word from Joe in the car further back, who's pretty much said, you need to go to the slicks now. This is a slick race, and with Doble coming on in, it's a gamble, but it could work out. We'll have to wait to see where Cebula is in relation to Mikey Doble when he leaves the pit lane, given that Cebula was 6 places behind and 6 seconds behind as well. But as our drivers continue to push onwards, well, Ben Gregory having some slight connectivity issues. Hopefully that's not a sign of an impending retirement from this race. That's the last thing we want to see happen. But as our drivers are being served to the pit lane, was a change of place here for the Sim Racing Collective. Davidson, who looks around the outside of Pike, and well, it's Davidson who's made that progress now as he moves up into P4 and feels a lot happier in the car at this time. Ben Gregory has stayed out, albeit we continue to lose him intermittently. And we see Russell Fowler behind him, Matthew Cheverton as they head up the rise. But there is William Guthrie trying to get ahead of Cheverton, trying to help out Gregory by taking the prime pressure of his teammate behind as they come through turn number 2. And in towards turns 3 and 4 they go. But you can see there Gregory in the foreground of your picture as he heads through the left-hander. Will Fowler and Cheverton right there with him. Menace and Kieran Smart, they are what is respectively 10 and 4 seconds up the road, so therefore they'll feel comfortable at the moment at least. They've got plenty of gap to operate with from Gregory, but Track Scotland will be keeping one eye on strategy and thinking with regards to the fact that they may need to go onto that dry tyre shortly. As I've just heard in my ear, we've got a drive-through penalty that's been awarded to Isaac Doble. We'll try and get confirmation as to why, but I believe he may not have served the mandated 55-second stationary pit time, and well, a little bit short on the time. And as I try to head on through with turn number 10, well, here's Guthrie continue to try and put that pressure on as we ride on board here with the number 36 driver coming over the crest and down. As he roars his way through the corners, will Guthrie just absolutely all over the back of what is Cheverton, trying to find an ingress here, trying to find an opportunity, but the problem is over the mountain, going too wide through here in the dry is dangerous enough. Doing it in the wet is absolutely impossible as he gets very close there to the back of Cheverton, but not quite able to land what is the cutback run out of the Forest Elbow hairpin, and as a result has to stay in the toe as all these drivers now run nose to tail all the way down Conrod, and well, no change between them at this time, but we still got at the end of this lap, we will have another 3 laps in which for our drivers to come into the pit lane and serve that mandatory stop. But I get the feeling those who are still out there on the wets, they're all trying to use as much of the wet tyre as possible in order to then get onto a dry compound that very quickly comes up to temperature, rather than having to fight against the standing water of the circuit. Oh my goodness, as that gets very, very tasty there. I think Russell Fowler having a slow run through turn 21, and as a result, Cheverton having to back off, but gets the better exit out the corner, and Fowler's trying to come into the pit lane, and as he does so, they all dive into the pit. So William Guthrie takes 1 place now for Fowler, who found himself on the outside. So Russell Fowler out of position and losing out considerably as a result there. As they all come into the pits, still a good number of our leaders are staying out there, decide to go a little bit longer. And the question of where does Mikey Doble will come out in relation to Jaroslaw Cebula, well, we can see the number 88 of Mikey Doble in P30 currently. Cebula in P33 is the best part of what is 6 seconds behind. So that earlier pit stop for Cebula has not paid off, and Mikey Doble has come back out ahead of him. But of course, we've got everybody in the pit lane now, and the 55-second stationary time. We've just had confirmation in our ear as well that Isaac Doble has picked up a drive-through penalty for what was not being held in his pit box. So the 55 seconds minimum time expected on his mandated stop, and he will need to serve that drive-through penalty within 3 laps. So it'll be this lap, and in fact, he makes his way and then he decides to serve it straight away in order to get it out of the way. And I think that's the best thing to do, as he almost loses it there coming into the pit lane, catches it just in time. and comes across the line, and Isaac Doble gets it set. But as he heads on down the pit lane, meanwhile, we've got more pit stops playing out, and all the drivers and their teams will be watching the stopwatches as Wojciech Swierdijk on the inside there of Gabriel Yilmaz to take P11. Remember, Swierdijk was one of the first drivers to move on to what was the dry tyre, albeit after Sam Smith, who pitted a couple of laps earlier, but Swierdijk really decided to go all in for it, starting what was from a P3 position when he came into the pit lane, and the number 80 driver here now making progress, and in fact lapping 4 seconds a lap faster than the race leader. So the dry tyre is definitely the tyre you want to be on. The only reason I can fathom that the likes of Jamie Dory and Benjamin McCluskey have gone so long is because they want to try and dry the circuit out as much as possible to deploy that dry tyre sooner up, get that dry tyre up to its fastest possible deployment sooner rather than later, rather than have to work that tyre hard and potentially overheat it before you can get the best life out of it. But as he comes in towards what is the left-hander here of the chase chicane, a big slide there from Dory, so those tyres are definitely quite heavily worn already. And as he comes out of turns 21 and 22, does he come into the pit lane? No, he stays out. In fact, yes, he does come into pit lane. It's a late call in. McCluskey does the same, molds it as well. But at this point, Andrew Pike comes in. Davidson already came in a lap before, so it was decided by the Sim Racing Collective to split the strategy, and rolling on through and in towards the pit lane they go, as they do. Meanwhile, in the AM class, it's Lewis Mason and Gabriel Yilmaz, the two drivers battling over the runner-up spot who are out there. But keep in mind that Sean Dobie's already coming and gone to the dry tyre, as has Dylan Hunter. In fact, has Hunter gone to the dry tyre? No, Hunter's gone to the wet tyre, and he's just gone around the outside of Sean Dobie. So Dylan Hunter has gambled massively here by going onto the wet tyre, but he thinks though he might be able to get this done. That is for the effective lead of the AM class based on strategy, but Dylan Hunter decided to absolutely attack here as much as possible. Sean Dobie not happy on that dry tyre right now, but surely at some point, if this circuit gets dry enough, in the last 20 minutes of this race, that wet compound for Hunter, that is going to absolutely turn into what will be a slick. He'll take the tread blocks away, and the heat that will go through that tyre, he'll need to come in because he'll have no grip left by the end of it. At least that's what the theory would say. But Dylan Hunter's gone all in and gambled here on this, and I think he feels as though as long as he can get ahead, he might be able to make this work, because Dobie there behind struggling to get the nose pointed over Skyline. So whilst he is on the slick tyre, and it is the Optimum tyre, it's not Optimum in his hands at the moment, but hopefully he'll be able to turn the tyre around sooner rather than later. But as this happens, Adam Delman comes across the line to lead a lap of the race as he comes through to take what is another lap onto lap number 14. And well, having started on the dry tyre, this gamble seems to have paid off for Adam Delman now as it started to come alive. Of course, he still needs to take a pit stop, but he's got this lap or the next one in order to take that pit stop. So he will take lead with Wojciech Swierdijk behind. And Swierdijk has taken the effective lead of this race, having decided to pit early for the dry tyre. He struggled on the first couple of laps out, but look at that. It swung from what was a gap of 6 tenths behind Jamie Dory and Benjamin McCluskey. Now he is 3 seconds ahead of Dory, and well then, Tom Davidson has squeezed his way between what is Jamie Dory and Benjamin McCluskey. So the NXTGEN pink pair have been separated, and Tom Davidson has absolutely nailed that pit stop as they head up the crest and in towards turns 3 and 4. But through the double left they go. And as they do, the number 42 Davidson trying to chase down here what is a effective race win, because the Swierdijk's not picking up the maximum points because he's a guest driver. So therefore Jamie Dory is between Davidson and the opportunity to take what is effectively a win after all the results computed after the racing. But as he comes out of turn number 7, Davidson right now getting his head down and carrying on, as Sean Dobie has actually found his way back ahead of Dylan Hunter. And well, I think we have a bit of a story as to what's happened between these two drivers, and well, we might be able to get a replay of how Sean Dobie retook the AM lead. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen, and this was in the run coming down Conrod and in towards the chase chicane, and Dobie having the better exit out of what was Forest Elbow, and with the power as well, going around the outside there onto the brakes. And I don't think Hunter had a response other than to let it go. And Sean Dobie then, now that he's got some heat in those tyres, he's starting to feel the benefits. As we return to the racing live on circuit side, well, we are still in pit window territory. We have got a couple of drivers still out there yet to take their pit stops, including Marcel Fridge, who is P5 in the AM class. Here he is P33 overall, but he knows that he doesn't need to do anything other than finish the race, and he will be your AM champion for Season 8 if our mathematics is correct. He can't be called today, so he'll be absolutely pleased with that. And well, at the same time as well, given where Gabriel Yilmaz is currently on the running order, he won't do enough. If it was possible, he won't be able to do it enough in order to be able to overhaul Fritch's lead. And as he roars his way through turns 8 and 9, when the number 7 driver here just taking it easy and knowing that crown is inching its way to him. But from him, Mikey Doble a bit further up the running order. Well, on the brakes here, I'm going to go defensive as Ben Gregory trying to go around the outside. And Gregory, in all of the shuffling, well, we've had a big change in position here for what is our drivers in the Prime class, because Russell Fowler has taken the lead of the Prime class. Now, we'll have to wait and find out whether he spent all the time he's expected to in the pit lane, because of the fact he has leapt his way all the way up to P9. I suspect that's a short pit stop for Russell Fowler in the 73, as Isaac Doble and Alex Meadow trying to put some pressure on him. We'll give you an update on that when we can, ladies and gents, because Fowler has suddenly leapfrogged his way all the way up the running order. But the point is that Ben Gregory has come out ahead of Stuart Wyniss, and well, that gap has swung from what was, I believe, 10 seconds behind to Ben Gregory now being 1.2 seconds ahead of Stuart Wyniss. And well, in the Prime class at least, Ben Gregory right now is on course to take the Prime Championship crown, if our mental mathematics is correct. Of course, we'll say it's provisional, subject to what is the post-race results. And Gregory absolutely flying out there, as Stuart Wyniss and Kieran Smart are behind now, and I think wondering what can they do at this point. But as they head up the hill, Russell Fowler battling hard with Alex Meadow. Mikey Doble made his way, well, making his way up to this as Isaac Doble made his way past in the run towards Griffiths Bend. But Alex Meredith now having a more difficult run as they come on around, and as they come through the corners, heading in towards what will be turns 6 and 7. It's looking ever more dicey, but Alex Meredith does get the move done on Russell Fowler and absolutely digging in as they roar the way on around. And well, I can see there in the YouTube chat, Andrew Chell, or Andy Chell as he's also known, saying in the YouTube chat that he's enjoyed the season, 100% will be back for a future season in the NXTCC, and absolutely glad to hear that, Andy, and we look forward to that in Season 9. And just a reminder, of course, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of today's broadcast, we will be giving you updates as to what exactly is planned for Season 9 of the NXTCC, and also some other upcoming series at Next Gen Racing that you may be interested in. But taking the interest from what lies in the future to the here and now, and we can see Alan McCain with Ben Altrier right behind him as they get very close there, coming down from the skyline into the dipper. And McCain absolutely being attacked and hounded by the Full Tilt Motorsport Pro driver as they roll the way to Forest Elbow. And well, he looks left, he looks right, but Ben Altrier finds that whenever he does so, he's only got walls around him. And as they come out of the corner, Alan McCain just holding his ground and holding his position very well, and doing this exactly as he needs to as they head upwards towards what will be the Conrod Straight. But as they do head down it, well, meanwhile, further update, we have had a further pit stop for what is Dylan Hunter, and he has gone to the dry tyre. So therefore, Dylan Hunter's race, Dylan Hunter, by coming in a second time, has put the dry tyre on, and therefore has now got it all to do from the back of the running order of the AM class. He's in P8 of the AMs, and therefore knows he's got the hard job in order to carve his way through over the remaining, what is 18-minute distance. So therefore, a few drivers getting it wrong in strategy, but those who got it right have got it done very well. But Russell Fowler right now on what is the wet compound, was he heads in towards turn number 1. He's got a long line of cars behind, including Mikey Doble, Ben Gregory, Stuart Wyniss, William Guthrie and Kieran Smart. And Fowler, as we do see there, Marcel Fritsch leaving the pit lane. Will Fritsch there will just steer clear as the blue flags will wave, but Russell Fowler right now proves to be afforded the side as Mikey Doble there makes it 3 wide for a brief moment, but in the end will get on through. You can see a flash of lights from Ben Gregory. He's not happy about this at all because he's got the pressure of his championship rival right behind, and well, Gregory right now pinning the car to the inside, trying to make Wyniss go all the way round, but Gregory's going to go up the inside here versus Fowler. This is going to get very, very close. This is going to be important for the championship battles. There's contact between Wyniss and Fowler. Fowler rejoins, and as they come up the hill, well, Wyniss and Gregory both make the way through, and I think Stuart after the race might apologise to Russell, but say, look, I've got a championship to win here. I'm sorry about this. I can't just simply dilly-dally around. But as they come through turn 4 in towards 5, well, Ben Gregory has now taken the prime lead of Russell Fowler as they roar their way on around, and you can see Kieran Smart was to try and look for a move there, trying to help out in terms of getting a bit close to Wyniss as Fowler grazes the inside wall at turn number 7, just missing from absolutely hitting it dead on. And well, Russell Fowler seemingly struggling on the wet tyre, and it's a big hit to the wall there for Russell Fowler. The car has gone, oh goodness me, there's a tap between Smart and Fowler as Fowler tries to bring it back together. But in the end, it's escorted to the gravel as a result of that elbow. And, well, it does mean that Russell Fowler's race is going from good to bad to disastrous now. And surely at the end of this lap, he's got to be in the pits because that wet tyre has not got any life or grip to it. And with the damage he's also picked up with those wall contacts, I can imagine that Verano Esports Audi right now will not want to point to the straight line through the corners or indeed down the straights. But as he comes through Forest Elbow, it's all now for Russell Fowler to fall into the park. Can he do anything to recover this? Well, I get the feeling he'll try and do his best to do so later on, but looking back to Gregory versus Wyniss, well, as we can see, as they make the way down. Well, the pit window is closed, ladies and gentlemen, because it did end, of course, on what was the end of lap number 15. And, well, we have cleared that from the top of our screen as William Guthrie, meanwhile, now trying to hold on to what is Stuart White's behind. But Ben Gregory is at the centre of our cameraman's attention. And you can see here that Ben Gregory absolutely on the attack versus Mikey Doble to try and put some distance between himself and White's. But with Guthrie getting ahead of White's now, where you can imagine that William Guthrie will be doing everything to simply make sure that White's does not make any further progress if wanted to. As long as he does it fairly, William Guthrie right now could be the widest Elantra that Stuart White's has ever seen in his NXTCC career, and Guthrie in this point can really dictate the flow, which is going to be witnessed by Stuart White's all the way through to the end, as we see a run wide there from Lewis Delmont, and Lewis Delmont in fact absolutely flying since he's gone to the dry tyre. He's set the fastest middle sector of everybody, including all the pros out there, so Lewis Delmont has found some time that nobody else has been able to find. And as they head onwards towards what will be turn number 2, could Lewis Delmont here potentially become a forward in the side of both Ben Gregory and Stuart White's? Well, that will be a question that we'll try and get an answer to when we can, as they come through what is turn number 2. But as they come on around, will Russell Fowler into the pit lane for that work. You can see him there in the rear of the picture, and as he makes his way into the pit lane, meanwhile, one driver who's not in the pit lane, he's the focus of our cameraman's attention, is Sean Doble, your AM leader, and we're leading right now by a descending margin of what is 3.4 seconds over Mark Sykes, and Mark Sykes, the second place AM driver, is getting closer and closer. You can see him there briefly in the camera shot. You can see him over the crest there, the Audi hunting the Elantra, but Sean Doble trying to hold on here for what would be a magical start on pole, finish as the race winner. He's got 16 minutes or so of racing to go if you include where's the overtime for the final lap. But Sean Doble trying to make a dream come true, but Mark Sykes is trying to disrupt that dream and take a victory to his final race of the season. We'll have to see at which these two come away victorious. But Sean Doble definitely the mastermind in the wet of the AM class, but Mark Sykes on the drying circuit is really now starting to find his rhythm, and it is an interesting delta between the two of them. As we come on to what is the overalls, well, we do look to Andrew Pike here, and as we can see, the number 57 driver of the Sim Racing Collective here under pressure from Gavin Gardner as they head in towards turn number 20 and then down towards 21. And onto the brakes they go, and as they do into the chase chicane, no change at the moment, but Gavin Gardner inching closer. What about Ben Gregory? Well, he's got William Guthrie, his teammate, right behind him there. Mikey Doble just in front, and Doble in P10. If things were to finish as they currently stand, with Jaroslaw Cebula in P16, and what would be effectively P12 Pro versus Doble's P10 Pro, Mikey Doble will provisionally be your 4-time NXTCC overall champion. So therefore things are coming the way of Mikey Doble. Kieran Smart there under pressure from Lewis Delmont, and Delmont trying to make a move there. And remember, we only said months ago the SO NXTGEN Gold driver might become a bit of thorn in the side of the Prime Pack. Well, he's doing exactly that now, as he's going to try and go around the outside here in towards turn number 1. Can Smart hold him at bay? Smart goes all in on the brakes. Delmont cuts back here. It's a brilliant bit of ballet on 4 wheels as they roll the way out the hill. We ride on board here with Lewis Delmont, as the Honda Civic doesn't have the grunt up the straight, but it does have the toe to offset that, and he's trying to build up as much speed as he possibly can as they roar their way up the mountain straight and in towards turn number 2. As they head up the rise here, we look to the outside as Lewis Delmont trying to make sure that he can carry all the speed he can, as Kieran Smart there puts the car in the middle of the road and makes himself as obtuse as he can as they roar the way out of the corner now and up towards turns 3 and 4. But of course what this means is that Stuart White's now is being allowed to take some breathing room, so really Smart having to invest all his work on defending to make sure Delmont does not get involved with White's chase of Gregory. But then again, the problem is that White has got to fight his way past William Guthrie and then go after Ben Gregory, and that's the difficulty as they come through when it's turned 6 into 7, but rolling away from the right into left. Lewis Delmont right now absolutely throwing everything he can at this, coming in towards what is turns 9 and 10, but not quite as close over the mountain this time. But I suspect he'll be trying to set himself up for a close run coming onto the Conrad straight out of Forest Elbow. But as he absolutely commits there, that is absolutely brazen commitment coming his way from at Fillory Park into Skyline and down to Dipper. So Delmont here absolutely fearless, just like his dad Adam, but young Lewis right now showing no signs of hesitating here as he absolutely roars and romps his way over the mountain down to Forest Elbow, and immediately back close now as they come in towards the left-hander. You can see there what is the car, I do believe, just in front of, I believe that might be Alex Meredith there. That might be a lap down at this point, trying to understand whose car that is, when in fact it's going quite slowly. And as they make the way on along, let's try and see who that is. In fact, that's the AM car of Jonathan Collins. I do apologise. The Whiskey Runners with NXTGEN orange machine there. Jonathan Collins all the way down in P36, and well, having a difficult day, but respecting the blue flags. But all these drivers here continue to charge on, and it may be 11 laps to go, but they're racing every lap right now as if it's the final lap of the season, and that final lap is gradually inching closer and closer here as time continues to trickle away, as also the circuit continues to dry up. As they head on towards another lap, we do look from our battlers here, so back inside the top 10, and we look to Isaac Doble as he makes his way out to turn number 1, and that right behind him is Alex Meredith, what is the P9 Whiskey Runners with NXTGEN orange Hyundai Veloster, a car that seems to be suiting Alex Meredith quite nicely here as they head up the rise, albeit Isaac Doble able to drag his way away given the straight line speed supremacy of the Audi. And as we take a quick sip of water there for what is going to be surely a bit of a scintillating season finale, we'll find a couple of laps at least, or as they roar their way past the pedigree board. It's going to be a proof here of where Meredith can deploy what is his racing pedigree to get the most out of that Veloster. But Isaac Doble continuing it to just hold on for Doble Sim Race as he heads on through turn number 4 and out towards 5 and 6 he goes, but showing no signs of wilting under the pressure. And just up the road, Gavin Gardner over the back of Andrew Pike. So these drivers all push each other along as much as they possibly can. Meanwhile, further down the order, we have had a change of position for Matthew Cheverton, who's moved up to P16 ahead of Jaroslaw Cebula, who's now been pushed back towards Ben Altria. So therefore, it is looking as though that for what is Cebula, he's just going backwards in this race rather than forwards, and that's not going to be helping him chasing down at Mikey Doble and trying to steal away what will be his first title of his NXTCC career. But speaking of opportunities to steal places away, we'll remember only a couple of laps ago we said about Sean Doby leading in the AM class, but Mark Sykes is very quickly getting closer and closer. Well, how about this? In the space of what is 3 laps, Mark Sykes has cut that gap down completely. In fact, in the space of 2 laps, I should say, and there is Sykes immediately on the back of Sean Doby as they come on through Corey Bend, and Doby, you can see they're just not having as much pace in the car as they head up the rise here through turns 6 and 7 in the dry as he was in the wet conditions. So therefore the 159 driver will now know he's going to have to go absolutely defensive for the final 9 minutes of this race and see what exactly he can do magic wise. No matter what's happening, he goes wide, and Sean Doby out onto the gravel there, and I suspect just braking a little bit too late and carrying speed into the Philly that he didn't want to, and that releases Mark Sykes to take the AM lead as the pressure immediately materialises there for Sean Doby, and Mark Sykes now will feel as though if he can let Sam Van Olst go, he can just hold on to what is that AM lead all the way to the end. As he comes on down to Forest Elbow, Sykes going very slowly in fact there, and Sean Doby catching right back up to the back of it. Oh goodness me, a big hit to the outside wall there for Sean Doby. Surely that's not going to damage the suspension. If it does, Sean Doby's opportunity to finish P2 at least will suddenly disappear away, because he's got a absolutely huge gap to what is Callum Murray, who is the best part of 10 seconds behind. So right now Sean Doby can afford just to simply keep the car going and make sure he finishes P2, because Murray's not on the same pace as him. But I think Doby had a bit of frustration about losing the place and getting so close to the back of Sykes into Forest Elbow. Well, the 159 driver then missed his braking point entirely and almost putting his race in the barrier. But as he comes out of what is at turns 21 and 22, will we see him defect to the pits? The answer is no, but he's running very close there to the back of what is the car of Sam Smith, who seems to be limping along, and Doby up the inside here, so he's not giving up chasing after Mark Sykes. Perhaps it's awoken something in him here to go chasing, but it looks like the 159 driver here, whatever's happened, he's suddenly got a bit more motivation, and it is showing the fact he's immediately now going back on the charge. We'll have to wait and see. As from then, we have had a change of our P2 driver, and this happened a few laps ago. Benjamin McCluskey getting ahead of Jamie Dorey for P2, and what effect he is the points of the race win, albeit Wojciech Swidoch 8 seconds up the road and absolutely disappearing off into the distance. But meanwhile, Gavin Gardner has just found his way past Andrew Pike coming into Skyline. But how exactly did he get it done? Well, here's the replay, ladies and gentlemen. And it was over the rise there through McPhillamy. You can see Pike just taking a bit too much speed. Car steps out wide, understeering onto 3 wheels for a brief moment there for Andrew Pike. And Gardner just sailing around the outside through Skyline in order to take the place. So Gavin Gardner there seizing on an opportunity that was presented, and he didn't need to be asked twice in order to make that happen. But in terms of other replays as well, we can also take a look back at how McCluskey made the move on Dorey for P2. And here's the replay for that. It was on lap number 19, making the way up towards turn number 2. And as they made the way on to the brakes was McCluskey on the inside. Dorey tried to cover it off, but McCluskey having the overspeed and getting the job done. And as we return to your live racing, well, things may be calming down at certain points of the field, but not everywhere, it must be said. And well, we look back here to what is the fight for the top 3 of the Prime class. And well, Ben Gregory has now put 2 seconds ahead of the Track Scotland pair of Kieran Smart and Stuart Winess. Winess in the blue and orange machine versus Smart in what is the blue and lime green machine. But Smart will not at any point look to get ahead of his teammate here for the simple reason they'll want to stay in this formation to make sure Winess gets every point he can in order to be able to potentially turn things around. But as we said earlier, we believe, based on the results of race number 1, this is provisional of course, and how things currently stand in this race, that if things finish as they currently stand, it would mean that Ben Gregory would be your Pro-Am champion, albeit by only a very small number of points, but he would have done enough because of the way the results have fallen. But we will not confirm or deny that until we know otherwise after the racing today. And as they make the way up the hill in towards turn number 2, Kieran Smart right now all over the back of his teammate, but knowing there is no value in passing, he just has to wait and watch, which when you are number 2 in this situation, it can feel frustrating. You're doing it for the higher cause here, which is to try and get a big piece of silverware for what is your team. And as they head in towards turns 3 and 4, well, meanwhile, further back, Michael Lee's having a little bit of a battle with Sam Smith up the inside there. Smith runs out wide, and that's going to enable Adam Delmont to also come through. And Adam Delmont, I think, will be kicking himself for the fact that things did not work out strategy-wise. He did pick the right tyre, but picked it way too soon, and therefore has lost out. And as he looks behind Michael Lees, coming through the left-hander at turn number 1, well, Lees right now doing everything right there as they roar the way up towards turn number 2. Side by side they go, and Lees and Delmont here. Well, it's going to be Delmont on the inside of the run up the mountain straight. Lees on the outside effectively. And Delmont now started to out-drag his prime rival. And well, the pro driver here surely will get this move done. And there he goes, pulls back into the racing line. And Michael Lees does not look for the counter-attack here into the braking zone for Griffin Bend. But going through that right-hander, well, 5 minutes left on the clock plus the final lap. Duncan Morais, oh, goodness me, and that's an off-track there for Alan McCain in similar fashion to what happened to Andrew Pike only moments ago. So those drivers will swap in the places there, albeit aided by an opportunity if you're Duncan Morais up into P6 of the Prime class now, as Alan McCain tries to bring the car together. But as they head on through, we've had a big moment for Russell Fowler. Oh, goodness me, and Fowler around there at the dipper. And well, that is after what has gone wrong earlier. But what exactly happened to Russell Fowler? Here's the replay. In towards McPhillary Park, he went, rear of the car, let go, into the gravel at this point, trying to power his way through. Will caught it just in time. So Russell Fowler doing a fantastic job there to collect the car together. But Saint says, oh, goodness me, and that's where it went wrong. Down out of Skyline into the dipper, and the car letting go. But as we return to your live pictures, ladies and gentlemen, well, meanwhile, we look to Wojciech Swierdajczyk here as he continues to lead now onto lap number 22. And well, after this lap, he will squeeze in one more to end the day on 23 laps of racing over the course of the hour. And Benjamin McCluskey, meanwhile, 7.5 seconds back, not in this camera shot, but you will see him shortly as they make their way through. And there he is, Benjamin McCluskey, with Jamie Doria right behind him as they head in towards the cutting for the penultimate time. And well, roaring on through. Dory's right there. Davidson as well. And Tom Davidson, in fact, has caught right up to this over the course of the last few laps. And I do think that Davidson right now, we're feeling quite comfortable with regards to the flow of this Honda. And he has shown that over the course of the season in the fact that much like his teammate Andrew Pyatt, the two of them, when they are in the zone, they do seem to be absolutely unstoppable and chasing down podiums and not race wins. And Davidson here, knowing if he can pass McCluskey and Dory, then he will effectively be going for the race win in terms of the points that he'll be taking. As Dory runs a bit wide there, carrying it out of McPhillary. But of course, it's one thing to catch, it's another thing to pass. And well, as they come down onto the braking zone through the right and in towards the left-hander, well, Tom Davidson, they're getting a much better run through the corners and in towards what is Forest Elba to go. We'll get as close as he dares to dream to do so. But the problem will be, here is the fact he won't be able to find a pass, but what he can do is try and go for a run. Absolutely fights at the steering wheel as he heads out to left-hander. And will Tom Davidson in the end not quite getting the traction down. I think they're getting too close too soon, but the problem is there in the fact that, of course, with this car that has such a straight line speed deficit, you want to be literally sniffing the rear of those Audis coming out of Forest Elbow, but you've got to time it absolutely right. It's literally down to millimetres of timing, as you do see there the Aztec Racing car of, I believe that's Gabriel Yilmaz, a lap down, trying to get out of the way of what is this lead pack coming through. Davidson up the inside there, and where he'll be a little bit compromised, he makes his way through, but Yilmaz decides to back off on the exit of turn number 21. So working out there for Tom Davidson, no doubt about it, but you can see that gap has opened up by what is at 7/10. And as they come through the left-hander, will roaring the way on around. Davidson now will know he's only got one more lap to go in order to make this magic happen, as Wojciech Swierdowicz, meanwhile, with what is 1.5 minutes left on the clock, surely this will be the final lap of the racing, unless we have another instance, much like what we saw at the Nürburgring in round number 5, where we get an extra lap added on top of the hour. Well, there are two different settings, and I do believe there we had it what was a minimum of 1 hour racing plus the lap after it, whereas I think today this will be the final lap when the clock does strike the 1 hour mark as he heads in towards turn number 2. Well, meanwhile, Mikey Doble here still sandwiching his way between Ben Gregory and Stuart Winus. In fact, as Ben Gregory passed Mikey Doble quite recently, I think, because William Guthrie's also found his way through. And will Doble right now, P11 in the pro class, P12 overall. And meanwhile, Jaroslaw Cebula in P12 in the class. You can see him at the back of this group. Even if Cebula finished ahead of Doble, this would still go the way of Doble for the title, surely. We'd have to wait and see. But excuse me a second, ladies and gentlemen, I need to sneeze. And I do apologise, ladies and gentlemen. Didn't want you to hear me sneezing live on air. And as I try to make the way on through, roaring the way around right now, Mikey Doble finds himself in a bit of a precarious situation in the fact that he's under a lot of pressure here from a number of primes around him. And knowing that one misstep will see him potentially forced all the way back to Cebula, and he won't want to get caught out at all. So all he needs to do now is finish this race where he is, and he will become a 4-time NXTCC champion provisionally. But we'll have to wait and see what's going to play out then over the rise and the run of this lap, as meanwhile the clock strikes an hour, and as it does so, well, here is Wojciech Swierdowicz making his way down the Conrad Straight for the last time, as we're to understand it. As we can see there, McCluskey and Dory. Well, McCluskey will be your default winner on the basis that the points for winning will go to McCluskey after the race and all the results are accounted for, with Swierdowicz being a guest, and he's got Jamie Dory right there with him. Will Dory look for a move right at the end of this race? Well, if he does so, he's going to have to come from quite far back. I don't think he will, but meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, we'll give this man a round of applause in the fact that he may not have put it on pole, but in the end, he absolutely nailed it on the strategy. And as he comes out the final corner, it's going to be 2 wins out of 2 here at Bathurst for Wojciech Swierdowicz for Semper Racing in an absolutely well-planned drive. And then it will be Benjamin McCluskey who comes on through to take the runner-up spot P2 for NXTGEN Pete ahead of teammate Jamie Dory to celebrate the team's championship crown for this season. Tom Davidson finishes P4 in the end, huffing and puffing all the way to the finish, but not quite able to get on the overall podium ahead of Dan Mould P5. And then it'll be Andrew Pite ahead of Isaac Doble, with Alex Reddiff, Gamagard and William Guthrie then making the way through to complete the top 10. But what about Ben Gregory? Well, he is going to take the prime win, and I do believe provisionally, ladies and gentlemen, this may be enough for him to seal the prime title. Oh my goodness, as there's a big shot to the wall there for what was none other than, I do believe, Kieran Smart came out of the court, but Ben Gregory takes the prime win. It could be enough, but one thing we do know, I do believe provisionally, is that Mikey Doble with P12 ahead of Jaroslaw Cebula at P17 will take his 4th NXTCC title as an overall champion for the Doble Sim Racing in the number 88. Behind him was Stuart Winus, the runner-up in the prime class there, ahead of Matthew Sheraton, who made it onto the prime podium. And in the AM class, well, he makes his way on through. Of course, the AM title was already sealed up after race 1, with Marcel Fritsch doing enough to take the AM title for season 8. But Mark Sykes, in the end, he's had a frustrated season that saw him demoted from prime to AM, but he ends the season on a high by making it victory in the feature race here in the AM class at Bathurst. P24 with Adam Delmont just behind him. And Sean Doby, he'll be gutted to have missed out on the AM win in this race, but you'll know he did an absolutely solid job to take the runner-up award. And what a drive there from the 159 driver. If it had been wetter for longer, I think we would have seen him have a runaway AM class win, but it wasn't to be. And Callum Murray, meanwhile, takes 3rd place, another AM podium for the SL NXTGEN Gold driver in an absolutely solid stint as well. Well, what a drive for Callum Murray, no doubt about it, absolutely delivering. But as our drivers gradually cool themselves down, well, Nick Clemens and Sam Smith have made their way across the timeline already. We're just waiting for Michael Lees to finish his race. He'll finish P30, P11 in the prime class. Well, as he comes across the line, he's the last of your lead lap finishers, ladies and gentlemen. And what a conclusion to the race here at Bathurst. And well, as Wojciech Swierdowicz leads the drivers of the round here, I think they're all getting ready to try and do the Bathurst jump, the proverbial Bathurst jump, to celebrate the end of the season, which is where they try to leap the barrier at the end of the Conrad Straight. Well, if they still can do that, given the way the grass mechanics were changed over the last couple of years. Well, you can see there McCluskey and Dory, the 2 leading members of NXTGEN Pink, team manager and principal Jamie Dory there. Well, he's a 2-time NXTCC champion, and he's now led every team that has taken the team's championship for what is 8 seasons in the row. Ever since the inception of the NXTCC, he has led the team that's taken the title, and well, what a team leader, no doubt about it. As they make the way on down, everyone queuing up behind there, and they're all building up the speed. And as they do, well, making the way on through. And in fact, I don't think we're going to be seeing anybody here going for what is the jump, because you can see the speed there, and they're just holding their speed nice and low. And they're just going to gradually come into the pit lane and celebrate what has been a great season of Season 8. And we're just behind Ben Gregory right now. He's going to be in that car, asking himself the question, has he done enough? We've got that question on mind as well, but we think he has done enough to become Pro-Am champion, just ahead of Stuart Winus. And well, if so, he's turned it all around in the blink of an eye at Bathurst, and what a way to do it. But as all the drivers coming down, of course, Mikey Doble there, a 4-time provisional NXTCC champion. Not an easy round, and after the first race where it seemed as though Cebula was doing enough to put a dent in, well, Mikey Doble finishing ahead of his rival and doing exactly what was needed. But what a way to wrap it up in the end and keeping it all together when it could have gone wrong, and in challenging conditions as well, delivering exactly what he needed to in order to get the job done. As the field makes its way up front, I think they're all going to head on to the start-finish straight here to celebrate. But what an end of the season as Mikey Doble there celebrates. I think he knows he's done enough, and well, as he rolls his way across the line, he'll be absolutely pleased with that. But where is Marcel Fritsch, I hear you ask? Here he is, your AM champion. He didn't need to win this race. He didn't even need to finish inside the AM top 5. All he needed to do was finish the race to guarantee that he'd be classified as AM champion for Season 8. And he joins a growing list of individuals of Matt Emmons and also Mark Sykes. But Marcel Fritsch becomes the 3rd ever AM champion in NXTCC history and the Verano Academy driver. And you've got to feel for this man, ladies and gentlemen. He has been on the grid since Season 2. Back when there was only 2 classes, Pro and Pro-Am. And when we did have only those 2 classes, he was towards the back of the Pro-Am class, giving it everything week in, week out for WS Racing Esports. When the AM class arrived, he remained in Pro-Am for 3 seasons and was chasing around top 15 to top 10 finishes in the Pro-Am class. And when eventually he's moved to the AM class, well, he stepped up the pace, no doubt about it. And the Verano Academy driver, in that transition to the Verano team for this season, he has not looked back. And he's finally found his 1st ever title and got the recognition he deserves. And I can tell you one thing, I'm all for it, because what a drive he's had this season. He's been the most consistent in the AM class. He hasn't always won, but he's been consistently up there, and that has been the difference in the campaign versus rivals, who Gabriel Yilmaz taking the 2nd place spot in the end, and then Lewis Mason just holding off Jonathan Collins. As all drivers come into the pit lane, and some celebration donuts there being done by what is none other than, I believe that might be the Honda of Lewis Mason. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's look to the scenic view and take you through those final race results, subject to Stuart's inquiries. And after an absolutely brilliant 60-minute race to bring the curtain down in round 10 of 10 of Season 8 of the NXTCC, brought to you in iRacing and powered by Doble Motorcycles, Wojciech Swiadovic making it 2 wins out of 2 for Semper Racing today by 7.2 seconds over the next-gen pink pair of Benjamin McCluskey and Jamie Dory. Just off of the podium there, Tom Davidson, who threw everything at it to try and get under the skin of the next-gen pink pair, but couldn't quite do enough, but still be very happy with that P4. And that result, combined with Andrew Pike's P6, his teammate, will seal the deal for the team in terms of them finishing inside the top 5, we believe. Between the 2 of them, taking another top 5, Dan Mould there for SO and Next Gen Gold, having a solid race, even with a few bumps and scrapes with Andrew Pike. Well, you can't go touring car racing without some elbows out, but Dan Mould beating Pike at the very end. And then we did see Isaac Doble P7 for Double Sim Racing ahead of Alex Meredith for Next Gen Orange Wheel Risky Runners. And your top 10 completed by Gavin Carter for Next Gen Pink and Full Tilt Motorsports William Guthrie, who really was the big team player to his teammate Ben Gregory. Speaking of whom, Ben Gregory finished best of the rest P11, your Pro-Am winner there. And after what was that podium finish in race number 1 of the Pro-Am class, we believe that Ben Gregory is your provisional Pro-Am champion, but we will confirm that when we can for Full Tilt Motorsport ahead of Mikey Doble, the Double Sim Racing driver, finishing ahead of Jaroslaw Cebula, and that's all he needed to do in this race. And with that, he has become your 4-time overall drivers champion. And what a season from Mikey Doble. He was put under pressure from the start, but he never looked back. He never wilted under it and did exactly what he needed to do today in order to bring home that 4th crown. From the Doble Sim Racing driver, it was then Track Scotland's Stuart Winus, who, if he has finished run-up in the Pro-Am Class Championship, he'll be absolutely gutted after what was a great start and a great qualifying performance, but it just wasn't to be here today, and that weight holding him back with Matthew Shelton completing the Pro-Am podium there for P14 for Aztec Racing. Your top 15 overall was completed by Lewis Delman for SO NXTGEN Gold, with Kieran Smart P16 there for Track Scotland in that late altercation, seeing him just missing out on finishing on the podium there of the Prime class, but in the end having to be Cecily for P5 of the Prime class. And your top 20 was completed by Jaroslaw Cebula, who will be your runner-up for the overall Drivers' Championship for NXTGEN Pink, not quite having enough in the tank in order to take on Mikey Doble in the final race of the season. But credit where it's due to Jaroslaw Cebula in the fact he kept this championship open and had a very strong shot at trying to become champion, and there's always season 9 for him to get his maiden title. Benel Trio was P18, and then to complete the top 20 it was Alan McCain and Sam Bradley, with the Goldwing Motorsport trio of Sam Van Duncan Race and Andy Fox finishing together through to P23. Mark Sykes was your AM winner, with that late overtake for the win in the AM class. P24 there for NXTGEN Orange Whiskey Runners, head of Adam Delmont, and then Sean Doby, the ATEC Racing driver, who did everything right in the wet, but just didn't have the right pace in the dry, and that's why he had to settle for P2 in the AM class. He'll be gutted about that, but also I think he'll take a lot from that in terms of learning experience and all the positives that came with it. Behind him, by a best part of 8 seconds, was Callum Murray, third place finish in the AM class. Congratulations to him as well for SO NXTGEN Gold for bringing home another AM podium, and very quickly racking those up. And your top 30 was completed by Nick Clemens, followed by what was Sam Smith and Michael Lees. P31, it was Lee Horn. He was the first top driver to finish a lap down, as was then Dylan Hunter a lap down, albeit taking P4 in the AM class, despite having to make an extra pit stop. Well done to Dylan Hunter for a brilliant drive for DH Racing, and if only he'd switched to the right tyre, you would imagine that he could have potentially taken the AM win. Lewis Mason then finished behind him, ahead of Gabriel Yilmaz, Jonathan Collins, Sammy Reaper and Marcel Fritsch finishing through to P37, with Fritsch taking the AM title with that finish for Rhino Academy. It was 3 laps down to Russell Fowler, and then completing your classified drivers. Joe Doble there, 5 laps down, but we classified as a finisher as he completed over half the race distance. And that unfortunate early retirement for Andy Chell with throttle problems that saw him into the wall, coming through turns 8 into 9, and the Quartermaster Motorsport driver in the end losing out there and being our sole retiree. So 40 starters, 39 finishers, and 30 on the lead lap. And what a season of racing, ladies and gentlemen, and what a final race to wrap up proceedings, no doubt about it. But of course it does mean that sadly the circuit falls silent for the final time of Season 8 of the NXTCC. But don't be too alarmed, because we've still got plenty more to come on tonight's broadcast, starting off with our post-round interviews with our championship winners, our provisional championship winners, where we can. We're going to try and grab them. So we are going to step away for approximately 8 to 10 minutes, and when we are back, we'll be back for those interviews. So we will see you very shortly. If you are looking to buy your next two-wheeled machine or ATV, why not consider Doble Motorcycles? Home to an expansive full range of Honda motorcycles, scooters, off-road bikes and ATVs, Doble Motorcycles is the UK's leading Honda motorcycle dealer. However, do not just take our word for it. Having won numerous awards over the years, including 3 Motorcycle News Dealer of the Year awards, and being nominated for many more, including Honda Dealer of the Year 4 times, the Doble family-run business prides itself on customer service, and it shows. Add to this the family's rich racing history through 3 generations, as currently embodied by Mikey Doble Racing, with Mikey chasing glory in the BTCC, and you can be certain that you will receive excellent customer service from lights out to checkered flag. So if you'd like to know more, check out their website today at doble.co.uk. Speaking of Mikey Doble Racing, if you'd like to support Mikey as he pushes it to the limit out on track, you can do so by following the Mikey Doble Racing Facebook page as seen on screen. Additionally, if you want to represent the 88 Army at a BTCC weekend, Mikey Doble Racing has some fantastic merchandise available just for you, as may be found either via the Mikey Doble Racing Facebook page or alternatively in the Doble Motorcycle store at dobledirect.co.uk. Don't miss out on being a part of the 88 Army today. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it is time for our post-round interviews, apologies, with our provisional champions. And of course, we're going to start off at the very forefront, our pro class and overall champion as well to go with it. It's going to be none other than Mikey Doble for Doble Sim Racing, a 4-time champion. Let's get him straight in here, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening to you, Mikey. And well, what a way to wrap up your 4th NXTCC title. I mean, you were pushed hard earlier on in the season, but ever since the second half of the season, you've looked more and more in control as time has goes on. And well, you were in control tonight and brought it on home. How do you feel to be our first ever 4-time NXTCC champion?
Well, that's an honour in itself, but I'm certainly relieved to get tonight out the way. I must say endurance racing isn't my strong point on iRacing or in these cars, but carrying all of that ballast around that circuit tonight without the opportunity to lose it after race 1 was tough. So yeah, I mean, I can't say I enjoyed that last race there, especially with the mixed conditions, but I was pleased to get through it, and you know, it was tense all the way to the end of that last race, but it did just about enough.
Oh, indeed. Well, sometimes it's all about just doing enough over the race distance. And of course, Bathurst being a circuit which I think many were perhaps loathing the thought of racing around here for the best part of 80 plus minutes. Others were excited, looking forward to. And for yourself, as you mentioned there, really wanting to make sure, as you mentioned earlier in the season, looking to try and put this championship to bed before we got to this round. But of course, there was still an opportunity for your rival, Jaroslaw Cebula, to try and come back at you. But coming into it, I mean, we had a dry first race and a dry qualifying session to start that off, and a P19 in qualifying overall. Not a bad start, given the fact your rival didn't qualify that much further up the road at first.
Yeah, I mean, I think actually in that race, Jaroslaw was solidly inside the top 5, but yeah, I had a shocker of a qualifying in the first race because I got blocked on 3 occasions coming down the mountain. So, you know, with these tyres around this circuit, you get 2 laps out of them when they're at their peak, and then after that you're sort of half a second slower. So on my critical 2 laps, I got blocked coming down the mountain, which is obviously a notoriously difficult section of track, and obviously with the ballast I was carrying as well, it just compounded that issue that when I did get a clear lap, I just didn't have the tyre underneath me to really get the most out of it. So I wasn't expecting a top 10 with the ballast I had, but I think that rather than a 19th, it could have quite easily been an 11th or a 12th perhaps. But ultimately, I made quite good progress in that race and kept it out of trouble and fought my way back up to P9, which was good, and kind of saved a little bit of my advantage going into the big race.
Well, indeed, and thank you for correcting us there with regards to the differences in qualifying position and for outlining what happened to you in qualifying. And speaking about the race itself, we did see you make your way up the order to take what was a solid P10 finish overall. I mean, Bathurst isn't a circuit that invites overtakes easily, particularly more so when you've got the weight in the car. But it looked as though there you weren't afraid to get a little bit dicey with other drivers, even if there was a championship on the line.
Yeah, I mean, I was certainly calculating my risks with every move I made, but just through natural attrition really through that race, probably found me 5 or 6 positions with people making mistakes in front of me. Managing to get past Joe, my teammate, obviously wasn't going to make it too difficult for me, but yeah, I mean, my pace was pretty good in that race relative to the weight I was carrying, so I just kind of took my opportunities as they come, without trying to take too much risk on making unnecessary moves. But it was all about damage limitation in that one. Obviously, with Wodge not qualifying for points, it was a technical sort of race win for Jaroslaw there. So he was always going to take a chunk of points out of me in that one. But to get into the top 10 just made things a little bit easier going into the long race.
Oh, without a doubt. And coming then into the long race, you still knew at that point, or could presume, that you were championship leader, albeit your advantage was cut, given that this round's undroppable. But it's double points up for grabs because it's the second race of the day, but triple the distance. And a bit of rain came in towards what was the midpoint of practice. How did that make you feel going into qualifying? Because, of course, what it meant was you're on a circuit that was gradually drying up, but I think everyone was trying to tease out just how much grip there was in the wet compound.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's NXTCC Season 8. You know, we've we've learnt to make things difficult for us, and I guess so they should to an extent. I mean, everyone's experienced enough to manage these sort of conditions, but yeah, the rain wasn't ever treacherous. I mean, when we started the race, I think it was a sensible decision to make the safety car start because it allowed us to get some heat in the tyres before we went racing, but also eliminated a bit of that first lap carnage, which is not what you want to see, especially around a track like Bathurst. But yeah, it was always it was quite an interesting strategical race, really, because obviously the pit window was 8 laps, but it was trying to work out when that perfect crossover point was from the dry to the wet, from the wet to the dry tyre, sorry. And we had a little bit of inter-team advantage with that crossover as Joseph started the race on the dries, so we was getting feedback on the lap times every lap he went past and could offset that against the lap times we were producing, and we just kind of left it 1 lap more after he went quicker than us and then called it into box. But yeah, it was pretty treacherous, especially when you've got championship on the line and the barriers being as close as they are. But yeah, just total concentration saw it through.
Oh, indeed, having to get your head down as much as possible in what was race number 2 to see things through to a conclusion. But I do have to ask as well, given in qualifying you managed to put it P14 on the grid and your rival Cebula did qualify behind you, I mean, did at any point when you went to the grid, did you start to have a bit of confidence? You know what, as long as I get the strategy right on this one, I think this one is going to naturally fall to me.
Yeah, I mean, I'd worked out before the race that with the fuel I was carrying, I didn't need to worry about refueling at the pit stop. So it was all about just making sure that I didn't make any silly errors, such as exceeding my pit time or anything like that, and getting a drive-through penalty. So I erred on the side of caution with that, but it was just a case of getting the race underway and just clicking through the laps. As long as I didn't see Cebula's name pop up on my relative, then I knew that I wasn't in danger. So yeah, I mean, I was kind of around cars of equal pace to me, so I didn't really have to get embroiled into a heavy battle. But then obviously once we got back out on the dry tyre, things started to get a little bit more difficult for me as I think the weight started to rear its ugly head a little bit more, and I had cars coming up behind me with more pace, and obviously fighting for Pro-Am titles as well, which I later found out I was in the middle of that inter-championship battle as well, which wasn't ideal.
And it's funny you should mention that, because, and for clarifying the fact that you were only to find out later, because in the final 10 minutes of the race, it looked like you're being swarmed by that Pro-Am Championship battle and was very eager to keep your head pointed straight, but also cognizant of the fact, one tap, if you go around, that could be a championship in tatters, but it wasn't to be. But then coming out the final corner to see that checker flag, I mean, it must have been a huge sigh of relief to think, you know what, that's the 4th title in the books, and we got it done at a circuit where it could have gone wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just going back to the point about the Pro-Am battle, um, I had Benjamin Gregory behind me for quite a few laps in the dry, and he wasn't quite quick enough to go by me cleanly without slowing me down a lot. So I didn't want to give the position to him, but then when Guthrie got behind me, he pretty much just blasted by me on the straight. So I just backed off just a little bit, and then Ben sent out the inside as well. So I was like, right, you two go on, and I'll try and benefit a little bit from the draft just to up my pace a little bit. And then Ben made a mistake going down the mountain, and unfortunately that brought me right back to him. And then he started defending from me, and I was like, no, I don't want to defend. I'm happy where I am. Let's just drive around and make laps. And obviously, with little did I know, his Pro-Am rivals sat right behind me, so I was in a kind of Pro-Am championship battle sandwich there, which is not where I wanted to be a part of. But like I say, taking it lap by lap, the grip on the steering wheel was getting tighter as each lap went by. But yeah, it was certainly a massive sigh of relief when you see the white flag, but then see the checker when you come out the last corner.
Well, now a well-earned relief and a big breather as well. Now, I do have to ask, looking at your season as a whole, you're a 4-time champion, and as far as titles go, I mean, of course, your first title will always be special in what was season 2 of the championship, if my memory serves me correctly. And then you did pick up what was, I believe, your 2nd title in season 4 and your 3rd title in, if I remember correctly, season 5. You know, on your fourth title, I mean, where does this rate up there compared to the other three? Because each season you've had different rivals out there, different circuits, different circumstances. But something tells me this one might be a little bit special because we've had a full season of rain and you had some very different names changing for the title this season.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, the championship has got tougher and tougher. The grids are getting bigger and bigger every season we do now. So it's now at a point where it's oversubscribed and you're having to select the quality really rather than the quantity. So that just strengthens the field even more. But I'll tell you what I'll remember about this championship is using the Audi. The car I said that it's the one car I never would race. I never wanted to race the Audi because there's just something about it. I didn't like it. Didn't like the gearing. And then I thought, well, I'm 7 seasons in. I've had a little bit of a dry spell the last couple of seasons with wins and championships. So why not try something different? Go for the Audi. Try and drive around some of its nuances with offset with hopefully my skill level and use the advantage of its gearing and straight line power to my advantage. And I've absolutely thoroughly enjoyed driving the Audi this season, using its advantage off the line. It gets great starts every time. The livery was cracking as well. I have to say, Mark Sykes done a great job with doing the paint job for our team, so it's quite nice to go back to our own racing colours rather than just the replica of my touring car. But yeah, driving that Audi has just been great fun, and I don't know if I'll do another season in it. I may well retire that car and just leave it as a 1 season, 1 champion car. But yeah, it's definitely been a memorable season. But I think going into next season, obviously all British tracks are it's gonna be hopefully a happy hunting ground for me, and just get the car sorted out that we want to use as a team, and then come back even stronger.
Oh, indeed, and we're going to reveal a bit more about Season 9 later on in today's broadcast, but it's great to hear that you can be back on the grid to defend that crown and potentially hunt your 5th title. And just quickly, Mikey, of course, it's not just a solo effort. And you mentioned earlier the fact that Joe being used as a little bit of a test bed to know when the weather conditions were evolving for the slick tyre tonight. I mean, how's it felt, not just for yourself, but also for your brothers, Joe and also Isaac, in the fact that they've also had good championships in their own respect? Perhaps Joe's been a little bit more in the background compared to Isaac, but they've all had great performances.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Joe hasn't had one of his strongest campaigns, but then again, with some of his work commitments at the moment, doing some long distance delivery driving for our shop, hasn't allowed him to do perhaps as much practice as Isaac and I have done. Isaac's been as strong as always. I think he's had a little bit of bad luck this season. He's been caught up in a few accidents that weren't his fault, where he's hemorrhaged a lot of points. Otherwise, I think he would have been comfortably in the top 5. But you know, Isaac's someone that I can, with the practice and effort he puts in, I can rely upon as a teammate for qualifying, drafting, and you know, we race well together. You know, he understands the racecraft and you know how to work effectively as teammates. And you know, going into next season, hopefully we'll all make sure we practice a little bit more, get us all on the Monday nights to get honed into the circuit that we're using, and of course, with it being, I don't want to say too much, but tracks we're more familiar with, Joe should hopefully be back to his former best and challenging for wins and maybe the title as well.
Oh, we'll definitely look forward to that, and we would love to see Doble Sim Racing go one step further, because once again this season, you guys have been the bridesmaid, but not the bride. Another P2 in the Teams Championship. Fended off charges from SL NXTGEN Gold and Full Tilt Motorsport, but still needing to go one step further to break NXTGEN Pink's hold on that top step. But with that, just before we do let you go, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out or a thank you to live on the broadcast?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it goes without saying that none of this would happen without the effort that the admin put in at NXTGEN. It's certainly transformed into one of the best touring car leagues on iRacing to be involved in, particularly in this country. So yeah, big thanks to them. Big thanks to those guys, everyone that does their bit. Obviously yourself, Paul, for an amazing broadcast all season. I've enjoyed watching all the races back after the racing's commenced. Everyone that's tuned in to watch us, all the viewers out there, family, mum and dad that watch every Tuesday night downstairs, grandparents, anyone else that knows us that tune in, thanks very much. Hope you enjoyed the show. And yeah, I don't think I've forgotten anyone else. If I have, I'll kick myself later. But no, it's been a thoroughly enjoyable season again, and I look forward to having a little bit of rest on a Tuesday night now, and getting everything ready to go at it again in a couple of months' time.
Well, Mikey, we have to say a big thank you to you for joining me once again for an interview to wrap up the season, and well, what a season it has been from yourself. Congratulations once again on becoming our 4-time overall NXTCC champion, an accolade and a record that continues to extend, and really an absolutely deserved one at that. We look forward to seeing you back on the grid for Season 9 to try and make it 5 titles and to defend that crown against what will be the absolutely ferocious opposition you're bound to face, and we will see you in a couple of months' time for that. But until then, well done, enjoy the moment, enjoy the feeling, and we will catch you again in Season 9.
Thank you very much, much appreciated.
So hearing it there from our overall champion, Mikey Doble, articulating it today with regards to the entire mixture of feelings. Coming into this round, having previously wanted to sew things up as much as possible come the end of round number 9, because 9 on the mountain, anything could happen, particularly with the weather conditions that could also fall here in Australia. But in the end, 90 still had a job to do and going about it. Qualifying, it didn't work out. And into the sprint race as well, he made his way into P10, and by fighting his way on through, picking up some key points. However, going into then pre-qualifying, things turned the other way and managed to out-qualify his main championship rival Jaroslaw Cebula in the race where the big points were to be scored, and in doing so and in finishing ahead of Cebula, he was able to take the crown. It was a tough round of race, no doubt about that, and you can hear it in his voice. I think the relief, that big sigh of relief that he's finally got it done to take that 4th title, it's been weighing on his mind over the course of this season. And after falling short in what was both seasons 6 and 7 in trying to hunt down the title of Wojciech, to finally add that 4th crown to his accolades, we'll be absolutely pleased as that. And mentioned immediately there, looking to come back for Season 9 with his brothers as well. And they'll be looking to not just take another overall Drivers' Championship trophy, but also the Team's Championship trophy. And that's something we look forward to seeing. And also remarking there on the fact able to make a championship crown come his way in the Audi RS3, a car that he's put off racing in for some time, but after 7 seasons, deciding to give it a go and making it work. It all really has worked out for number 88 driver, and we look forward to seeing whether he can make it work again in Season 9 in a couple of months' time. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we go from one interviewee to another, because we must now come to Ben Gregory as he now gets ready to join us in the interview room. And let's hear from a man who I don't think is going to quite believe what he's been able to pull off as he joins me now. I mean, Ben, my dear friend, can you believe it that you've managed to steal away the Pro-Am Championship crown from your main rival at Bathurst today in a round where anything could happen, and it most certainly has? You are our Pro-Am champion for Season 8. How do you feel?
I'm a little bit buzzing. Can't believe I did it in the first season. Like I kind of feel bad to Stuart about doing it on the final, literally the final race. But honestly, the guy pushed me so hard the entire season. Yeah, I'm still coming down from the adrenaline, honestly.
Well, that's absolutely fair. Let's help you gradually bring things down. Let's dissect things a little bit. We'll talk about that final race shortly, but let's go into how this round started. Of course, coming into the round, you'd closed up the gap quite nicely versus Stuart Wine. This only was the best part of 25 points between the two of you after leaving behind Sandown. I have to ask, coming into this round, was there a bit of belief growing inside you already that you might be able to take this at Bathurst?
Yeah, there definitely was. Like it's not the first time I've done like a league and like gone, oh okay, I can catch up and do it. It was just one of those things of I just need to set on myself and pace myself and just do what I need to do, and that is it. Don't do something stupid. And when it came into race 1, I saw Kieran and Stuart ahead of me already, and I was like, I could do this on lap 1. And yeah, I ended up getting ahead of both of them in lap 1 because I knew Kieran was going to rear gun. And yeah, tried my best just to stay ahead, but yeah, I think the weight helped just a little bit.
And just on that, of course, I mean, when it's a championship fight, sometimes you've got to do things, not drastic, I would say, but sometimes you've got to push things near the mark. And it definitely was a very bold lap one in the sprint race for yourself, taking P2 off of Kieran Smart right at the start and then down into Forest Elbow. I mean, many would say you've got to be a bit cautious on cold tyres on lap number one, but not yourself. Pretty much saying to Stuart, look, I'm coming whether you're ready or not, and I'm going to take this place. I mean, it was a completely legitimate move, touring car style elbows out, but I get the feeling there might have been a big grin on your face come the end of lap 19. You know what? I can now just pull away.
A little bit, yeah. What I think I had to watch it back. He actually got loose going into Forest Elbow, and I saw it in the car. I was like, oh, he's gotten a bit wiggly here. So I thought, okay, cool. I can have a quick look because in practice, I'd been quite confident with cold tires. They were actually surprisingly grippy by that point on the mountain, and I was like, okay, I can probably have a go here. And I saw him wiggle, and I was like, I'm gonna at least try. If I don't get it, I don't get it. If I do, I do. And yeah, it ended up I was able to get at least good most of my car all the way up alongside, up to his front wheel, and yeah, just was able to sort of like just about hold on to by the skin of my teeth for the next 8 laps.
Well, it was a fantastic move, and like you say, then being able to hold on to the victory. And at that point after that race, we did the mental maths, and we worked out that you were just slightly ahead potentially, or equal on points at least, with Stuart. So then going into the final race, it really was all or nothing for the pair of you. And pre-qualifying, only 2 laps, a drying circuit, but still wet enough for the wet tyres. Looked as though the pre-qualifying session didn't go too well. P18 overall, P6 in class, your rivals on pole.
Yeah, I got a 1x on the first of my 2 laps, so I had to kind of make a banker lap as race 2. Stuart and Kieran, the Track Scotland guys, are incredible in the wet, and it's genuinely one of their strengths, and all hats off to them. I try my best. Like one of my teams calls me Nemo. They say I'm really good in the wet. Those two are another level, and Stuart especially. And I saw him getting 4th, and I was like, this is going to be an uphill struggle. It is a 60-minute race. Anything can happen. I'm just going to do my best. And yeah, the call, we had a call. We saw the dry tyres going on and for times dropping like a stone. And as soon as we saw that, we were like, okay, we were going to push it to the end of the fuel tank. And then we all went, no, we're going in now. Coming in now, we have to go. And we beat them by a lap in terms of pit stops. So we were able to catch up on time. And I just beat him out the pits, and again at that point it was just a matter of trying to hold on for the skid for dear life, especially coming down the hill when I almost stuffed it into the wall.
Oh, indeed. A very close moment coming over the hill, and also some close moments there. But I also have to ask, what was it like at that point? Because, of course, we saw you gradually carving your way through the Pro-Am class and also making the pass on strategy versus Stuart and Kieran. Also, we did see there working with you was your pro teammate, William Guthrie. I can imagine there might have been a call over the radio to say to William or Will, look, I'm going to need you to be the biggest Hyundai Veloster that the world has ever seen.
Yeah, I was like, please be a gun for me, please, for a little bit. And then we came up to Mikey Doble, and I thought we had a little bit of a gap to Stuart, and I thought, okay, I'll let Will go through, and we'll see if we can, try and make him. Will instantly gets past Mikey, and I'm like, okay, I have to follow, otherwise I'm going to get stuck as well. Because having that 1-car buffer made for the world of difference, just to keep a bit of pressure off me. Because I honestly, I was worried if I was going to crack or not, honestly, at the end of it. That was, a lot. It's a lot of telling myself I can do it till the end.
And when you did reach the end, saw the checker flag, at what point did you make the realisation that you'd just taken the Pro-Am Championship crown on your first full season of the NXTCC?
I didn't. And not until I got out of the car and actually did some maths, I genuinely thought it was maybe 2 points to him or 2 points to me. I didn't realise until I looked back at race 1's results, I didn't realise how far back he actually fell. I thought he was still quite a few points closer. So I didn't realise it was going to be. I also forgot about lead lap points as well. I forgot about the most laps led points. I didn't realise that was the thing. So that I was only going off the actual position points. So I thought I'd only won it by 2 or lost it by 2.
Well, in the end, you took it, at least provisionally as I understand it now, by the best part there of what was, excuse me, none other than 16 points. So a closely fought championship. In fact, the closest Prime Championship I think we've seen decided so far in what has been the 7 seasons of it existed. So congratulations on that. And also, just another thing, if you want to throw in an even bigger smile on your face, you've also picked up the award. There's no points or prize available, but you've also been awarded with the fastest pit stop of everybody. And the fact that your pit stop stationary time was 56.9 seconds, you were the closest
really?
to 55 seconds. So I think that might have played into your strategic masterclass.
Yeah. I was just keeping an eye on the thing. I was like, I'm going to stay at least for 56 seconds. I'm not gonna push it. If I push it, I'm going to get a drive through. I did see Russell Fowler go out really quickly, and I was like, oh yeah, that's another free position. Like, yeah, I didn't want to do that same mistake because that would just throw everything away at that point, and I didn't want to do that. But yeah, that's good. Fastest pit stop. That was nice.
Well, it all worked out for yourself today, no doubt about it. And of course, the one big question I now have to ask you is, on reflection, looking over the entirety of the season, are there any moments that will stand out in your memory, what you'll remember this championship for?
I think the quality in the classes have been absolutely amazing. Everyone has been incredibly respectful on track and off it, to be fair. It's especially with how many cars we had. But I'm just very proud of myself for how well I've handled myself, how well I've dealt with jumping straight in and going to the wet as well. Like the wet driving is like I've been getting better and better. Yeah, and strategy calls as well, especially with Nürburgring and the Bathurst rounds. Really, I don't think I would have done as well if we didn't have a good strategy in that, because I've done a lot of endurance stuff, and that really helped, I think. But yeah.
Awesome. Great memories to think of there and things to take forward. And of course, another question I have to ask just before we get ready to start letting you go. Season 9's a couple of months away. Can we expect you to be back? And of course, you'll be promoted to the pro class, but can we expect you to be putting on the big boy gloves and taking on the best of the best on the grid?
I'll put on the big boy gloves, yeah. Go on, I'll take the challenge, yeah. I might be changing my paint scheme a little bit as well, if Full Tilt let me.
Well, I'm loving the sound of that. Definitely looking forward to seeing what colour car you bring to the table. The paint scheme is what and seeing you mix up with the pros. But Ben, I do have to ask now, just before we do let you go, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out or a thank you to live on the broadcast tonight?
Yes. So the Full Tilt guys for letting me join their little band to get a to join the team. Thanks to my other team, Boosted, for letting me do this as well, for letting me join Full Tilt for this, because I'm kind of on loan at the moment with them. So yeah, thank the girlfriend for letting me do this as well, which is always nice. But yeah, and also thanks to the guys in the grid for being, and the admin team for running such a incredible touring car league.
Well, Ben, we have to say a big thank you to you once again for joining me for an interview this evening. Congratulations on becoming our Season 8 Pro-Am champion. It may have been your first full season, to be fair. Sometimes those are the most magical ones, and you've definitely pulled off a magical masterclass to steal back the championship crown right at the end. Enjoy the moment, savour it, because I can definitely feel the pennies gradually dropping, that smile's getting bigger. Have a great rest of your evening, and we will see you again in Season 9 in a couple of months' time.
Thank you very much.
So hearing there for Ben Gregory, an absolutely happy Ben Gregory. You can hear it in his voice, the more he's talking, the more he's calming down that adrenaline, how it is gradually settling in that he's pulled off something absolutely incredible, and you love to hear it. Coming into tonight with the belief that he could potentially become champion, and that belief really starting to come through after race 1, the sprint race, where he finished ahead of Stuart Winess and managed to level the scores. At that point, it was all to play for, albeit it went wrong in qualifying. with what was invalidated first lap and having to get a banker on to guarantee he qualified somewhere up the order, but then, using strategy, the fastest pit stop of anybody in terms of who was able to get the closest to 55 seconds legally, and all that together meant he got back out in front of the Track Scotland pair of Kieran Smart and Stuart Winers, and was then able to charge the victory. Had some assistance as well, some rearguard action from William Guthrie, but sometimes you need to use your teammates in order to help you out, and well, in the end, the Full Tilt Motorsport driver has walked away your Pro-Am champion, and what a way to do it. And well, when he's back in Season 9, he'll be back in amongst the pros, and we look forward to seeing how he can get on in the ultimate division of the championship, knowing he's taken a further step up. Indeed, what a rapid rise to fame for the 113 driver. We must now come on to our third interview, ladies and gentlemen, because you've heard from our overall champion, you've heard from our Pro-Am champion, but now we come on to our third ever Am champion, and as he gets ready to join me in the interview room, it'll be none other than Marcel Fridge, and well, we're going to be hearing the perspective of a man who's definitely had a challenging season, but one way he's risen through all the challenges. Good evening to you, Marcel. And congratulations, most importantly, on your Am Championship crown. I mean, you've been one of the veterans on the NXTCC grid. I think you've been around now, correct me if I'm wrong, for 7 seasons, and you've taken your first title in Season 8. How does it feel to become an Am champion in the NXTCC?
Very fine. Didn't win the championship for a long time, a really long time, and so it's very pleasant for me to jump in the Honda the first season and win this championship against some tough rivals. Also, I apologize for my English; it's not my main language.
That's no problem at all, and well, that's absolutely fine. I can hear the happiness in your voice with regards to your performances. Coming into this round, all you needed to do was finish the races and score some points. I mean, did you feel any pressure today, or did it feel as though this is just a crowning race?
Oh, it was a strange race, a strange evening, because the gap was so big. I only have to go essentially doing nothing crazy and no penalties. And so I go very slowly, do everything to avoid people. And I don't like to drive in a wet, if we can see. And we have Bathurst and wet, and so I was very, very cautious and get lapped by nearly everyone. But I finished, and then it's enough.
Oh, most definitely. And well, for anyone tuning in, I think they'll agree. If you did enough to become a champion, that's worth more than any first place in the final race of the season. But obviously, you've gone to the Honda. You've previously been driving in the Elantra, if my memory serves me correctly, and perhaps even the Veloster. What made you choose the Honda this season?
Oh, I was slow in the Veloster and slow in the Elantra, and so I thought maybe I'm fast in the Honda.
Oh, that's absolutely fair. It was a good pick, and it's fit you in terms of the car. And also joining the Verano Academy team. How has that been this season?
It was a kind of... I had no team because my regional team doesn't drive this league. And they asked me if I can join them, and I said, okay, no problem. And they were very supportive, and I want to thank them a lot for having me.
Oh, that's brilliant to hear. And well, I can tell you one thing. The team have been in the broadcast chat every round cheering you on and wishing you all the best towards that AM Championship. So you've picked a perfect team to join for the season. I mean, having that team support, it must have made you feel as though, you know what, I can make this happen.
Yeah, it's nice to deliver a title to the team.
Oh, definitely. Sorry, after you.
Oh no. I'm looking forward. It takes a time.
Well, that's absolutely fair. And well, with regards to tonight, of course, taking what was P4 in race number 1 in the AM class, at that point, the AM Championship was yours. So was there a temptation over the distance of what was the final race to potentially chase down what could have been the AM win? Or did you decide, you know what, I'm not going to risk it?
I was very lucky that the thing was done after the first race, because in the second race it was wet. And I can't drive in the wet very good. And so I decided to go round and round and round and slow, and I was 7 seconds off pace or 5 seconds off pace, and that doesn't bother me. I took one round. It was only a little bit difficult to concentrate for 1 hour without a opponent, or only driving, slow and steady.
Well, a slow and steady performance from a man who definitely was one of the fastest, if not the fastest, in the AM class. When you look back at the season, what rounds will you remember the most?
I remember Sundown, because this is my favorite track for me. I could be really fast there if I let it run, but the championship was a little close, or has begun to get a little close, and so I decided I also do Sundown with a little safety and not let it fly.
Well, a safe approach at Sandown. It definitely worked out for you. How about any of the other rounds? Were any of the others there ones that you'll remember fondly?
Oh, I only remember bad things. Nürburgring, I don't like Nürburgring, the whole 21 kilometers. The whole season, I would not think that I could end at first. I had good rounds and bad rounds and so la la. But I did not think that it could potentially go to the championship.
Well, you've made it happen. Even if you couldn't believe it's happened, it's definitely happened, Marcel. And what's next for yourself? Can we expect you back in season 9? Because you'll be promoted to Prime, as I understand it, and you'll be looking to step up once again.
Yes, I was in this league. I did go, was pro. First league I was pro first season, then Pro M and now AM. Next season wahrscheinlich probably Pro M. And then I will take the Audi. And look what's... two scenarios. I want to train more the Honda, if this is possible, but real life is very demanding and I only can drive on Tuesdays. But if I can find 1 day or 1 hour or 2 hours to train, I surely would be a little bit faster. And then I would take the Honda again.
Oh, well, we would love to see that. If you can find the time to just get a little bit more pace in the Honda, we'd love to see what you can do in the Prime class in season 9. But with that, just before we do let you go, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out or a thank you to live on the broadcast tonight?
Yes. I have to thank very much my lovely wife to let me race each Tuesday. Thank you to the league admins. It's an incredible league. I'd never seen this on iRacing. And to you for your incredible streams. It's always a blast to look it back. Also, I have to thank our main sponsors, GT Tire and Sachs, and the Varano team for having me this season.
Well, Marcel,
I think I don't forget them again.
Oh, sorry. Go on.
No, I don't think I forget anyone.
That's absolutely fair. Well, I was going to say as well, we have to say a big thank you to you for joining me in the interview room, and it's been a pleasure to talk to you. And I'll say one thing, you may have apologised for your English up front, but I don't think, and I think many would agree, your English is not too bad at all. But with that, we wish you all the best in your preparations for Season 9, and most importantly, congratulations on becoming our Season 8 AM champion. Well deserved throughout, and we look forward to plenty more success from yourself in future seasons.
Thank you very much, Paul. Thank you.
All the best. So hearing it there, ladies and gentlemen, from Marcel Fridge, an absolutely lovely gentleman, no doubt about it. And, well, the number 7 driver, I think, absolutely ecstatic in taking home his AM Championship crown. And they're mentioning about the fact, not quite recognising or respecting the fact that he was on course for an AM title in the early stage of the season, and finding with the ups and downs he's had like so many of his rivals, excuse me, feeling as though that it wasn't going to be. However, I'd like to offer a different opinion here in the fact that I think he might have undersold himself a little bit. Because if you look back over the championship campaign, yes, in the opening 2 to 3 rounds, Marcel definitely looked to be one of those drivers who wasn't quite there in the spotlight compared to likes of Josh Brown or what was it, Gilberto Struck and some of the other drivers in the AM class. But from round 3 onwards, this man has put together one of the most consistent championship campaigns, taking victories, taking podiums, and never really dropping points compared to his rivals, or at least not on a grandiose scale. So then to bring it on home in what was the final couple of rounds and practically wrapping things up in round number 9 with his rivals dropping the key points each and every time, the Rhino Academy driver really demonstrating that sometimes to win a championship you don't necessarily need to be the fastest, you just got to be the guy who gets to the finish line first by staying out of trouble, and doing exactly that. And with the support of the Rhino Academy team and all of the team around him, you can hear the happiness there in his voice. And when he's back in the Pro-Am class in season 9, I can imagine if he's able to find the time to practice in this Honda, I think he's found the car that fits him best after spending multiple seasons in both the Elantra and also the Veloster. But he's found the car that works well for him now. And how high could he go in the Pro-Am class in his second try as being a Pro-Am driver? Well, that's something we would love to see. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we now come on to our final interview of the evening. And well, it's going to be interviews, I should really say. And we're going to be hearing from both Jamie Dory and Jaroslaw Cebula, the NXTCC Teams Champions for Season 8, as they now join me in the interview room. Gentlemen, congratulations to you both representing Next Gen Pink. It may not have been a driver's title for either of you, but you're Teams Champions. And starting with yourself firstly, Jaroslaw, before we come to Jamie, I mean, how do you feel knowing that you're now, well, it is, I believe, your first Teams Championship crown, and you were runner-up as well in the Overall Drivers' Championship, a very successful campaign?
Hello, guys. Yeah, it feels very well, actually. Being in a great team for this season, which was very helpful for me, and the whole season was pretty good as well. I did a couple of mistakes, which kind of puts me back, and then for the last race, I had to actually, realistically, I had to be lucky to steal the championship, and probably it would be needed to Mikey to have a crash at least in one race. Otherwise, I knew that it would be very difficult to do. So yeah, but overall, I'm very happy. It was great season and great fun.
Oh, without a doubt. And it echoes in your voice of the performances we've seen on the circuit. And coming to yourself, Jamie, I mean, you're a 2-time NXTCC champion and you've got those 2 accolades, but now you're going to have to create some more space on the shelf for a 5th Teams Championship title under the Next Gen Pink barrier and an 8th Teams title ever since the inauguration of the NXTCC. I mean, it must make you think, you know what, this roller coaster ride's never going to end.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, the teams are a good one to have. However, we all want the drivers ones. Obviously, yeah, I think it's just the team I try and build around me. Obviously, this season, the new driver of Cebula coming in, you know, racing Cebula 2 seasons ago, we would message after the race because I knew how clean he was, consistent he was when I had a bit more pace back then. And, you know, why not try and ask him to come and race for Next Gen Pink while Wojciech was taking a sabbatical? So, you know, I think Cebula drove mega this season. Obviously unlucky not to get the overall championship, but he scored those points for the teams. And likewise with Benji and Gav, it's having not necessarily the fastest drivers straight out the box, but consistency. And I think 3 seasons gone past, like you say, 8 teams championships in a row. Every single teams championship I've been involved with is just having a good group of drivers and working well as a team. We do talk behind the scenes and warn each other about crashes and things like that. and yeah, points mean prizes, right?
Oh, 100%. And coming from that to yourself, Jaroslav, obviously last season and the last 2 seasons you were racing under the banner of Semper Racing. Unfortunately, the team weren't able to make it to the grid for this season. So how did it feel for yourself to adapt from racing against NXTGEN Pete to racing as part of them? Did it feel as though it was just a natural fit, or did it take time?
Actually, I didn't really feel like I had to adapt to anything. I was actually very surprised and pleased how the whole team kind of greet me with help and fun we had together. So yeah, it was just a good experience throughout the season.
Well, good experience throughout the season. And looking across the season for the both of you, unfortunately, we can't talk to Benji's in Benjamin McCluskey or Gavin Gardner tonight, not available. But for yourselves, and we'll start with yourself, Jamie, are there any rounds this season which really stood out for you and the team as the rounds where everything went right? I mean, I'd say on paper, statistically, this round here at Bathurst was your strongest for the most points scored for the team.
Yeah, well, it was, you know, it's one of those, like I say, personally, on a personal level, first of all, I haven't done that great this season, so it was more the teams from early on, really. Bathurst was really well. Obviously, we were, Wojciech came in later on in the season and sat with us because obviously being really good friends with Cebula and things. So we were technically, even though he wasn't scoring points or racing in an NXTGEN pink livery, he kind of was a +1 to the team, but not getting hindrance to any of the other teams. So us lot in quali P1 to P5 technically was mega until Gav gave Downwant the toe of his life to stick him on pole in the point scorers. Race 1 was going really well. It was strong. We were all sat in positions, working out points and doing what we can. There was the incident lap 6, 7, or whatever it was, that kind of took a bit of a dent into that. And then in the feature race, obviously, Cebula didn't get the quality result he wanted. However, like I say, it's all about scoring those points. If one of us towards the front, myself, Wojciech, Benji, Gav was just behind, and Cebula wasn't far behind him. There's always that driver which, if one of us falls, the other one will pick up, and I think that's the key to the team's championship. So yeah, this round was probably the best.
That's absolutely fair. And I also have to ask Jamie on a bit of a personal level. I mean, of course, we saw stellar performances from yourself and the team, but the one thing we do love to see for yourself is where you put in an absolutely brilliant pole lap. And taking pole position in the pre-qualifier for the feature race, I mean, in a circuit that was gradually drying, that must have felt quite special, because it's been some time since we've seen you on pole.
Yeah, like I say, you know, I obviously doing all the administrative work and running this league behind the scenes, it can be a bit tiring, to say the least at times. And I just kind of went a bit of a null through the midpoint of the season. So obviously looking forward to season 9. I'm kind of re-energized. I'm looking forward to it already, and I felt alive again, especially at Bathurst, and I enjoyed the racing tonight. So, you know, with the past 2 championships being won in a season that I enjoyed, tonight was just hopefully a start to what is to come in season 9 with hopefully Wojciech, Cebula, Mikey, Pike, the usual guys. That's going to be a intense season. So yeah, no, it feels good. Let's end this season as I mean to go on.
Oh, most definitely. And I have to come to yourself now, Jaroslav. I presume the same as well in the fact you've been runner-up this season. You pushed Mikey every step of the way. It didn't quite work out today, particularly with what was qualifying for the feature race, and they're not really able to make too much progress. But you've come very close. Is season 9 going to be the season where you take that crown?
It's always hard to say because fighting against Mikey is a very, very difficult task. Then there will be Wojciech is going to be back, and then few of the very fast drivers who were in this season. So it's always very hard to predict. It would be nice, but yeah, it's hard to say at this moment. We will see how the next season will unfold.
Oh, we definitely look forward to seeing you give it your all in season 9. And just coming back to this season, for yourself, are there any moments that will stand out in your mind as the moments you remember most from season 8? Because you've had some great performances this season.
Yeah, probably the best performance I had was Nürburgring and that wet race. And then I had a very difficult moment on the last lap as well that could end up in tears, but it didn't. Luckily, it didn't. So, yeah, there was few races was good as well, but Nürburgring was definitely the best one. Yeah, so I would say Nürburgring was the one I remember the best.
Oh, most definitely. It was highly memorable for that absolutely dominant run in the feature, and also we'll have to find out later what was a major bit of motor drifting that wasn't caught on camera right towards the end of the race. But with that, gents, of course, looking ahead to the seasons to come, of course, season 9 is round the corner. Jaroslaw, you've given us your thoughts. Jamie, you've said that you mean to push on as you've ended this season. Can I expect you both to be back in the Next Gen Pink outfit, or Jaroslaw, is Semper Racing calling you to go back to Wojciech in the team?
I will be Semper Racing back with Wojciech.
Rivals.
That's it. So now we will have to adapt.
Oh, we definitely look forward to seeing the rivalry between the two teams once again, and you two going toe-to-toe. But just before I let you both go, starting with yourself, Jamie, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout-out or a thank you to live on the broadcast tonight?
Yeah, I done it in Discord, but just a few minutes. Obviously, all the drivers that participate and get involved in this league, it's, as I say every season, without them we wouldn't have a league. Numbers have stayed strong all season. It's arguably one of the best leagues out there in touring cars on this platform. So to each and every one of them, thank you very much. To all the people behind the scenes, I've mentioned them, I'm not going to go through everyone, but the big ones, obviously, Gaz, Martin, people like that who do this race director, safety car. Again, it brings the element of realism. To, all the team for helping me take my 8th championship in a row, and Next Gen Pink taking that again. Congratulations to Mikey, Ben Gregory, and Marcel on the overalls. The whole of Next Gen to where we host this platform and things. And lastly, to yourself, Paul, like I've always said, you are 50% of this league in my eyes. You are the voice. You are the ball drawer, and week in, week out, you give. Even if you're not well, you give 100%, and it just looks so well polished and done that without everyone who participates, whether it's small or big or helps out, we wouldn't have this league. All I do is the boring stuff behind the scenes.
Well, you may do all the boring stuff, Jamie, but you definitely make the cogs keep on turning. And coming to yourself, Jaroslaw, anyone you'd like to give a shout out or a thank you to live on the broadcast?
Oh yes. Unfortunately, my speech is not going to be anything close to what Jamie said, but I wanted to thank especially all Next Gen staff like you, Paul, and all of the admins who work on the league, because it's all because of you we can have a bit of fun, and also to all of the drivers who I came across on the track, and for the Next Gen Pink team. So for all the help I have got from them, and the atmosphere and everything was really great. And for Wojciech as well, who did help me as well at the end of the season. So yeah, that's it, I guess.
Well, gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you both join me representing NXTGEN Pink and the team's champions for Season 8. Congratulations on taking the 5th title as a team. And, of course, to yourself, Jamie, for becoming an 8-time team's champion in terms of a team's manager. And to yourself, Jaroslaw, for taking runner-up in the Oval Drivers' Championship. I mean, you've both earned an absolutely brilliant set of accolades for Season 8. And we look forward to the rivalry that will form between you in Season 9 and all the battles that are to come. But until then, enjoy your achievements this season, have a fantastic rest of your evening, and we will see you in Season 9.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So hearing there, both from Jamie Dory and Jaroslaw Cebula. Unfortunately, we didn't quite get to catch Benjamin McCluskey or Gavin Gardner. We thought we might catch Benji, but he did have to go away. I think he's had to go get some sleep. But great to hear there from the two representatives of the team. And we're talking there about their season campaigns and interesting with respect to their different highlights. Jamie really talking about the highlight of the teamwork, the ethic, and whilst he does want to make it a make himself a 3-time NXTCC champion, and hoping to make that happen in what is next season in Season 9, when he's had a bit of a breather and able to take a step back and then go on the attack once again, particularly with the absolutely stacked calendar we do have. Also respecting the fact that to make it 8 teams titles where he's led every team to a team's championship crown, that is something special in its own right. Meanwhile, Jaroslaw talking about the fact that runner-up in the Oval Drivers' Championship, knowing that it wasn't quite enough today, but he was able to keep Mikey honest, but talking about the pressure of having to keep Mikey honest all season, and knowing that what's to come in Season 9 with the return of Semper Racing, and he'll be rejoining them, and the return of 2-time champion Wojciech Swierdaj. I mean, it means already the grid for Season 9 is going to have some incredible names up the front, plus the 2 gentlemen we've spoken to this evening, and it means it's only going to get tougher, and they know there is a long road ahead if they want to achieve big. But Jaroslaw talking about there, his highlight of the season being that fantastic drive in the wet at the Nürburgring, and absolutely dominating the feature race there with an incredible finishing advantage, the best part of 20 seconds, and really in a field of his own. But could he be in a field of his own in Season 9? Can Jamie Dory do that? Or will it be one of their rivals? Well, only time will tell. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our post-round interviews with our selected drivers. And, well, want to give it a big shout-out there to all of our champions who we've spoken to this evening, starting with our overall champion, a 4-time NXTCC champion, Mikey Doble for Doble Sim Racing, who you heard from first. Then to our Pram Class champion, who took his first ever championship crown on his first ever season, full season, I should say, of NXTCC, Ben Gregory for Full Tilt Motorsport in the 113. And then to our AM Class champion for Vrano Academy, he's one of our veterans. He's perhaps arguably one of the oldest drivers on the grid in terms of number of seasons competed in. But the AM class champion of Marcel Fritsch, he finally brings home his first title after quite a long drought of titles, as he mentioned in his interview, number 7. And then we spoke towards the number 13 of Jamie Dory and the number 4 of Jaroslaw Cebula, the NXTGEN Pink, the team's champions, with their 5th title. Congratulations to all of our title winners for this season. It's been a pleasure to hear from them, and we look forward to plenty more from them in Season 9. But of course, it does mean, ladies and gents, we must now turn our attentions to the provisional standings after 10 rounds. Of course, we do have post-round stewarding in effect, but we start off here with what is, and what I do believe there, whilst it does say what is round number 9, well, in fact, those points there, we do need to get them slightly updated, and we do apologise for that with regards to the stands that are on the screen. But give us a brief moment to work a little bit of magic, and well, there we can see the points now updated for the overall Drivers' Championship, just being a little bit slow on the uptake, and well, in the end, well, none other than Mikey Doble taking that crown by what was the best part of 69 points over Jaroslaw Cebula, doing it in style. And well, knowing that while Cebula got the upper hand in race number 1 of today, it was race number 2 where we did see Doble score back big, and in doing so made the impact he wanted to in bringing home that title. Meanwhile, Benjamin McCluskey finishes at P3, just out-edging Andrew Pike, given the fact that in the end the Sim Racing Collective driver not having the run of results that he wanted right at the end of the season, and McCluskey in the end fighting back to a 3rd place finish. He has become Mr. 3rd place over the last couple of seasons in the NXTCC, and well, I don't know how he's going to feel about that with regards to the fact No, I think this is now his full third place finish in the championship, and he'll be hoping for a bit more in season 9. But then again, he has been one of those drivers who's got a lot of potential there, but he's just been overshadowed a little bit by his rivals. But could season 9 be the 9 where he's able to achieve it? We'll have to see. As meanwhile, we do see in P5 Jamie Dory there, only 2 points behind, and Next Gen Pink having what is 3 of their 4 drivers all inside this top 10, with William Guthrie at P6 there, and we're hoping, I think, that he could have finished inside the top 5, but just missing out. But 40 points ahead of Dan Mould, with Isaac Doble, Adam Delman and Ben Altrier completing the top 10. Outside the top 10, we then did see what was a P11 performance, best rest from Gavin Gardner, not quite enough today to inch his way back into the top 10, so his lowest finish in a championship season in recent seasons, but still he won't be too dismayed at that 9. There's still more he can do in the hunt to finish inside the top 10 and chase down perhaps even a new NXTCC title, and what would be his first title with that. Unexpected was P12, and then it was Lee Horn, Ben Gregory, who was your leading Pro-Am driver overall in the standings, and Tom Davidson, who completed your overall top 15. Outside of the overall classification, coming onto the Pro-Am class specifically, here we can see Ben Gregory confirmed your winner by 16 points provisionally over Stuart Wyness. An incredibly close end between the two of them, but the damage was done in race number 1, which did see Gregory get ahead of Wyness, and then after that it was about who would finish ahead of the other in order to seal the deal, and it was Ben Gregory who did exactly that over the distance. Sam Van Olst meanwhile finished P3, getting back ahead of Kieran Smart right at the end there, with some late points being gained at Bathurst making the difference. So Track Scotland not quite able to make it a double podium on the championship, but they came extremely close, and Alan McCain finishing in a rather triumphant P5 ahead of Michael Lees. Matthew Sheraton was only a third point behind, with Russell Fowler 6th afield, and it was Lewis Delman and Sam Smith who completed the top 10 of the Pro-Ams, with Duncan Rice P11 ahead of Sam Bradley, and then Reece Watt, Jake Pitt and James Mazesgal completed your Pro-Am top 15. Going on to the AM class, Marcel Fritsch there taking up the victory with 1,169 points and only needing to finish today to guarantee that championship crown, with Gabriel Yilmaz taking the runner-up spot just ahead of Lewis Mason by 11 points between the two of them. Jonathan Collins finished P4, getting very close to trying to sweep away that runner-up spot from both Yilmaz and Mason, but it wasn't enough today. He needed a little bit more in race 2 to get it done. Mark Sykes taking P5 there, and then Sammy Reba with a late run into P6. Well done to him in what was his closing time with Courtmass Motorsport ahead of Sean Doby, who in the end we said keep your eyes out for him. He could make his way close to the top 5. He got close to a P7 finish, and Dylan Hunter only 5 points behind him. And what a revelation the DH Racing driver is, or has proven himself to be over the course of the season, and what a revelation Sean Doby proved himself to be in the wet. There'll be 2 drivers to watch out for in season 9, no doubt about it. Eduardo Gonzaga finished P9 in the end ahead of Craig Tillerson. And then the AM stands were wrapped up by Andy Chell, Josh Brown, Kevin Smith, Callum Murray, Jonathan Berry and Gabriel Papaconstantino. Then coming to the Teams Championship, the top 10, and there's your confirmation. 569 points was the gap that Next Gen Pink took the crown by on 2,401. Doble Sim Racing once again runner-up this season and looking to season 9 to try and take the first team's title, ahead of SO and Next Gen Gold. But look at that battle for P3. SO and Next Gen Gold in the end only taking third place at the Full Tilt Motorsport by a slender margin of 7 points. That's what it came down to. And the Sim Racing Collective just about held on to finish inside the top 5. P5 there ahead of Next Gen Orange and Whiskey Runners, and they in turn 100 points or so clear of Goldwing Motorsport, with iRacing Esports, Track Scotland and Aztec Racing all close together, rounding off the Team's Championship top 10. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, it does mean it is now time for us to wrap up. Thank you very much for watching, and if you have enjoyed today's show, and perhaps you're sat there right now wanting to know more about the Next Gen Racing community, and perhaps even how you can be on the grid for a future season of racing, whether it's our upcoming GT3 League, or what we've got planned for Season 9 in the NXTCC, or alongside that, and more on that very shortly, well, for all that information and more, we do recommend you head to our official website at nextgenracing.co.uk. That website appearing on screen here, the home of clean and fair sim racing for all, and you can find out all the latest information regarding the Next Gen Racing community, including our ongoing and upcoming series, all on the website. And you can even join our official Discord, which is the beating heart of the Next Gen Racing community. But if you don't want to go to our website, perhaps you're more of a social media person, You can, of course, go to our Facebook group and follow us on there, and that's at facebook.com/groups/NextGen Racing, where you'll find out a bit more about the guys and girls who make things happen behind the scenes, with a number of our staff and admin members not just working in the virtual sim racing environment, but also putting in work on the real-life circuit, whether it be as track marshals or racing drivers. We'd also like to take this moment to say a big thank you to our sponsors, PowerMaxed, Next Level Racing, Mark Sykes Designs, Joyce Design, Douglas Motorsport, Sam Cases UK, Only Racing, Falconer PC Builds and Support, Benji Sim Photos, and last but not least, Doble Motorcycles, our title sponsor for this season, and we're very grateful to have Doble Motorcycles join us for 2 seasons, and we look forward to a continued partnership with them. And well, remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you are looking for your next two-wheeled machine or ATV, why not consider Doble Motorcycles, the UK's leading Honda motorcycle dealer. The Doble family-run business prides itself on customer service, and it shows, because you'll receive excellent customer service from lights out to checker flag when purchasing your next machine, powered by the power of dreams. If you'd like to know more, then check out their website today. That's doble.co.uk. But now, the big question is, what lies in wait next time? Because we will return for our 9th rendition of the NXTCC and another season of Titanic touring car racing action, and it will all begin on Tuesday the 29th of April 2025. Now, some of you may be sat there thinking, well, that's a long way away. That's the best part of 2 months away, if not more. In fact, that's 2.5 months away, almost 3 months. But why are we waiting so long before our next season? Well, the thing is, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who may have guessed it, we have recently seen Thruxton added to the iRacing service, and we are going, as we understand it, to be seeing in the next update to iRacing, the next major update, see Croft added to the racing service. So what does that mean? It means we will have the full British Touring Car Championship calendar in the iRacing Simulator platform, and that means in turn that we are going to be returning to how we started in Season 1 by centering the Championship campaign around the British Touring Car Championship. It will be an all BTCC calendar for Season 9, and we are going to be running it as well in parallel to the BTCC calendar, with every round happening on the Tuesday before the real life BTCC weekend. And that's why we kick off on what will be Tuesday the 29th of April. We will begin the journey at Donington Park National. Then on the 6th of May we head to the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. On the 20th of May it'll be the Snetterton 300 Circuit. Thruxton will play host to our drivers on the 3rd of June. Then we'll head to the Alton Park Island Circuit on the 17th of June before we do head into our effective summer break. We'll be back for round number 6 at the Croft Circuit on the 29th of July, after which then in August we will have Knock Hill International for round 7, followed up by the Donington Park Grand Prix Circuit on the 12th and 26th of August respectively, and then September will see us close things out with a visit to Silverstone National on the 16th of September, and then Brands Hatch's Grand Prix Circuit will be where we bring it all to a close on the 30th of September. And we will be seeing, I believe, a return to what will be the free sprint race round format for every single round, mirroring the BTCC once again. So it will truly be, in Season 9 of the NXTCC, a BTCC dedicated championship calendar, and therefore the excitement levels will be absolutely in the stratosphere. But wait a minute, because this is not all. In parallel to this, in the off weeks for the NXTCC Season 9, we are bringing back a series that so many of you have asked for time and time again. Indeed, a number of BTCC drivers have also, I do believe Mikey Doble and also Bobby Thompson, have all asked this to come back, and we are pleased to say the Next Gen Racing Legends Series will be back for its 3rd season. It's been a long time, and this championship calendar will be intermingling in amongst the NXTCC. So in the off weeks, we'll be racing the Legends at mostly and typically the venues that you will see the racing in the Next Gen Racing Season 9 calendar. And we will be kicking off Legends Season 3 on the 13th of May at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit for round 1. Then in round 2, we head to Snetterton for the Snetterton 200 Loud on the 27th of May, and then it will be on the 10th of June, Knock Hill International. After that, the Silverstone National Circuit will play host for round 4 on the 24th of June, and then we will see on the 8th of July the Cadwell Park Circuit playing host ahead of our visit down to Spain. It'll be our only visit outside the United Kingdom for the Navarra Speed Medium Circuit on the 15th of June for round 6. Round 7 it will be the Donington National Circuit on the 22nd of July, and then it will be Alton Park's Island Circuit on the 5th of August for round number 8, and then we'll bring it to a close at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit on the 19th of August there. So running in parallel with the NXTCC Season 9, and that's an absolutely brilliant calendar that we cannot wait to get underway with. And of course, for all of this, and the reason we haven't talked about pricing is because we're doing a special offer for these two seasons, given they're running in parallel to each other. If you do want to be on the grid for the NXTCC Season 9, or 30 for the Legends Season 3, you just want to be on the grid for those, well, the price for competing in one of those leagues will be £15 for one driver. It's discounted by a fiver down to £25 for two drivers, but if there's three of you wanting to compete, it's £30 for all three drivers, or alternatively, £10 per driver, so you're getting a significant discount there of £5 per driver over the long haul. In fact, indeed you are getting that discount there. And it's the same if you just went to compete in the Legends Season 3. But if you want to compete in both leagues, well, what we can see there is it'll be £30 for one driver, that's a given. Meanwhile, it's £40 for two drivers, so you're getting a major discount already, and only £45 for three drivers together. Or to put that in perspective, it is half price for all three of you to be on the grid together in both leagues compared to the price you would pay if you just, all three of you were to be on the grid in one of those leagues. And well, those sign-ups will be open soon if they're not already, and therefore it's going to be a season or two seasons that are worth competing in for the fact they are cheap, cheerful, and plenty of races to be had up and down the grid. And I'm very pleased to say, ladies and gentlemen, that I will be back in the commentary booth bringing you all the racing action as it unfolds in both the NXTCC Season 9 and also the Legends Season 3. Well, I feel sorry for my vocal cords, but it's going to be an incredible racing year ahead at Next Gen Racing, no doubt about it. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, that earmarks the conclusion of the NXTCC Season 8, and we will be back on Tuesday the 29th of April 2025 to kick it off all again in our BTCC-dominated calendar for Season 9. But until then, thank you for tuning in from start to finish this season, whether you've only tuned in today or all the way since round number 1, whether you've been a long-time fan or a new-time viewer, but this has been the NXTCC Season 8. We have been Next Gen Racing. I've been your host and commentator, Paul TX141 Walsh, also known as Britain a Spit, depending on what media you follow me on. And until next time, remember to stay safe, stay well, stay smiling, and most importantly, as always, remember to stay on track. Good night. Thank you for tuning in. Until next time, that's all from us here at Next Gen Racing, the home of clean and fair sim racing for all.